unmuting. Hello. Okay, let's take all this away. Hi, everybody. Hello. Are you guys okay? Can you guys type in the chat? Because I have to make sure that, like, the moderation settings are right. And no one's saying anything, even though there are people. Not to call out the lurkers, but I'm just afraid. Like, I'm like, what if they can't talk? What if there's something that says that they can't talk? So, okay, participant mode subscribers, people that have been... Okay, so if you've been following for 5 minutes, you should be able to talk, according to this thing. So yeah, please, somebody say something in the chat so we know that everything is working. But of course, I will also... But I'm just afraid. Like, I'm like... Okay, I'll listen to my own audio. Hello?
Human
hummus?
Fish crackers.
No,
oh,
hummus. Hummus.
I read human fish crackers, and I was like, okay, well, that's just a contradiction. You can't be human and fish and cracker.
All right, so... Guys, we are going to get into things relatively shortly. There are a couple of housekeeping things I would like to discuss first, but if you have never seen one of our videos before for some reason, I don't know how you got here. If you haven't seen, I guess I should say not one of our videos, if you've never seen, like, us doing something like this, right? This is a live stream discussion that we used to do on the Calxiyn channel, but I decided that we should do it here instead because it made more sense and I thought more people would show up. If you guys hate it and you bully us and we have no money, we'll never do it again and you don't need to worry about it. I'm sort of kidding. We will be here every week, whether you like it or not, probably. But I thought that maybe you guys would enjoy it more.
At least for the next month or however many episodes there is
basically,
in
for
Hazbin
all of
Hotel.
November.
Yeah.
All right, after that, anyway. Hello, Hunter, you are a legend. Heart. Cal's all right, too. Hi, Bob. How's it going? Bob, are you watching Hazbin Hotel? Is this sort of thing? I can't imagine you liking this. Sorry, I didn't know how else to say
That's a thing I've learned about Hazbin Hotel as of recent. Like, its fan base is sort of bisected into, like, the older Tumblr crowd, which I guess is what we count for.
I suppose.
Which is upsetting to be the older, but here we are.
Know, right?
And then, like, teenagers. Hazbin Hotel is apparently, as far as I can see, very hip with the kids. Very hip on the TikToks.
I think that we're hip, though, too, aren't we? Maybe not.
I don't know, man. Here's the thing. I spent the last, like, hour talking about, like, 2000s rock songs that I thought Gravity sounded like from Hazbin Hotel. Somehow I feel like that's not the hip thing to do. Hip people don't know about, like, Hobastank. You know what I mean?
I'm also gonna record this just in case we need the VOD for something. Hopefully we have enough hard drive space. Actually, guys, please forgive me. I'm such a bad YouTuber. I may need to move something from my hard drive in order to make sure that we don't have any issues. I got through the entire show. You only watched it last week. That's crazy. Was it because of us? Did we do this to you?
I mean, if
so, I mean, obviously, I enjoy the show, so I'm not going to apologize, but,
if you're the type of person to, like, to binge a series or binge a show, which I'm generally not, but if you are that type, you could get through Hazbin Hotel in an afternoon, in a motivated afternoon.
Right, because we
almost
it,
did,
like, in an afternoon. All right, so let's move the stream I did yesterday just to make sure that we have enough space. But basically, if you guys haven't been here before, the way that this is going to work is that we are, oopsie, well, we don't need that on the screen anyway. So we're going to kind of monitor, click and unclick, and, like, go through the episode screenshot by screenshot, all that fun stuff. However, okay, there are some things I need to talk about before we get into this. So I'm going to disable both of these things for now, and Hunter and I are just gonna talk. And I'm not saying that it was, like, literally you guys in terms of the people that are here right this second, but I feel the need, in case anybody's watching the VOD, that we need to talk about some things, okay? So Hunter and I, and we didn't even say Gravity was terrible, okay?
We're already in on it.
In the first place, but no, because there's something that we need to say, okay? Hazbin Hotel fans, you need to hear this because you are making the fandom look bad, okay? Hunter, do you know the theory called everyone is 12 now? Are you familiar with this, all right? I'm gonna explain it anyway.
I've not heard the phrase everything is 12, but I have an inkling that I know.
So this has been a popular internet thing about the mindset of America now.
Oh, okay.
Everyone is 12. It's like, I don't need to eat vegetables. I think that raw milk and unpasteurized raw milk and unpasteurized milk. Hold on, we got to do that again. I don't know if you guys can tell. We're trying to farm a TikTok clip. So let's run it back. You guys are getting the raw Calxiyn. I don't think I need to eat vegetables. I think raw meat and unpasteurized milk will make me strong. Of course you do. You're 12. I want to have 50 kids and live on a farm with my rich husband. Of course you do. You're 12. And this has been a widespread problem in our comment section, okay? It's not just one or two people. It's happened with every has-been video that we have posted. However, there was an egregious incident, I would say, on the weekend with our reaction, okay? Where someone left a comment saying that Gravity is the best song in all of Hazbin Hotel. And there was a snarky, oh, but you guys are the only people that I've seen not like it, so clearly you're fucking stupid. And I was like, okay, well, first of all, Hunter and I aren't a hive mind. I resent that. But then you said, you're the only one, not even you two, just you're, as if we were one person. But second, can you explain to me why you think this? Why do you think it's the best song? Because I will give you a detailed explanation of things that I think are problems in terms of writing craft problems. And they said, this is a decisively good song. That's why it's popular. We don't need to go that deep into songwriting, which is a logical fallacy, by the way. But I realized, oh, of course you think that. You're 12. You may not literally be 12, but this is what 12-year-olds believe in, this like fantastical idea of fairness, that everyone who deserves it gets popular and they get all the attention and the money and the fame, and that all of the bad stuff, right, will never be recognized because the world is perfectly equal and fair. And like I said, we didn't even say that Gravity was garbage. But are we going to pretend in this world where Colleen Hoover exists, that complete garbage has not been has not been popular by the masses? This happens with books. This happens with songs. Right? And here's the other thing that I find concerning about this. Does this mean that if people didn't like the song, you wouldn't like it? Because that's, the opposite of that. If everybody hates something, does that mean that you like it any less? You have to be strong in your own taste. You have to have a backbone in terms of your own personal opinion. What if nobody else liked the song? Then what would you do, right? You could still think it's, like, I am sure in your heart, you have an inkling of why you think it's the best. You just need to express it, but instead you're relying on popularity bias, which is bad, right?
When they get a little older, they'll become a hipster, and then it'll be like, no, they like it when things are not popular.
Well, when they get a little older, and it's like, this is a 25-year-old person for all we know, but, it shouldn't be pulling teeth to get an answer. If you truly think that something is the best, because they didn't give me an answer, by the way. I never got an answer for why they thought this, right? And let's be clear, if you say that Gravity is your favorite song and you don't send me death threats, I'm not going to come for you. I'm not going to shit on the thing that you like. I'm interested in hearing your feelings about it. But if you're going to say that something is the best and that I'm wrong, and this is the best you can do in terms of your explanation as to why, like, oh, well, everybody else likes it, it's stupid. And it's not just stupid, it's like, I don't believe you're a stupid person. You are willfully 12, and that's worse. It is worse to be willfully 12. So this is why I wanted to start the stream like this, because I don't ask for much, but I just want you guys to explain yourselves, right? Not even in a defensive way. I genuinely want to know why, and I want to know why without, people getting into, well, everybody else said so you guys are wrong, right? Like, that's not gonna get us anywhere. That's not the point of what this channel is supposed to be. Anyways, that was my clip farming. That's probably not gonna be a 3-minute TikTok clip. I don't know how that's gonna work. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the clip farm.
That's the thing that's tricky about the internet, though, and that's always been the case for a very long time, is that you never know when you see some real dumbass opinions out on the internet. You don't know if it's like a 12-year-old.
Right, but now the problem is everybody's 12, and so we can't escape. We'll never get out.
But I think especially with something like Hazbin Hotel, where I do think there really is a younger audience for it. I don't know. It would not strike me if that's not
Like an actual kid.
Like an actual like kid or
but
very
kids
young
shouldn't
teenager.
be watching Hazbin Hotel. It's 18+.
Okay, yeah, I mean, kids also shouldn't have been watching a lot of
I
stuff,
know, I'm
and they
just
did
saying.
anyways, including like both
that
of us.
Stress.
You
like
know?
I feel stress when I hear that, you know? Because I was watching like B Got a HK as a kid, but
Yeah.
that had a sexual premise. You didn't actually see anything. You know
Sure.
what I mean? Like I
it's
don't
like,
know, man.
That's what I think. Like, so Family Guy was an adult show. It was an adult animated show.
Right.
But I stopped watching it when I was like 14. Right? I only really watched that show as a kid because I think its mature like content is sort of juvenile in a way.
Right,
like there's
right.
sex jokes and swearing and fart jokes and what have you. And I feel like that's more attractive to a younger audience than it is like an actual age appropriate audience. Right?
Oh, I also just remembered I have to do something. But...
So in a way, I think like Hazbin Hotel, you know, being enjoyed by like teenagers, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. I mean,
Like that's
I don't disagree.
you know.
I'm just like a 12-year-old though. I don't think 12-year-olds are allowed to make YouTube accounts.
I don't know. Like I've seen some like iPad kids out there.
I know, but I'm worried. I'm
And
worried.
you
I don't
just-
think that's good. You gotta
They're-
watch what your
they're-
children are doing, man.
That's true. They're watching something. They're watching stuff. They have like depths of like weirdness that like we are not even privy to.
But let's read the
Right?
chat. So I just watched the 2 episodes yesterday. I could have been watching it with you guys. That's true. We have our reaction. You should watch it. Personally, I thought Gravity was the weakest song in the season. I agree. Like, it's not terrible. We gave it like a C- and like a C+. Like, you know, Hunter gave C+, I gave C-. Again, it's not terrible. We have our criticism. We'll get there. I found it forgettable. Like, I can't really remember how it goes, but, I'm like, ooh, the hell is gonna want you? Like, that has become like a vocal sim for me. Like, I've been doing that all day and all night. Shout out for Hunter being the first stream with Cal on the channel. Oh, that might be true on this channel.
On
Probably.
Calxiyn Kirsten.
I also set a
Yes.
goal that Hunter will react to Wish if we get 15 $5 super chats, which I don't know how much money that is. I don't know if that's worth Hunter suffering. But
Here's
let's
the
try
thing,
to accomplish it anyway.
I was willing to watch
Don't tell
Wish
them that.
in general.
For free. But yeah, we tried to do that in a different stream, so I thought we would do that.
But you have
again.
to understand, I kind of love hot trash. You know what I mean?
Oh, thank you guys, thank you. So many lazy rhymes. Oh no, we'll have to look. Cause I did catch some things in hindsight, but we'll talk about it. About trust. I think that the V's, they were cooking. They were cooking more than they have before. But you guys, it's good that we can group source maybe a song analysis and you guys can tell me what rhymes you think are lazy as well. First, for the goal, also first stream. Thank you guys, thank you. So I think we will get into the, now I gotta be a little bit careful, okay? Because there are some swear words that I don't think even YouTube will like, if that makes sense. So I know Cherry Bomb says something bad at some point that I need to make sure that we don't show on the screen, but oh, I just saw one that, again, YouTube may not like that, but yeah, if you guys have never seen, oh gosh, I gotta pull this keyboard close to me. You may have to take this over. You may get the stick.
I feel so powerful.
Because I need, whatever, okay. We used to be good at this, I promise. But I need, like, mouse powers right
Ruby
now.
hasn't been on air in a while. We're
I know.
a little bit, rusty, you could say.
Okay, so this was just, like, backstory, like, you know, hey, just in case for some reason you're watching
Last
this and
time
you didn't
on
see
Lost.
season 1, or, like, you
Yes.
forgot. So we actually see Baxter kind of going through the crowd here, which I thought was nice. I think Vox will have the most songs, most songs this season. Actually, I should get rid of that now. I have theories about Vox. We will talk about that, but, yeah, so Baxter was there, that's nice. So, yeah, guys, this is kind of how we do it. We kind of, you know, click and unclick because of copyright, so that's why Hunter may need to, hold my, stick, right? So, I don't think that we have to talk about the opening too much,
Which
other
is
than,
just
like,
a recap of everything that had occurred
you know,
previously.
I think that this is interesting, like how they're manipulating the media and stuff, like that's
Yes.
definitely an interesting thing that they're doing, right, this season. But I think mostly, it's a yearly nightmare finally over. Well, that's good at least that they think that maybe, like, it's gonna end. Oh, but yeah, so this is really funny. The Morning Star has declined to come on the show because in the pilot, she did go on the show. So I'm like, what is the truth?
And they did not like her very much.
Right? So I'm like, did you, how do I explain this? I'm like, are you, is Charlie not going on the show because of, oh my god, because of what happened, sorry guys, because of what happened in the pilot? Or are they doing it because of, like, Charlie in the present day doesn't want to talk to the reporters and, like, everyone is misunderstanding what hell is, so she thinks that they'll, try to catch her in something is basically what I'm trying to say. Oh, boy. I hated the female and males. All right, gender equality. Don't get me wrong. In season 1, I'm glad it's at least greenlit for 2 more seasons now that it's getting better. Yeah.
Oh, it's greenlit for 2 more seasons?
I don't know about that. I would have to fact check.
I thought that like this season was the last one. I remember hearing that they were only going for 2.
But I agree though. Like, it's nice. I think there has been personal growth. Has been.
So far, I am enjoying the. Oh, he's a man.
I love how there's. What is this? Two eyes? I kinda love that. And like, you can't tell if like this is the nose and the eyes are on the side, like some weird. I don't know what are like that. Lizards, horses. Like
horses?
On the
Do you think horses have 4 eyes?
No, not 4 eyes, Hunter. On the side of your head. What's it called when your eyes are on the sides of your skull?
Prey animals?
Yeah,
generally
I don't know.
have
Anyway.
that. I don't know what the actual like specific word is.
So that's what the streets told you that we're getting season 3 and 4, which is good, I think. It's hard to imagine right now what season 4 and like season 3 and 4 could be about. Just because like we're already going to war with heaven. Is like Earth next? What are we doing, right? But yeah, Vox Tech, brought to you by Vox Tech. I like how they showed that this guy, he's a little beat up. You know?
Poor baby.
So that's a nice little detail, right? Trust us with your everything. So the slogan here is gonna come back in the song. Love that. Good points for them, right?
I love the design of the new hotel. I know we see it at the very end.
Of
but like, there's
season.
a boat. There's a large apple.
There's whatever this is. Gambling. Yeah, I think it looks
a train.
Nice.
Inexplicably.
A train. Where?
Right there.
Oh, coming out of the side. Isn't that because Lucifer has like his little choo-choo, or did I just make that up? That Lucifer's obsessed with trains and ducks.
I think he has his ducks. He's
Fact
not
check,
that kind of autistic. I don't know.
I don't know though. I thought he was, but okay. Yeah. So we see Lucifer's staff, right? Because he had to fix it. I like the little stitches. It kind of just, you know, it reminds me of like how you would stitch a voodoo doll, which obviously Alistair and his voodoo doll stuff. Some people. It was slightly problematic, kind of like Dr. Facilier in Princess and the Frog, but it's,
I don't know, I feel like it's vague enough that it's not, like, specific, Dr. Facilier.
How do I explain this? I'm glad that they would do something interesting with his cane, but, like, that whole thing is another can of worms that I'm not qualified to talk about. Which character should have the most screen time? I mean, should is an interesting word, guys, because it really depends on, like, what this season is about, right?
I want a whole episode that's just a silent animated movie, and it's all about Nifty. Trying to kill one particular...
that episode of Murders in the Building where it's following
I have never watched
no, you
Murders
haven't.
in the
Maybe
Building,
you should watch it. There's an episode where it follows a death character, and you, like, see the world how they see it, and it's like in perspective, so they can't hear anything, and they're like, you kind of hear the muffled voices because I think they have some hearing, but it's like, it's a whole thing. So maybe something like that. Also, I love how there's Archie hair somehow on this keyboard, and Archie has never, like, unless he's streaming while I'm asleep, I don't.
Here's the thing, it's cute because you're new to pet ownership. You don't realize that it is inevitable that it will get everywhere.
Thanks for signing the guest book. This is like being in the army. But yeah, should is interesting. I do have theories about Vox and Alistair, but we will talk about that when it's relevant. So yeah, I like Vaggie manning the front desk. I like this thing that they're gonna change her name. You know, I think that that's gonna be interesting. I like how, you know, there's a running joke throughout the episodes that they're going to give her different names and things like that. But yeah, so this was a funny thing that I think some people kind of missed in the background was Lucifer in his little bathrobe. And I thought improve his gay powers was funny, and then you see them beefing in the background, right? Because that was one of my things, like this beef with Alistair and Lucifer is kind of like I understand what you're trying to do, right? Like, but it's kind of half-baked in terms of Alice. Like, maybe Alistair has beef with him that we don't know about. Like, maybe Alistair's in love love with Lilith or something, but this is like kind of my problem with Hell's Greatest Dad and how Hell's Greatest Dad just gets randomly interrupted by Mimsy. I would have really kind of, I don't know, liked a little, like, obviously Alistair keeps his cards close to his chest, so I don't know if we'd get something like that, but we could have gotten, and, like, you know, I should have been the king of hell, not you, you idiot. Like, we could have gotten something like that. Like, basically, I should have been Charlie's father, not you, right? I don't think, like, that's the thing, is that people say that Vizzy has confirmed that Alistair does care about Charlie and think that Lucifer's a deadbeat, and so his feelings in that song were genuine. But if you have to confirm that, I don't know if the song did that good of a job,
as someone who,
right?
like, watched it, that is not really the impression I got. Why would you say that when you've created Alistair as being the sketchiest man who ever lived?
Like, I feel like that was not clear, at least to me. I thought he was just being, like, you know, bullshit. Like, he was just bullshitting, you know what I mean? I love this guy, though. This guy was, like, the standout of the episode. I love him. I would die for him. I love, like, the kind of,
Little Felix the cat.
Rubber
kind of,
hose,
yeah,
like, all of that
animation.
stuff. Like, that was so cool. Imagine Vaggie goes by Vagatha. How about you guys do that right now while we're, kind of trying to get to the song here?
Good new
like,
names for
good
Vaggie.
new names for Vaggie, chat. Go ahead. We'll see. Yes, we definitely need an episode with, like, Lilith and Alistair and how they're connected. I feel like that's gonna be, like, an episode 7 type of situation. So, the divorce, so people complained that Vizzy broke the rule of 3 here because he mentions it 5 times. I don't care. I thought it was funny. Maybe I'm easily amused. I thought it was funny. I like how we start with divorce and we went all the way to murder somehow in the span of this episode.
I like it because, like, the two, like, rule of 3s is a rule, but when you're doing sort of absurdist comedy, the other rule is you just keep going and it keeps getting weirder and weirder. It becomes unfunny and then it spins around and becomes funny again. And I think she went for that, and it went well, I think. That was my big compliment for this season, is that the humor had expanded a little bit.
Yeah.
Whereas previously, like, I think the criticism you get a lot for Hazbin Hotel, which is just demon swearing, obviously I think there's a little bit more to it, but I'd be lying if I said that it didn't, you know, maybe aggressively lean on demon swearing as a sort of, as a basis, a considerable basis for its humor.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Mm-hmm. So, like, yes, it does do that, and so it's nice to
it's
kind
not
of
just
also
that,
see.
but
It's
it
not
is,
just
like,
that.
heavily leaned on, and it would be nice if it was, you know, a little more diverse, which they've managed to do so far, I feel.
But yeah, I do like that Cherry Bomb is staying at the hotel. I do wonder how her presence is going to matter in the long term. Not that she necessarily has to have this huge character arc, but okay, I might be getting a bit ahead of myself because we're gonna see her later, but when you go to hell, when you go to heaven.
Wait, Hunter, when you will go to hell.
You will go to hell.
Which will happen.
Oh my god. When you see heaven in the next episode, you actually see Angel Dust's sister, and I have beef with this sister plotline, okay? At least a little bit, because why would Angel Dust not be like, wow, the rest of my family is in heaven and I'm stuck here. I wish maybe I could be with them one day, maybe, or be a better big brother because I was shitty to my little whatever. I'm just making stuff up, right? So, like, that's my sort of thing, is that I feel like Poison, and you guys, we talked about this in the Poison video, I feel like Poison just needed a bridge of what Angel wanted, and I get part of the point is, like, he can't imagine a future outside of, like, his circumstances because it's just so shitty, but I'm just like, but real people aren't that way. Like, we buy lottery tickets even though we know we're going to lose, just to have the fantasy of that we could be a millionaire for a couple days. So I don't feel like it's that realistic. Like, even if we don't let ourselves dream, we still have them. We may not let ourselves indulge in them because we don't want it to, you know, hurt us or whatever.
I don't know. I think that person does exist.
What do you mean? That does it, like,
they're, like, sort of
no
truly
hope?
Hopeless, dreamless.
But I don't know if Angel Dust is truly
cynically
hopeless,
dragging themselves along.
Why not just end it all?
No, I don't think Angel Dust is hopeless.
Oh, you mean the person in reality?
Yeah, that person
I thought you meant
exists,
Angel Dust.
but
I don't
Angel
think
Dust...
it's Angel Dust, though,
No,
because then you
no,
have
no.
Loser Baby right after.
Yeah,
where
exactly.
Dusk is like, be hopeful.
The
right?
best song in the first season, where it's like, yeah, shit's fucked, but shit's fucked with me.
Right, and so I
Your
wanted
pal,
to sort
Husker.
of, like, you know, rumination anyway about, like, family, right? Like, about his,
What if Vagatha becomes Agatha, and they just switch the V upside
I like
down.
Agatha. That's
Yeah.
nice. Okay, Agatha, like the Marvel
Yes,
character.
Agatha.
Maybe Angel Dust thinks it's impossible. That's true, but I would still think about, like, I still wanted the kind of, like, you know, in Aladdin when he's like, sorry that I screwed up, Mom. I'll try to be better for you, like, kind of thing. But obviously, Poison wouldn't end with, like, I want to be better. It would just be like, and I'm not only disappointing everybody here, right, because Charlie believes in me and I can't change because of Valentino, I disappointed my family back on Earth. Like, I wish I had done things better. Because we talk about in musical theater, like, don't make a pitiful character. Like, even though Audrey, for example, from Little Shop is in an abusive situation, she still goes on to say, she has somewhere that's green, basically. And that's because you don't want the audience to be like, why are we watching this person that won't fight for what they want? Like, we don't want the audience alienated from that character. So there's definitely a way to do it, because Audrey basically says, like, yeah, I can't leave my abusive boyfriend, but if I could, here's the life that I imagine. So it's kind of hopeless and, like, realistic and not trying to minimize her situation, but at the same time, it's still, she's allowed in that one song to dream, and so the audience roots for her. So I feel like Angel, I explained it better in that video, but I feel like Angel needed that. But back to the sister, right? The sister's in heaven. So I hope that we don't really, like, Cherry Bomb can be a secondary character, but I hope that this is a more Angel Dust-centric season, because Pentious kind of took over in terms of being the one that Charlie thought could be successful, like, in terms of reincarnating or whatever. So I hope that now that Pentious is gone, we don't spend too much time about Baxter, and we kind of maybe make it a more Angel priority, which seems to be happening, because Angel does say, like, hey, can we go to therapy this week? And I'm like, good for you. That's good, right? So I think that, like, yeah, so we have this scene, right? So I am hoping that Angel is now, like, a more concrete priority, and we don't just, like, shift it to Baxter, because I feel like one season I get it because Angel needed time to develop into the person that's willing to do this, but if we're on, like, season 4 and Angel Dust is still down here, like, I don't know about all that, you know what I'm saying? This scene was funny, too, with, I like all the little drawings of Pentious
I
with
love
the eggs.
Pentious.
And I'm like, who do you think made that? Do you think it was Charlie, or did the eggs draw? You think it was
I think
Charlie?
it was the eggs. Although then again, they presumably made those statues, so...
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
true! Where did these guys...
Maybe they're just really
crafty.
good at creating statues and maybe not the best drawing, you know?
Yeah.
Also, like, back to, like, the humor getting a little bit, like, expanding a little bit. This sort of, like, ridiculous, all the different...
Times where he cried.
in statue form, and then having these eggs happily describe them all. That's very
And then
funny.
he made that last one out. Like, I thought that was funny, too. But yeah, so we have Charlie crying in the scene, little handkerchief with the little P for Pentious, which I thought was great. I think this season has more Easter eggs. I agree, or just, like, background details in general.
Well, that's something about, like, fizzy pop stuff in general. It's always, like, really saturated in the background with...
Yeah, and I'm always glad about that. Like, I like how she's like, we were gonna work on that. Because it's funny, because Pentious is still building stuff even in heaven, right? Or at least he's trying, like, unsuccessfully at least, right? Trying to build things, right? Oh, did Vaggy's hairstyle changed?
I think
it did. I didn't
did?
notice that. She has it up now. Remember, she was talking to Carmilla, and she's like, I'm not used to fighting with my hair down. So I guess she decided to kind of, because she, didn't Luke cut it? So I guess she kept the cut, but just, like, when she grew it out again, she put it up.
I would have to have, like, a side-by-side. Charlie looks mostly the same.
Yeah, so you guys report to
back.
us and tell us if that's true or if we made that up. But yeah, I think that she did change. So that's nice, like that she has a kind of a new hairstyle edition, but I like this for Charlie. I'm kind of afraid of them doing, like, the toxic positive thing, because a lot of, like, shows do that, right? A lot of kid shows especially, like, that was kind of, Moana did that in Moana 2, where it was like, Moana, you're not talking about your problems and whatever, and, like, everything is not okay, actually, and, like, a lot of stuff does that, and I don't know how I feel about that. Luke didn't cut it, she stabbed her arm, though. Okay, well, maybe I'm delusional. I don't know. Maybe she just tied it up after the fighting.
I think Lute lost her arm, right?
Yeah,
so
she did
she
lose
has
her
like
arm,
her
yeah.
gold arm now.
She definitely changed her hair. Okay, so we're not gaslit. But yeah, like, the toxic positivity thing for Charlie, I don't know. I want a little bit more than, like, you should feel your feelings. I don't know what that's gonna be. I just want, like, a little oomph. I don't know what oomph it's gonna be at this moment, though. The Morning's current Hell's Hottest. Okay. Charlie Morningstar's Redemption Palace reigns supreme. Wasn't Angel Dust's family part of the Mafia? Well, how did the sister not end up in hell, then? That's my question. What is this?
You're gonna want more room and... Oh, an assistant, so it's like an Alexa?
Oh, is
Buy
it?
12,
Damn,
get
so
one,
we're just
10%
microphone
off.
always active. That's
Oh,
brilliant. I love that.
Dark.
I wonder what Baxter's gonna do. We will talk about
Oh
him,
no,
don't
Vox
worry.
Shop, all your keystroke data saved forever.
That's hilarious.
That's,
I kinda love that.
That's a Windows dig.
All right, so we have to go past some of this. But yeah, people were saying, oh, the crush on Vox kind of came out of nowhere. I don't really care about that. It's not like Katie Killjoy is like a character that we know and love forever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't really know that much about her for people to be like, that's so out of character. What character? That'd be like saying, oh, Fox is so out of character in the Ruby books. I'm like, Fox has never said anything. You know, she's barely a character. I don't think
Also,
this is
everyone in this show is like horny or angry.
Yeah.
So she's horny, and previously she was angry.
Like, that's okay. We have depth, I guess, in a sense. But yeah, I don't mind this. We're gonna kind of skip past this to get to the song, but basically it's just like Vox wants propaganda. He doesn't think that this is angry enough. He wants the clicks, which is very interesting, you know, for his combined persona of a apparently, you know, some fundy leader group, like some religious fundy man. What do you call it? Preacher? Like, what are the people, the heads of the church? Do you know?
Pastors?
Pastor, yeah, like, you know, pastor of a cult. That's what I was trying to look for. Thank you. Cult pastor.
You just say cult leader.
Cult leader, and now being in charge of the media, because is that in 2025 are those really so different things, especially with all of the, you know, how there's all the shit online, is what I'm saying. Like, all these kind of grifter people, and they post their sermons online, and like all of that sort of thing. Maybe his sister left the Mafia. That's interesting. See, I wanna work with that. I wanna work. The huge beef I have in hell in Hazbin is that it doesn't feel like people are suffering here besides Angel. Well,
I don't know. I mean, that's true. But then again, like, if you actually set a place in hell, it wouldn't be a very convincing world, because everyone would just be writhing in pain, right? Like, and you wouldn't do anything other than writhe in pain. Like, the only interesting people would be the demons, not any of the sinners. So if you want to develop a more interesting sort of world, you would have to make it just like a really shitty place to live.
I feel
which
like
it is a really shitty place to live.
I kind of disagree with that. I think that I understand why you have that impression, though, React, just because we only see the people in power, really. Like, Angel Dust is a person without power. Husk is controlled by Alistair, right? So I think that I understand what you're saying, because I think that the problem is that we haven't seen ordinary people, so I know why you'd get that impression, but that's the explanation I'd give you, is like, you know, I don't know a great comparison for this, but like, even in a time, in the medieval times, when peasants were starving and the plague was happening, there were still rich people having a good time, right? So that's kind of how I'd equate this, because people die, like, people have died because of the exorcisms and everything. But you could also say, you know, Hunter, who said that, like, oh, if I hope that if hell exists, it's empty?
That was the former Pope, Francis.
Right, so I kind of wonder if that's maybe what the show's gonna go for, is that hell shouldn't have intrinsically been a place of suffering. It should have been, you know, like maybe God in this world, or we'll hear eventually from the speaker of God that God wanted this to be a place where maybe Lucifer and everybody else could learn from their mistakes. And so they made it kind of bad, but they didn't intentionally make it that, you know, every step you take is like stepping on knives. Like, I don't know if
I don't know, like,
that, right?
from my memory.
Televangelist, thank you.
Televangelist,
I
see, yes. That's the word you're looking for.
Sorry, go ahead, Hunter.
I know, it's just that, like, and you can conceptualize hell in a lot of different ways, including, like, if you actually look at, like, the source material. The Bible.
The source, the canon.
Yes, the canon. In that, like, there's like, fire and brimstone and gnashing of teeth and like it's having a bad time. But it's also just often described as being apart from like God's love. And so what does that look like? I apologize that I grew up religious. I do not consider myself religious now, but you still have the lore backed up in you.
Right. But so
like
basically what you're saying is like, this is a place without God, and that could be kind of the interpretation, because heaven has koala bears and magical Emily to make people happy, and rainbows and pendulins and whatever.
But beyond that, it's also like, it's what is like heaven's supposed to look like. Well, you're supposed to care about one another. You're supposed to do things for one another, right? You're supposed to look after one another. You're not supposed to be sort of hateful and angry. You're not supposed to take advantage of people.
Right.
They've created like a capitalism, like just sort of a capitalist society, like an America in hell. Because what are those things? What is capitalism?
What is hell? Capitalism.
What is like exploiting people? What is like being angry with people? What is like violence and all these things that seemingly there is a lot of in hell? Right. That separation, that distance.
Living is suffering.
Yeah, exactly. Living and just the inability to care, the inability to have. Yeah.
And you could also say like it's comfort
to love
versus
one another.
No comfort. Like
no one loves people here. There's no love down here.
Or
it's all just
Because like Emily will love you. She exists to make you happy, apparently. But like here people are not going to have that natural.
People don't really have a disposition to love each other down here, except for. You see that in interaction with people that are not necessarily of hell, they can sort of change. But like, that's the world they create, a world in which, you don't have that love. You don't have caring for one another. It's not necessarily being tortured all the time.
Yeah.
We could just do it for ourselves.
I think it makes a lot of sense for hell to just be neutral. It's only a bad place because certain people make it bad there. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling.
But you also look at the people who like Vox and Valentina, all the V's. Like these people don't look happy. They're in charge.
Yeah, that's true.
They have power,
goosebumps.
but they're not like happy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna break out like I went to Bible camp, kids. I'm gonna break it out for you. When you build your house on sand. No.
Oh, well, I was interested. Are you gonna keep going?
No, that is straight something from the Bible.
But what's the rest of it?
When you build your house on sand over material things, like, it will be washed away. Because those things are impermanent.
You know what? They were spinning
if you
back
build,
then.
If you build it on Jesus, which I guess is a hard rock, that's the second part. But you have these people who sort of build their life on. It's a beyond the religious connotations, it's a good metaphor.
Yeah.
Some people, even if you are not religious, as I am not religious, do build their lives on sand.
Right.
If you build your life, if you get your happiness just from exploiting more and more people and gaining more and more power and accumulating more and more wealth, there is no amount that will make you happy.
Exactly.
There is no, that is not how you get happy. You will just eternally be throwing money into that immense furnace that is the black heart of your soul.
Yeah.
And that's sort of what the V's are. No matter how much power they are, they always want more. They're never really happy. They're always angry.
Yeah, and they're angry with each other a lot of the time.
Yes, yeah. They're not. When you look at someone who's not, you look at someone like Vaggie and Charlie, they seem more happy because they have a genuine purpose and genuine care for one another.
I like that. This is good. This is good material. Thank you, Hunter.
You're very welcome.
Good insight. I love it. But yeah, I totally agree. I think that's a very interesting way to think about it. You guys in chat are talking about the messes of season 1. Let's, reel in, I guess, to Cherry Bomb and, Angel Dust. So I guess this ties into what you guys were saying, that season 1 was kind of a mess. This is something that they did actually, address, right? In terms of Angel Dust and Cherry Bomb and how people feel about Pentious' death, because a lot of us felt like everyone just kind of, now we're gonna sing a happy song about how we're gonna rebuild the hotel even though our friend just died, haha, right? So it's nice to see them they're still talking about it and thinking about it. Now, I will say that the inconsistency that I have found is about the timeline here because Pentious says it's been a month and then the news says it's been a vague amount of months, right? So I'm like, has it been 1 month or has it been a vague amount of months?
We're playing like soft with the timeline.
Yeah, which obviously like RWBY's kind of done that too sometimes because they want to have like in between material for like games and comics. And,
I guess people are dressing differently.
Guys, were we just stupid? I didn't realize that at all. Yeah, I guess they do have new outfits.
I like it, but then I guess maybe, I don't know, I feel like maybe Hazbin Hotel people get like changes of outfits a little more often, perhaps?
Yeah, like, so we wouldn't notice because it had, like, yeah, because I think that, you know, because with 2D it's a bit easier to do that compared to 3D, right? So, like, I think Vox even has a new outfit, like, just in his little musical number, I think he might have one. But yeah, I love to see Charlie excited about how many sinners that there are, right? We have the reporters and stuff. So, yeah, my only complaint about that person has a cool design in the back. What's going on with you, bestie?
I will say all of the design of all the characters in the background are really well done.
Yeah. I liked, you know, this section with the reporters.
Should I kill my wife?
And the 666, like, that stuff was cute. And I kind of like, you know, close enough. Welcome back, shadow people from RWBY. Like, you have some shadow characters. My problem is, though, okay.
That's a shadow crowd. So, RWBY was worth because there were just shadow individual people walking around. A shadow crowd is not as bad. Not nearly as bad.
Hold on, guys. I have to change our music. What I do have a problem with is that Vaggie said, I'll handle it. And did she handle it? No! She was like, I'll handle the reporters, and then later on she's like, I'll handle the things at the hotel if you need a break. And I'm like, bestie, you say that, but like, you're not handling the press. She needs like a press We're watching The West Wing, me and my mom, and the press secretary is like, she's so fun. Like the lady in the show that's the press secretary is so hilarious. So that's all I could keep thinking about. I was like, you guys did not handle the press. Okay, let's talk about Baxter. I don't know how I feel about this character. I kind of get what they're trying to do in terms of like, oh, Charlie sees him as a replacement for Pentious, but that's gonna get old really quickly.
Or it's not, I don't know if it's that so much as it's just like, he's just there to be like a one-note sort of person who's resistant to Charlie's goals, and then to have Charlie sing a song in which she like talks about.
I'm sure he's gonna be in the next episodes, though.
Yeah,
you don't think so?
It's kind of I don't know. Like I feel like his existence for this episode at least is to have like the kind of opposite to like Wonderful Great Day in Hell, the song from Happy Day in Hell, the song from the first season where Charlie's talking about her big plan and how she's very confident in it. This is the song where it's like, oh, this is Charlie's big plan and everything she can do for you, but like the sort of doubt is creeping in.
Right.
And it's manifesting in the song.
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess they couldn't have done it with Cherry because Cherry was already on board. I just don't know how I feel about like, we have so many characters already that aren't getting the attention you deserve, and now we brought in like this other guy. Yeah, exactly, but like, we don't need another man right now. What do you think about him being secret agent for Vox? Because that's the first thing I thought of when I saw his color scheme.
That's a possibility.
And like that he's an inventor.
I will say that like Cherry Bomb and all these things, it strikes me as Vizzy Pop was like, I say this as someone who quite liked Vizzy Pop. Like, oh, this is my OC, don't steal. She just loves making her OCs. She loves, like, posting them on Tumblr. It feels very, like, 2014 Tumblr in the best way. And so, in doing that, she created all these babies, and she couldn't kill her babies. So you cram in a bunch of characters, especially into the first season, that are kind of superfluous.
Yeah.
Like, do we really need Cherry Bomb that much? I guess Cherry Bomb exists for Pentious, in a way.
Angel, so...
An Angel, I guess.
That's fine.
Cherry Bomb's okay, but then you have, like, Mimsy... And you have...
Yeah, Mimsy is a whole, like, that didn't need to happen. I don't think.
It's one of those things, it's not that gratuitous, but it's there,
yeah.
Right? It's, you can tell that, like, somebody, or she, you know, she recognized, or someone recognized for her that you're gonna have to, like, trim it down a bit.
Yeah. I agree with you, Hunter. I would say that what needs to happen here is that this needs to tie into the V somehow. Like this has to be relevant towards
or he's just
something.
A one-off. And that's
yeah,
okay.
but I don't think he is. I think he's in the poster for the I could be wrong.
Geez. Okay.
Can you guys, like, give me a fact check? Who's his voice actor? If he has, like, a Broadway voice actor, he's coming back. If he doesn't, maybe not, right? He appears in season 1? Does he? When Vox is showing all the people that watch him, it's in a blink and you miss it moment. That's kind of interesting. I think every character that's owned by the overlords have something that's shown by who they're owned by. Oh, I get what you're saying. You can't put everything into the show. No, I agree with you guys. But yeah, I think that's the way that, and you already had Vox, and he has this big shark, and I don't know what all that's happening, but like, that's what I would do with this guy.
The sharks are in the background of the first season as well. I remember looking at those sharks, I'm like, that's weird that he has sharks. Like, I understand that he is like a shark.
Yeah, well, I guess so. He smells the blood in the water.
Yeah,
or
like
whatever.
he, like, so I guess it kind of makes sense that he would happen.
Dale Aguila? Am I?
Aguila?
Aguila? I am not familiar. You guys will have to tell me about,
sorry
like,
if we
credits
butchered
and stuff.
the
Yeah, sorry. I can't.
pronunciation.
Okay, this is so off topic. Did you learn 3 queuing in school, or did you learn your phonetics? Do you remember?
Like,
Because I read an article that said in Ontario, when we were growing up, they started 3 queuing, and now they're trying to undo the damage from 3 queuing, which is basically when you see a word and you try to guess what it is based off of the context versus sounding it out.
I remember sounding out.
Because I remember sounding it out a little bit,
Which
like,
that's
with my
phonetics,
mom,
right?
But yeah, that's phonetics.
I also had a speech impediment as a kid, so I got like extra like speech pathologist stuff.
Because Arnold's
so I
been
got
like,
a lot of
Cal,
that.
why do you have such problems like sounding out words? Like, these are not how these sounds are supposed to be. And I'm like, I realized when I read that article,
Well, it's different. Okay,
like,
no.
wait a minute.
It's different if it's like Spanish, because then like the
but that
phonics
just made
are
me
different.
thought about it. Like, that just made me
yeah.
think of it. I was like, oh my god, like, I need to relearn my phonics because Ontario, in the US, they're still trying to fight it to undo the 3 queuing, because that's in, like, the American curriculum. I was reading, like, a whole thing, and they were like, yeah, Ontario had this too, so we have no legs to stand on here. We got rid of it faster, but in the US, they're still doing it. Anyway, that's a whole other story.
Anyways, apparently it's the guy that did
Apparently
Moxie.
I can't read.
So I'm
what
sure
saying.
that then like the Moxie guy they probably had connections with him.
Right.
Previously.
But he can sing, though.
Yeah.
So maybe. We'll see.
We'll see.
But I like his sort of thing about, like, oh, I'm gonna see if redemption is possible and stuff like that. Because as soon as he finds out about Pentious, isn't this character kind of over, right? Unless he wants to go up there because he wants to study the phenomenon, right? Like, that could be something, but at the same time, I'm like, he came here because his hypothesis is that he thinks it's impossible, but Pentious proves that it is possible. So aren't your motivations gonna be kind of over sooner rather than later? So yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see.
Oh, Baxter's not voiced by Moxie. Okay,
Damn.
well, someone said that. I don't know.
LOL, no. What happened in here? Hold on. Yeah, we saw that.
Kevin.
Coward, did one of you delete your messages because you were wrong? We saw.
That's the guy that voiced Moxie. Okay, yeah.
Oh, man. Okay.
Well, if he can sing, then, like, yeah, I guess that would maybe give credence to the idea that he might show up later.
But, yeah, I don't know where we saw that. Oopsie. Anyway, but what were we talking about? Is this character going to be permanent? I don't know. My bad, my fault. Oh, you said, yeah, isn't that the guy that voices Moxie? Oh, okay, so we weren't crazy. Okay, now we're getting into song territory. So I'm going to pull up the lyrics on my phone. Somebody earlier said that they have rhyme beef. Can you please convey your rhyme beef to us? If you'd like. Obviously, we can't listen to these songs because of copyright and stuff. And I didn't make slides to show where all the rhymes are or anything like that. But, you know, I don't think that, like, anything stuck out to me in terms of this being bad.
I liked it. It was a sort of, as I mentioned previously, an inverse of, or an update to Happy Day in Hell. Seeing Charlie sort of break down. I think the breakdown moments are integrated very well with her portion of the song.
Look at Nifty looking at. I just noticed
Nifty
that. What is she doing?
Bedroom I.
Baxter was hinted at way back, so he could be permanent. I see. But yeah, I did see people were talking about I saw some meter conversations. I can't remember. Was it my server or was it Aster's? I don't know. I look at the musical theater channel and like we have some of the same, Venn diagram of the same people, so I can't remember. I think that in this case it's okay because of how it's like the cadence of speaking. That's the thing about meter, right? If you're doing like, you know, the safe behind these windows and these parapets of stone and it's all sung on one phrase, that's gonna be a bit different than like, you know, come on in, exclamation point, here's your key, exclamation point. Like those are separate enough that I wouldn't say that that's like too problematic. And like that's kind of how Charlie's part is, right? It's very like spoken at the beginning. Only female fish have that? Oh, okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. Let's go. That's fun. Yeah, I also saw will validate in terms of like, oh, but it should be will validate it.
People
I
are
think
saying
that's okay.
hope and joke do not rhyme.
Hope and joke? That's okay though, because she's breaking down. I'll let that go.
Oh, right.
Right?
Yeah,
Because she's having a crisis. So I will say that that's okay as a not perfect rhyme. Or maybe it doesn't rhyme at all. I'm not sure.
Like it's intentional.
But yeah, with the if you parked your car will validate, I'm willing to let that go because I've heard that before. Like, got a ticket? Will validate, you know? Like I've heard their like little smiley face. Like that's like kind of a commercial thing that I've heard before. So I'm like, that's fine. I do though. Okay, so in hindsight, if I want to be really picky, because I did enjoy this song, he wants to stay here. Right? So what is Charlie trying to argue? Don't stay here for a nefarious reason? Like, that's the only thing I was kind of confused about, is that, like, if every song is an argument, I understand, but, like, this is kind of a, like, if he didn't want to stay here at all and she had to convince him, that would be a bit more extreme compared to, I already said I'm gonna stay here, I'm just doing it because I want to prove you wrong.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So that's a little bit like, like I would have made him maybe a bit more unwilling. Like, again, for Baxter as a character, but I'm like, sir, you were already willing to stay here. Did you need to sing an entire song to him? Unless he was, like, really hostile, and he was like, you know, fuck you guys, I'm here for my science, which maybe he is, but all he said was he's gonna, you know, he has an hypothesis, but he's already convinced to stay here, so I don't know if Charlie's necessarily arguing something. It may be arguing his genuineness, which I guess is fine, but I'm like, I wonder if this should have been sung to the reporters and integrated with the idea of like, hey, if you don't want to change, you should leave, basically. Which obviously that happens at the end of the episode, but if I had a nitpick in terms of like what is being sung about here, I would sort of question like, should this song have been to Baxter or should it have been to everybody to argue? Why are his eyes mostly black? I don't know, maybe it's because it's transparent, because Hunter's shirt's right here, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, you know,
that could be it.
Copyright. What was I saying? I totally forgot. So yeah, that's my one nitpick with the song is I'm like, okay, but Charlie likes to sing, so I can accept she probably didn't need to sing this, but she wanted it to. Like, you know what I mean? That's within her character, so that's okay. Oh, we have a really cool looking person. That's what I'm saying. There's just people everywhere. Yeah. Like, what's going on with this?
Candy.
What's happening over here?
That's cute.
You know? Like, you have
Gunslinger?
Rambo over here.
Yeah.
Like, what's happening? But yeah, that's all fun. I have to, be mindful, though, because Cherry Bomb says a little bit of a no-no word in here that we can't show. But yeah, if I had to think of a beef, I wish that this was integrated with, like, hey, reporters, if you're gonna kill people, or if you only want to kill people, please go home, because I think just to Baxter is a little bit weird. Like, that's a little bit strange. Did we get to the bad words yet? Hazbin Guarantee is great. I like it. I think it's cute. And I like, okay, so here's another thing that I'll question, right? So she says, did I mention it's free? And then he says it's worth the price. And so I'm like, well, hold on. We just said it was free, though. But I think that what Alistair's trying to say is that, yeah, it's free, but the price is your sanity. Like, your sanity. Like, you have to deal with her and a bunch of other kind of insufferable, like, borderline maybe annoying people getting in your business, right? Do you think Charlie's a good protagonist? I have some beef with Charlie that we'll talk about later.
I generally like her.
No. But yeah, I like her too. I think sometimes the show... like, do you know when, like, somebody's clearly the main character, and so the writer excuses their actions that they should probably be, like, condemning. Like, that's, you know, I had that feeling in the Angel episode where Charlie was like, I'm so sorry, I should have overstepped your boundaries, and then Angel's like, it's fine, I knew you didn't mean any harm, and I'm like, but it's not fine, right? I have a distinct memory from school where a teacher, like, I was hit or something as a child, like, in the schoolyard.
Oh, okay.
Or something, like, at school, I'm saying. And so what do you call it? The people that are out at recess, like the field monitors or whatever, the teachers, were like, you know, they pulled the person that did it, and I was like, oh, that's okay, because they made the kid apologize. And she took me aside after and said, you never say that's okay in response to an apology. You always say, like, thank you for your apology, because if you say that's okay, that means it's okay for them to do it again. And I think about that sometimes. And that's kind of how I feel about the Angel Dust episode. Yeah, I know. I was like,
I never had a teacher have that chat with me.
I know.
My God.
I think she's mid. Why did you make a deal with an overlord when we have to talk about that later. There's something I've been thinking about.
She also didn't make a deal with Alistair.
She did, though.
At the very end?
For the information with Carmilla. She owes him a favor, remember?
Oh, right, at the very, very end.
No, not hit by a teacher, guys. Hit by a student, and the teacher mediated the situation.
That's crazy. You're getting beaten by teachers.
No. What's the point of the cat key? Yeah. She made a deal with Alistair for the information. We will talk about the Charlie stuff later, because I have something that we need to discuss with her powers at some point. But yeah, I like this, like, you made a great choice to save your soul. There is some, like, questionable meter again, but the way that she does, like, you know, she kind of extends them in a similar way to Happy Day in Hell, where it kind of tricks you and, like, everything's fine, you know? So I don't have beef with, like, any particular lyrics, in this song. I have more beef with her singing to Baxter, but maybe that's just because I don't see his relevance yet. If he becomes irrelevant, that's gonna be a different story, but hopefully this goes somewhere. But yeah, I really like this aside. Like, this is what I wanted, right, from Happy Day in Hell. We still don't get, like, and if I fail, we still don't get the, like, if I fail, I can't put my parents back together thing, but, like, this is definitely an improvement, and so I'm like, yay! They sort of listened, not to, like, me personally, but, like, just in general. You know what I mean? Like, they listened. Oh, we should maybe show Charlie in these shots. They listened to, like, the criticism that I had said in that video, where it's like, okay, but, like, Charlie, obviously she's a good person and she's very altruistic and whatever, but we all have our personal motivations, right? And so you see, like, this is her life's purpose. That's her personal stake in it all. I gotta use the, like, family part. Look at his face. Oh, man, it's killing me. But definitely better. And I like Husk in this. But yeah, he says, I don't drink. But, yeah, there's nothing, I also like the, I'm checking it, like the little, like, again, sort of gospel-ish.
Call and response.
Yeah, call and response, exactly. But yeah, just, these shots are just, like, so funny. They're just awesome. But yeah, I liked this shot
cute
with
little spinny moment.
Vaggie and Charlie. I thought that was really cute. But yeah, obviously, guys, you know, subject to change. This is something that I, like,
Was that the line where he goes, no, I can't make a Mai Tai?
Yeah.
Which is crazy, because Mai Tais I don't think are that hard to make.
Well, maybe they don't have the ingredients, I don't know.
I don't know.
But yeah, I need to make sure that, like, I need to, like, go through my regular scan I do, but, like, so far, like, I really enjoyed this song. I also like that you can see this girl that obviously we see later in the episode. I thought that was really good, but I'm like, yeah, I feel like, you know, there may be some meter things that are wonky, but nothing stuck out to me that was, like, you know, end of the world, like, wow, this is Wish levels of, like, bad and, you know, terrible, or, like, the rhymes are pretty easy, but, like, it's a pretty easy song, you know? Charlie's not talking like a Victorian lady or something. Like, she has pretty casual language, so I don't have a problem with that either. And yeah, I thought that, like, the thesis of the song was good, even though I don't know how, again, if I like it, that she's, like, directing it towards Baxter, but, like, we got, like, the personal oomph. I really like this song, but I have to say, am I skipping the first part of the song to listen to Vox's part? Yes, I have to admit. This is a good sign, though, guys. It's a good sign, because, Like, I never re-listened to the songs unless it was for a video.
Yes.
For my own personal enjoyment, I never re-listened to them in my casual personal time. And so I have listened to all of the songs except for Gravity, like multiple times this weekend. And I love the Vox part of this. I think it's awesome.
I think they're both, it works very well.
I mean, they need to be together, but...
To see the comparison between the two. I will also say that I do really enjoy the Charlie version. Because a lot of these characters have very distinct voices, like especially... Oh, goodness. Like, Vox has a very distinct voice. Alistair has a very distinct voice. Angel Dust has a very distinct voice. That when they sing, sometimes it can kind of get in the way of the, like, vocal performance on the song.
Oh, I see what
and
you
Charlie,
mean. Like, they're too much in character voice?
Yeah. Charlie, you really don't have that problem. And if anything, her character voice blends really well with the music, especially when the song's very peppy and, like, she can kind of bring out that peppy character voice, that, like, sort of happy-go-lucky character voice or characterization.
Yeah. Every song has the best
music.
part, and the way we react to it is as important as how we react to its worst part. That's true. Yeah, I agree. I think that that's very true. And so I think, like, the fact that I'm, like, mostly positive, like, I would give this, like, a B+, or, like, an A-. I'm feeling very generous with these Hazbin songs. But yeah, I love the Vox part. I like the snoring and boring. I thought that was funny. I thought that was cute. And I like the vocation that is more rewarding. Now, my problem with Vox is he does a lot of talk singing. I don't know what all that's about, but at the same time, I'm like, you're not gonna get really operatic about this anyway, and so I don't know what else they could have done. But I do notice that about him a lot. He's doing a lot of, like, sort of patter song stuff, and I like to hear him, like, I know he does sing sort of like with, like, get up there, right? Whatever, I can't do it, because it's, Oh, our screenshots, we can't go any further. Okay, let me, fix that. Hunter, help me out. What am I trying to say? You know, because apparently we're a hive mind. Tell me. Vox patter song. He does sing sometimes, but we want him to sing more, I guess.
Yeah?
Like, I want him to sing more, in a... not maybe, patter song kind of
yeah,
way.
because in the first thing, you got the impression where it was sort of that, like, that thing that happens, like, that talk singing. That happens in musicals a lot, that you tend to see less in other genres, other than maybe, like, hip-hop.
Yeah.
His sort of, like, rapid talking, like, the song he had with,
yeah, Alistair.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's sort of that back to forth, whereas in this one, or in the...
once we get up there.
Yeah, once we got there,
he did get to sing a little more. I'm
later.
Just, like, curious about this man's range, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, sir, he's always talk singing. Let him do something else.
Yeah, when they give him that kind of gospel bend, he can really do interesting stuff with it. So I hope we see more of that from the V's.
Yeah. Tower and, oh my god. Yeah, Tower and Flower, I thought that was good. And I like the power. I thought that was nice, too. I like that little rhyme. But we, cannot show some of the next lyrics, but, you know, I do like this sequence, though, in terms of, like, how they dress her up and they change her. Why is she wearing a witch hat? What in, like, the evil fairy godmother? Like, what's going on?
She also, like, weirdly is dressed like... Yeah, no, the witch hat is a little bit odd.
But yeah, like, putting filler in her and, like, making her wax, like, just like the beauty standards. I thought that was done really well. I love, they got an outfit change, see, when they did this part? The snip.
The use of, like, the snip thing is interesting, because they do it again at the end of the song.
Because they're cutting her.
They cut her off,
right?
which I kind of liked. It was a sort of, I don't know. I didn't see it coming. I liked it.
Okay, so you guys may have to tell me this, because for some reason, I've become, like, tone deaf and I don't know. Are they harmonizing here? Because I didn't hear a harmony. I heard he's down the octave and she's up the octave, but they're singing the same notes, right? I could be wrong. If there's a harmony, I wish it was more noticeable. If there's not a harmony, I wish they had done one. I think that we're okay with the lyrics now. I just couldn't show some of that, right? But I love how they're, like, encircling her. Like, I thought that this was great. Like, they're, again, the sharks in the water, right? And you have this blue sort of thing. But I love her. Okay, I also have to say, so people's criticism was like, well, if, like, everybody knows that the V's do this, why would people still go to them? And I'm like, have you
That's Hollywood,
been in the
baby!
world? Like, you know,
Yeah.
again, you're 12, you know, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's the you're 12 thing, because I'm like, people know about how bad Hollywood is now, and they still do it.
Or literally
right?
any creative industry. Like,
Yeah,
they know it
exactly.
is a pit of vipers on a good day.
You know.
Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I don't want to
obviously,
get into this too much, but, like, for example, right? Cruise industry, very long hours. You know, a lot of cruise ships employ people from countries where the dollar is lower than the US dollar,
Yeah.
right? And then people work 60 hours a week to feed their family and send money back home
And
in
remittances,
cramped
yes.
crew member cabins and whatever, and people still do it, right? Like,
Yeah.
people still go. You know, people will do anything for money or clout, and there's a
The word
prevalent
you're thinking
mindset,
of
and that
is
won't happen to me,
being
right? I'll be
exploited.
different. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Like, oh, but I'm built different. That's, you know, that girl failed, but I'll triumph, you know, I'll succeed where she failed, right? So, I think that this was actually very accurate. I thought that was a weird nitpick that I saw people make, right? And, like, look, he's doing this, like, movement of, like, slitting her throat, which I thought was interesting. I think that's Valentino touching her, which I thought that was very good, like, for the shot composition. I don't know, I did not see these the first time we watched this. What are these guys? Are
They're
they
just-
like the
they're
Culpepers?
just little
What's going
fellas,
on?
you know?
Oops, okay, so we can't show some of this because obviously there's some inappropriate, like, we trademarked all your holes and whatever. So basically
Yes.
they made her like an adult movie star, I suppose, like they did with Angel Dust, right? And yeah, rolls
Yeah,
and
that's
holes,
a
like,
contract
it's
with
kind of
all of the holes,
funny.
various orifices.
But yeah, them showing her entirely naked was crazy, right?
Yes, into like in front of a screen filled with people taking photos and gawking at her.
Like, yeah. And like the fact that they say, but now they're sick of you because they've seen way too much. Like, I
Yes.
thought that was very good. Like, I thought
It is this kind of wonderful, like, it is this wonderful speed running of like,
Yeah.
oh, you're like new and fresh and people love you, and then the sort of hate comes, and then, you know, the trajectory of controversy, and then you're old news
Yeah.
and we're out.
Like, they changed the channel and we can't sell the scandal. I like sell the very
Yeah.
nice. We got the S's. You guys know that I love that sort of stuff. But yeah, hope you had fun, but we are done with you, so fun and done writing. I thought that was very nice. I liked that. I had fun. And yeah, it's like she's crying. Like,
Yeah.
this is so screwed up. And they probably do this every day, right? You know, for some reason, like, Angel Dust has persisted, but yeah, the get the fuck out of my building, like, that was crazy. But yeah, I like how now they're surrounded. They've kicked her out. She's outside on the floor. But if you know someone new, right? So people were like, well, why would they do that? Right? Like, why, you know? And I'm like, it's pretty common sense why. You know what I mean? It happens in our world every day. Why? Tell them that no one outdoes us, no one can outbuzz us, right? And I liked that. I liked the how the phrase changed as the song continued, because Hazbin has had problems with that sometimes, so I thought that that was really good. Like, I'm just like, guys, this is a good song. This is a good opening number, right?
Yes.
And it shows the ideological difference between Charlie and the V's. Like, it's very strong.
It's setting up that I think what is going to be the sort of central conflict coming up is
Yeah.
the V's versus Charlie, with Heaven kind of, I mean, Loot and Heaven are probably going to be
Yeah.
involved in there, but like two sides of the ideological sort of conflict.
And how great
that's
your
going to make up-
afterlife could
Yeah.
be. Like, that's such a good lyric. Like, that was great. Oh, I didn't notice. Oh, because Alistair can't be perceived by the camera. So he's phasing
Right.
out in the back. Oh, I totally didn't notice
I
that.
forgot that that's a detail about him.
But yeah, this is such a nice shot. Like, guys, this is a good song. That's hilarious to me because I can't remember half of the songs from season 1. And yeah, I like the snip, like, you were fixing her for TV and now you're cutting her, right? But yeah, I totally agree. I've been singing this, like, ooh, I've been doing that all the time. Like the little siren call from Frozen, like, that's basically, like, it's the same thing, right? But yeah, I thought it was way more catchy, and I thought that the plot progression it's really the plot progression that was nice, you know? And like, she's like, why be nice when you can be famous, right? I thought that was, you know, pretty, accurate. But look, they even have like a little Vox pen. Very nice. Like all the little details that they have, right? Promiser may refer to this agreement, I can't read that, as a soul. Soul agrees to the following obligations. But yeah, sign and cash in and has been it was nice. It was nice. If you guys, oops, we can't show that. If you guys watched my reaction, you may have saw me go, yeah, when I did that one. I was so happy. Yeah, and the dangers of the entertainment industry, just the dangers of the overlords in general, right? Because we know that there are other ones other than the V's, and they're all kind of doing this shit, right? So I thought that this was great. And okay, so let's talk about Vox. Can we get a poll in the chat? Will Vox try to recruit Alistair again? Poll. Let's do it. Okay, what do you guys think about this? Because I have theories about this, right? I think that this is a great indicator of where Vox's character arc is going for the rest of the season. I think that he's gonna get bored with the V's, and that he's gonna think, okay, yes, they're my henchmen. It's like the hyenas, right, in The Lion King. Yes, I can manipulate them. Yes, they're doing what I want. But they're also thinking too small, right? They're not really thinking big enough. You know, Velvet wants dresses and Valentino wants angel prostitutes or whatever, right, to pimp out. But, like, he's thinking of world takeover. I feel like that the only person that is on that level is Alistair. And we know from last season that he wanted to join with Alistair, right? Like, he asked me to join his team. So I kind of wonder if we are going to get another song where it's like, hey, they don't understand, you know, we've had our differences, but the V's don't understand me like you do, right? And kind of try to pull Alistair into it somehow, right? And it could also be, I know he doesn't know about this, but like Alistair has some sort of leash, right? He has a contract with someone. We hear that in, I think, either the finale song, Alistair says like, oh, I'm gonna undo the strings that bind me. I don't remember what the lyric is. You guys understand what I'm saying, right? I don't think he needs him anymore. But what if he's like, hey, if we get to heaven, we can kill Lilith and free you, right? I know he doesn't know about that, so I don't know how we'd,
I don't know. Personally, I just feel like Vox and Alistair hate each other so much.
Too much?
Yeah.
But what if it's like Vox still wants to get rid of him, but he's gonna try to use Alistair in a temporary sort of way, just because he's bored of everybody else.
I don't know. I feel like Alistair's the better manipulator if I had to go off of their current character traits.
Probably won't work because of Alistair's motives. Well, that's what if I allowed to yap about this, go for it. But yeah, I'm sort of wondering, right? Yeah, and then Husker made a comment about Alistair being on a leash. So I know what you guys are saying, but I'm thinking about it in the context of like, what if he tells Alistair, hey, we can go to heaven and kill Lilith and whatever the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know how we'd find out about that. That's the only thing I'm struggling with right now. But not so much just me, but it's more in the second song that Vox had that I feel like that he's gonna get bored of them. Like, I feel like he's gonna get bored of the V's, right? He doesn't really, like, care about all three of them. They're not thinking big enough. They're just kind of a means to an end and he can control them. But even last season, right, when he had to, like, lecture Valentino about freaking out and manipulate him, I feel like that Vox may tire of their bullshit, basically. But maybe I'm alone, because you guys are saying no. You guys are saying that they're not going to join. Well, I guess the question isn't really, like, will Alistair say yes, but will Vox try? I guess I should say. Because Vox he might try and fail, but I don't know, right? But, like, just, I feel like that there's something going on here. I feel like V breakup might happen, you know? But I guess that's the end of the song. So do you have any other thoughts about it other than I thought it was good?
I also felt it was quite good. I really liked it. I liked the contrast. I liked that it almost felt like a song that should have been there for the V's in the first season.
Yeah.
Hopefully this doesn't devolve into too much ragging on the first season, but that does feel like the sort of villain songs like proper villain song
Yeah.
for the V's that we just never really got, I don't
Yeah,
think.
to like establish why we should care, you know?
And weirdly, it feels like kind of like an episode that should have been in the first season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And here's the thing, that's not really a criticism. It's more just like, it's less a criticism of this episode and more criticism of the first season.
Yeah,
That was not a thing that had occurred.
I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. I think that, you know what I think the problem is that usually in a show, an opening number, also we haven't run an ad in a while, so I'll do that while we're here. So an opening number, not always, but a lot of the time, has all the characters singing about what they want.
Yes.
Right? Even Beauty and the Beast, even though we don't get the Beast going, I wish, right? Like, this isn't Into the Woods. Even though the Beast doesn't get that, we got what he wants in the prologue, so it's fine, but like Gaston and Belle and the townspeople, everybody's in on it. But I think the problem with Happy Day in Hell, and I said this in my Happy Day in Hell video, what they should have done was when they had those like, oh, you know, I have this barbed wire to shove in his hole or whatever. Like, when they panned to the townspeople, it should have been like what the V's were doing, right? They should have gotten a chunk in that opening number to show, like, it's why it's their happy day in hell, right? Or why other people are not having a happy day. So Angel's not having a happy day in hell because of Valentino. The V's are because of whatever the V's are doing. Carmilla's like, as long as I'm with my daughters, it's a happy day. Whatever,
This
right?
is just a really good introduction to the V's after we've already been introduced to them.
Yeah, and so it's unfortunate. I think Vox is trying more likely than Alistair. Oh, Vox trying is more likely than Alistair saying yes, but the fact Alistair wouldn't say yes says that they probably won't try. I see what you guys are saying. Maybe he just needs to find out something to hold over Alistair's head, but I'm not sure, right? Alistair said Vox is nothing without the other V's. That's true. Alistair said that, but is that true? Because at this point, like, I feel like the other two V's, they're not pulling their weight. Maybe, I guess maybe Valentino is, but Velvet doesn't seem to be doing that much, so I don't know. And, like, Valentino's also stupid, which is a problem. If he went for Alistair, it would be to reach people that Vox can't. Like, that's sort of what I'm thinking, too. But at the same time, this control is clearly what makes them strong. Yeah. He can't have Alistair getting powerful again. Yeah, so maybe that would be maybe I'm wrong. But I do think he's gonna dump the V's anyway. Even if he doesn't join with Alistair, I think it's like an after I become God and you have served your purpose, I don't give a fuck about you, right? Because maybe that's what it is, right? Like, Alistair said that he's nothing without the other V's, so he wants to be something and not need them anymore and then get rid of them. Maybe that's more accurate. Charlie saying, didn't you hear the song bothers me? Because this song was not directed to the journalists. No. They had no reason
just, you were there, you were listening.
Right?
I don't know.
But I think that we should probably, for the sake of time, kind of skip past, well, actually, we should probably talk about we need to be better than them, because that's probably going to be an ideological kind of conflict. Like, oh, we have to be above violence. Do we, though? Do we?
The whole redeeming business is what they're more into. Not necessarily the killing people.
But yeah, so...
But then at the end, she learns about Pentious, so I feel like that kind of enforces her belief, right?
Yeah, of course. Alistair has been the strongest before. Okay, I'm done, sorry. No, this is what the stream's supposed to be, guys. You guys are supposed to talk, right? Talk to us. Vox's doodle of the other V's was marked as you guys with him being the big dog. Oh, I would have to see that. But yeah, like, Charlie with the news reporters again. What I'm bothered by is that Vaggie, I'm gonna end the poll, by the way, because I think that I'm embarrassed I lost. I thought you guys were gonna agree with me. Never mind. I'm just kidding. I think that that's a good ratio. Yeah, my problem is Vaggie was like, I'll handle everything, and then proceeded to not handle the reporters again. We need like a White House press secretary equivalent. But yeah, I liked this shot of Alistair. But yeah, I think for time, we should probably, again, move on to the conversation that she has with... What is that? Like, when the edible hits a little too hard, what's going on over here?
That's a wonderful screenshot. Oh my gosh.
But yeah, I understand what you're saying, Bon. I think that what you're saying makes more sense. Maybe I was over... Maybe it's just I was thinking about Old Man Yowie or whatever, so... Maybe I was
Are
blinded.
you often thinking about old man
No,
Yowie?
not often. That's why it's a rare occurrence of like me being like, wow, wouldn't it be cool if the men sung a song together? When has Calxiyn ever asked for such a thing?
That's true. That is true.
I don't know what all this, like, how, I don't even understand. Like, what do you mean? Is the shark in a giant tank? Like, I don't get it. Like,
the shark appeared in the first season, but they were like off in the background. There is precedent for it, I suppose. I guess it works for him because, as previously mentioned, he is metaphorically a shark, and he keeps a literal shark.
yeah.
But it is a little bit odd that he's just here with his shark.
I'm just a little confused. I don't understand how this works, if that makes sense. Like, is there an ocean? Right? Isn't hell, like, aren't there circles?
Do all sharks go to hell?
Dude, yeah.
Is that the shark that bit that surfer
robot.
lady's arm off and now he's in hell? Like, what happened
I'm assuming
exactly?
it's a robot and it's not, real. But, what am I trying to say? I'm assuming it's not a real shark, but I'm like, how is there like, I'm thinking about, why is there an ocean? You know, what's going on with that? So yeah, I'm a little confused about the logistics of like, if this is a fake shark in a tank, I understand, but if they're underground and there is an ocean that we just haven't seen yet, I don't understand. Like, you're telling me that there's the sea somehow? I don't know.
Hell sea.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, look, she has another, like, little outfit. She's so cute. Shark demon. Okay, we can't show this girl because she only has pasties on, and I only realized that when I was editing the reaction, but...
Also, they throw her into the shark water and is immediately gored.
The hey I was using, that was diabolical. That was a diabolical line.
Yeah,
but
very much so.
See, this is what I mean when I'm saying I feel like he's sick of their ass. You know what I mean? Like, look at him. He's like, you guys are doing so much nonsense.
I don't know if it's in this song or the last song where he says I, and then the V's are like us.
Yeah.
We.
Right.
So I wouldn't be surprised if there is like a Vox gets rid of the other V's or betrays the other V's sort of sting or twist later on.
I will say, though, here's my problem with this. If I had to have a problem, because... Not that I'm trying to have them on purpose, but if I had to have a problem, again, so in terms of the timeline, right, they say it's been a indeterminate amount of months, then Pentious says he's been there for a month, but he's complaining about Velvet fucking with Carmilla now? Why?
Yeah.
This is irrelevant by now. Also, she was right to fuck with Carmilla because that carried on the chain of events for Charlie to kill the angels. So, like, I don't understand. If you didn't want her to go to the meeting, why did you send her instead of going yourself?
Yeah.
Right? So I'm a little bit like, I don't know about all that. I'm a little bit like, why are we talking about this now? It felt like an excuse to just get them both in the same room, even though Valentino has more of a cause to be in trouble right now because he's, hitting angels. But at the same time, he says, okay, their brand is supposed to be perfection, but like there's not people morally outraged about this, right? Like it's more about, oh, we have to look like we're in control. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about like bringing them in for this conversation. I guess that's the explanation. It's that the brand is supposed to be perfection and this looks like you guys are losing your cool and whatever. Aw, man. Guys, we keep running out of screenshot room. Basically, the way that we do this is that I put all of the screenshots in Photoshop and then get it to render out the entire episode, which is why Hunter's like, oh man, we're gonna be here forever, bestie, because of how slow we've been going through the screenshot. This is gonna be like a 3.5 hour stream, I think.
I already put two and two together that was about what we were gonna do.
But anyway, so yeah, eventually it hits a limit. So yeah, they proved well, okay, Carmilla did that, but sure, like Charlie, confirmed it, right? But the song doesn't happen here, does it? Or is it after?
I think...
Because Valentino's like, I don't understand, and then it cuts to Charlie, right?
I was thinking about that. I couldn't remember what the next song was. I don't think... Is it up there?
Yeah, it's up there eventually, but I don't think it's right now.
Is it up there, or it cuts to Pentious, and I think it's the Pentious song, is it not?
No. Pentious is next episode.
Next episode?
This is the problem. I really wish they did one a week, guys.
Yeah,
I like how it's you guys. I like his little drawings, like, so cool. I feel like this adds Vox, but his head is blocking it.
Yes.
Yeah, so I love all, like, the little drawings, but I think that's what happens. He said he doesn't understand, and then it cuts, right? Leviathan is one of the sins. Maybe that might be true. Yeah, Leviathan Ocean Ring. I see. But yeah, I feel like that he's getting tired, right? But I love how he says, I know you won't believe this, but I don't understand. Yeah, so it cuts here, right? Yeah. Why is he's drawing Vox in bondage? I know that they have, like, a weird thing, but, like, Vox seems so asexual. Like, we haven't heard about Vox.
Yeah, he has a television for a head.
Like, you know
I feel
what I
like he
mean?
wouldn't do those things.
Him and Valentino dance, but, like they dance together, but, like,
That
are
could be
they
platonic.
actually dating? I'm a
I
little
don't
bit,
think
like,
they
confused
are.
about that. But yeah, I thought that this scene with Charlie and her dad was great. I really you know what somebody said that I think is really true is that they're letting the moments be serious, and that's why this season has been so good so far, because they're letting the serious moments be serious, and they're not, like, staring into the camera being like, well, that just happened. I really have to pee. Can you take over this conversation about
Sounds good.
Lucifer and Charlie for me?
I do like that we have Lucifer again. I think he's a very, like, charming character. And I do like his little, like, honk honk that he puts on Charlie. Okay, moving forward into the scene. Being in charge of things. Famously, Lucifer did not deal with the stress of being in charge of things very well. He, like, fucked off, abdicated hell, and started building ducks. Ducks that you are currently in a room filled with. Yeah, I forgot that was, like, a gag that they set up. That's what I said previously about the humor really improving in here, right? It's not just, you know, demons swearing at each other and, like, juvenile sex jokes. We do have sort of better humor, like little sort of oddball stuff with Lucifer and his ducks, his happy ducks. I like how we're bringing up Lilith again. I really hope we get more of her. I really thought that we only had one more season to go, so I was presuming.
Really?
Yeah, I must. Maybe I was mixing it up with Arcane. I don't know what was happening. But I kind of assumed that, like, we would definitely get Lilith now. But
Right.
if we're having more time, I think they will probably keep Lilith more hidden, or continue to keep Lilith hidden.
I think we'll get, like, a Lilith stinger almost at the end of the season where her voice is finally revealed or something like that. Like, I could see that happening. But I heard you saying Lucifer famously, like, had a mental breakdown and wasn't, in charge of anything. Okay, so do you guys remember earlier when I said that I had, like, Charlie questions or whatever, and you guys were like, shouldn't Charlie have powers? Like, why does she have to make a deal with Alistair when she's the princess of hell and everything?
Well, she does have powers,
right?
Though. We do see them flare up. I think she mostly just chooses not to use them, correct?
Hold on a second, guys. I just need to fix myself in the chair. Yeah, that's true. She does, like, only use them when she's angry. However, right, there's something else I've been thinking about. So, Lilith has vocal amplification or something, like, kind of like a siren. There's this thing where, like, her music convinced the people of hell to follow her, right? So Charlie's her daughter, but, like, it doesn't seem to be that convincing through song most of the time. She has the inclination to sing, but she's not very good at convincing people. So I wanted to ask you guys about that, because, like, Lilith has powers, so Charlie should have inherited those powers, but Charlie doesn't. I know there's some theories that Charlie's, like, not real, that she's, like, not like a robot, but, like, kind of, like, born just
like
from Lucifer. Like, Lilith's not her mom. In a magical way. Like, kind of how Vaggie was created by Adam, right? Mm-hmm. Presumably without any fucking required, because there's a bunch of angels, right? So, like, do you guys think that, like, that's it? That it's gonna be revealed that she's not even... Because, like, did Lilith's genetics fight back at all? When you look at Lilith is blonde, but so is Lucifer. Right?
Yes.
So, like, maybe she only has Lucifer's powers... And that's why it's not working? Because it's not working. It's not working, bestie. There's a theory I've seen about Lilith, and it's interesting to discuss. Well, give us the tea. Empreg? Yeah, kinda.
Yeah? Self-Empreg?
basically, yeah, like, I think it's suspicious, is what I'm saying. I think it's suspicious. Lilith is someone else's daughter, and Lilith we see isn't Lilith. I've heard the theory that she's Eve, and people think that she's Lilith as well. But yeah, this mom would know what to do was, like, diabolical. I know that some people, like, they have one parent who they're closer to. Oh, the theory I saw is Charlie is someone else's daughter, and the Lilith we see isn't Lilith. My toes
Alistair's
yeah.
daughter?
Hi,
I don't know.
Lose. How's it going?
I mean, she does really resemble her father.
Yeah,
so.
like, asexual reproduction. That's what I'm saying. So, I think it would be crazy if, because Lilith took Charlie in the flashback that we see in More Than Anything. But what if Charlie isn't even actually her daughter, right? Being the voice of the people, but the singing doesn't, you know? Like, the singing does not happen. Like, she does not convince the people with her singing, right? Charlie could be Eve's daughter? Maybe. But it's a little suspicious. It's a little suspicious, you guys, right? And so that's what I wanted to talk, because do you remember when I held up my finger and then I couldn't remember why I did that? That was what it was. It was, oh, but Lilith has special voice powers, so why doesn't Charlie? Why are Charlie's voice powers shitty and they don't work? Like, you know what I mean? Because Charlie's a very charismatic person, but voice powers, I wouldn't say that she has, because people are not automatically convinced. But yeah, like, yeah, she's blonde. But she, like, the genetics here did not...
Are we matching phenotypes?
She looks like a clone of Lucifer, right? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was confirmed that Lilith singing has a magical element to it, apparently, in the opening of the show or something. Oh, there was another thing that somebody told me, was that in the opening of the show, they show, like, the personified good and evil, like, as characters or something, and apparently we're gonna see. Visby has to stop confirming things that are not in the show yet.
It becomes confusing and weird.
I saw something that was basically that she's confirming that we'll see the personification of good and evil, which I don't know how all that's working. But yeah, like, it's just not, she doesn't look like her at all, kinda. She has even these big round eyes, right, that she still has now, so it's not just, oh, she was a kid or whatever. What are these? I don't know.
Just less detailed, like the
as far
Ruby
as I know,
Shadow
the line
people.
was just uniting through song. I have to check about that, but the theory, like, the wiki has that as a magical power, so somebody must have confirmed that it's magic and not just, like, just singing to have a fun time, if that makes sense. But I could look that up for you. But yeah, she's like, oh, it's good at that, you know, ignoring meaningless things and people, right? Yeah, like, there's a couple, that's what annoys me about Hazbin, just, like, that things are happening and they're not in the show yet, but we're talking about them right now, and I'm like, just let the audience find out, you know? We don't need to know all that. As told in the overture, Lilith empowered all of Demonkind with her voice, making hell grow and thrive over the many years it had existed. So, the wiki takes this as, like, a magical power. I don't know if Visby may have confirmed that. The wiki's not official, but usually has, like, official sources, so we'll have to investigate. But that's where I was like, well, hold on. And there might also be a visual that also, like, gave credence to that, like, if it looked like people were, like, got the Super Saiyan power up, but I think that, like, I think that people must be saying that because they heard it somewhere. There lies on the internet? I hope not. But I guess if there is no actual amplification and it was just Lilith was charismatic, I will be a little sad, though. I'll be a little disappointed, but that would explain why Charlie, you know, because it wasn't magical. It was just natural charisma. But I think it's magical. I do think it's magical. And so I wonder what's gonna happen and, like, why Charlie is also not magical. I'm saying, you guys, sorry, my brain malfunctioned. I'm like, you know, honestly, why? I'm thinking about, like, oh man, I wish I had a chocolate bar right now.
Would you like a singular?
No.
Okay.
I don't like those ones. My mom gets them for you. Like, you're like the third child that lives here. She only gets the flavors that you like from work. So yeah, it's almost been 8 years. Not great, but
Hell
I really like this. Maybe I'll try one. But yeah, I really like this conversation that they had. And I like, you know, well, she'd be proud of me, right? And I feel like this should have been in the song, but I'll take that we're talking about it now in terms of, like, I want to, you know, do this to make my parents proud and, like, continue their legacy and all of that, like, you know, stuff, right?
Yes.
And I think Lucifer does give good advice here, which makes it so diabolical that, like, literally after this conversation, after this tender moment, she's like, okay, but that didn't really help, so I'm gonna call my mom, which I feel like is realistic. I actually really like that. You know, but yeah, it says the account holder on this line is unavailable, or maybe they've been ignoring you, which I thought, was funny, but, yeah, we haven't seen this office in a while. Like, this is where she calls her mom at the beginning of, the season, like, in season 1. But, yeah, I feel like that we're gonna get more of that. I hope, like, this idea of fixing this and proving that redemption is possible and making the hotel will bring my family together. I feel like that we're getting the crumbs, you know. It's never too late, sometimes. Sometimes it's too little too late, but I would say that as of right now, I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, to get this now, I wish we got it sooner, but you know what? Better late than never if the show is really gonna have 4 seasons, right?
I know, but it does so feel like this should have been stuff that we mentioned earlier.
I know.
I'm not saying that the first season is a wash or terrible, but I think it definitely underwhelmed me, especially relative to how much fun Hell the Boss was.
Yeah.
And this sort of feels like the version of what this show should have always been.
Yeah,
also, there
I
was
agree.
a little goat, little sheep goat girl.
Yeah, there's so many cute characters. The Vagamalala, I don't even know where to start with some of this, but I like the idea that she is changing her name. I do wonder, like, can I get a poll on this too, you guys?
What should Vecky's name be?
No, not that. Did they do this because the internet complained about her
the
name?
Vaggie? Really?
Yeah. Like, people were mad. And they thought it was offensive and whatever. So I'm like, do you guys think that, like, Visv always wanted to do this? Or do you think that they did it because people were upset? I don't know.
Really? So what specifically, what about Vaggie is?
I don't, like, I couldn't explain it to you right now, but it was a mix of, like, that's, you know, we're literally objectifying a character because we named her after a female body part, and also, I guess, like, she's supposed to be Mexican or something, and so people thought it was, like, a weird mash of, like, okay, well, you have vagina, and now you're also making fun of, like, Mexican, I don't know all of what happened. I don't remember exactly.
Fair enough.
You know, people might, I am sure that some people had an actual point. I'm not saying that they did or that they didn't because I don't remember. I just remember that people were mad. There wouldn't have been time, but wouldn't there have? Because couldn't they just, like, you know, they could have just done it for season. Like, we know that at least, like, for Ruby, there have been some things that, like, later got addressed because people complained. Like, you know what I mean? And so you can always explain something later, you know? You can always react, especially when you have, like, seasons that aren't written in a vacuum, right? Like,
yeah,
you can always react
you can
to things
pivot,
that people were
you can
mad
adjust,
at.
you can retcon.
The script was written the moment season 2 was confirmed. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, there wouldn't have been time to react, but people have been complaining about that since the pilot. So I think that, like, it's not like, oh, season 1 people complain. People were always complaining about it, so I'm just wondering if the name change for season 2, like, maybe they always intended for Adam to name her, but I'm saying that the idea of changing her name, I think that that might have been, I don't know, that's my own personal conspiracy. People thought it was weird to name a lesbian, yes, after the, yes, that's what it, that's part of it too, yes.
I could see that.
But, yeah, I feel like if it was a community problem, it would have been addressed in season 3. But you guys have to remember that the pilot was out for 4 years, right? So people had a long time to complain, you know? But I know what you're saying, that, like, they couldn't have, seen the fandom, like, reaction to, like, some other stuff quickly enough to make changes for season 2. I do think that maybe the songwriters, though, what I will say is I think that they did change production a little bit to let the songwriters cook.
I really hope that
I think that they honestly did
gave them a little bit of space.
I feel like that these changes that have been made in these songs are not a matter of, like, oh, the songwriters just personally got better, and for some reason in season 1 they weren't doing that. Like, I feel like that they learned a lot from season 1, and that they, you know, they understood that maybe the songs needed to be integrated in the show more. So I feel like at least with that, they probably, like, had feedback. Even before the pilot, her name used to be worse. It was Vina. Oh, no. Yeah.
Vina? Oh, dear.
So, yeah, that might have been, to be fair, people complain about a lot of things. However, if it's Amazon, that could be true that Amazon was like, listen, we know you're a controversial show, but let's not do all that.
I don't know about Amazon. I mean, it could also just be a gag for an episode.
Right. But I think that they are actually going to change it. Didn't they say they had 8 weeks to do the soundtrack? Last time, yeah, they had 16 songs in 8 weeks. So now I feel like that they're not doing that. I mean, I don't know if it's a matter, guys, it may be the same amount of time, but I personally feel like there was more, we need to make these songs matter and not just stop and start with the script. So I feel like that at least season 2 was written with a different intention than season 1, if that makes sense. Like, it might have not even been, I think that they had the capacity to do it all along is basically what I'm saying. I think this was a production issue in the same way that Disney is like, the script is finished, go put in songs. I feel like that this time they kind of talked to the songwriters a bit more while writing the script.
I think they probably had now the time to sort of pivot where they previously didn't. And I think they proved themselves on a much more truncated timeline.
Yeah.
So that now they're like, hey, we're a major success for you. Give us what we want.
Yeah.
It's not even necessarily a larger budget, just slightly more time.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think that, yeah. But obviously we won't know until they tell us. Like, we won't know about all that. But I kind of do feel it in my heart. That makes sense. Like, I feel it in my heart that they kind of looked at season 1 and they were like, yeah, like, these songs are good. However, we have to admit that, like, they're kind of like park and barks, right? Like, we're not doing anything. We're not progressing the plot. We got to do better next time. You know what I mean? I think the V should have been better season 1 villains. I don't know, though, because I think the V's being how they are now
Adam
makes
was
a lot
kind
of
of
sense.
the more of the season 1 villain,
Yeah,
I feel.
like, I'm okay with them getting, I feel like, though, that they shouldn't have been focused on so heavily. Like, we didn't need the Alistair versus Vox song. We didn't need to do all that now,
Yeah,
you know?
I don't know. I feel like the first season, maybe that's what it was, that they were focusing more on Adam, but they still need to have the V's around. So now that Adam's not really here, they have more time to focus on them.
Yeah.
It could also just be that the songs themselves are better, right?
But it's too bad. Like, it's kind of too bad that, like, they had to crunch it all together. Because I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I know that the V's needed to be introduced, but I'm like, they took so much time. They're, like, valuable song slots away from people that should have gotten songs.
I mean, well, Camilla
got 2 songs!
Carmilla got 2 songs.
We don't need her to do all that, bestie!
It's a little bit, I don't know. It was not quite there.
Yeah, I kind of, you know what? I kind of agree with you guys, though, that season 1 has the vibes of we don't know if we're getting another season, so we need to make sure everybody's happy and everybody sees their faves before it's too late.
Yeah.
Whereas now, I feel like they're not as scared anymore.
They're like, we won,
you know?
bitch.
But I love that we get Vox's backstory. Like, this is awesome. Yeah, let's go. I love the cult. And I like it. You mean the cult. So they've heard this story before, right? Yeah, I agree with you, Owl. It's funny how we, like, basically said that at the same time. I know that the chat's delayed, right? But yeah, I kind of like this, like, this reveal. I mean, again, the fandom may have known this already because somebody says something in a live stream and suddenly we find out all the secrets. But I do like this idea of, like, Vox felt like a god when he was controlling all those people in his what do you call it? Televangelism? Right? And so I really like, that's a feeling I'd love to share with both of you. No, it's not, you fucking liar. That's a feeling that you want to have again and use them to do it. But I think that that's great. Yeah, Carmilla didn't need all that. But yeah, I love how they, like, look at each other here. They're like, we're fine, but, like, okay, you know. What are you guys saying?
I will say it is kind of building up this idea that Vox is, like, the brains of the operation.
Oh yeah,
and
I mean, even last season we saw, like, you saw that Vox had to convince Valentino to think that this idea, like, I don't remember what it was, but he was like, oh, that's a great idea, but he basically manipulated Valentino into doing what he wanted, making Valentino feel like he came up with it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, like, it's kind of always been like that, but I feel like that, like, now, see, Chance to Be Gods is interesting, because, like, I guess it's lowercase, but I just think it's funny, because, like, what are you gonna do? Like, you can't just... this isn't Genshin Impact where you're breaking the god into the gnosis and just handing, you all get a little piece, like there's one god in this world, right? But anyway, I don't want to say it. I just think it's funny. They sing about the unholy trinity, so I think it's funny that they think they're gonna replace, like, God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit or whatever.
I do really love that, like, the opening for this song it's about going to heaven to kill God and rule it as demons from hell, but it has this kind of gospel sort of
I thought
organ.
This was great.
I do love the irony there. It was really clever. It was a very good idea.
Oh, Val was going to the hotel. Yes, thank you guys. We did rewatch the show, I promise. But yeah, I love this. Like, I love just, and now he actually gets to sing, and he's not just talk singing, right? But I loved this song. I thought it was great. I liked him playing his little piano. I really like these songs, guys. And there was some very nice, like, the unholy trinity. Like, I thought that was so cute because they've always been the V's. There's always been 3 of them. Like, that was just so, like, I was like, oh, lyrics, let's go, right? Again, there might be issues that I didn't notice, like meter issues and whatnot. Okay, you guys were 50-50 split with Aggie's name, but thank you guys for voting. I find this very entertaining to get, like, a live reaction of what's going on. But yeah, I thought that was so cute. Like, yeah, let's go lyrics. Pack up all their piety. Sure, I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know if piety is something that you can pack up, but you know what? We'll let it go.
Well, metaphorically, you know, it could work.
I like tower and then powerful. Like, I thought that was nice.
I like pearlier gates.
Yeah, that was great.
The sort of one-upsmanship of it all.
Yeah, once we get up there. And I like how you actually... Because how do you know what this looks like, by the way? But you know what? I guess it's just his imagination, right? And I like this. I like how they don't really have a frame of reference for what heaven looks like, so this is kind of like how they imagine heaven is looking down on them. And I really liked this shot as well. I hope they give Velvet someone a connection in the main cast soon. Yeah, I don't know about all that. It's time for growth, right? So he's like, yeah, like, you guys are complacent. You have to think bigger, right? Let's rule them both. I thought that was great, too. Take total control. And I think control probably, rhymed with soul. Bull, and then also, I guess you could say, I think it rhymes with soul maybe later. But yeah, I like this, right? Because again, we're getting the plot, right? Every scene is an argument, and you have to explain, or at least, you have to thread in why, in terms of these characters' own desires or needs or whatever you want to call it, like their own super objectives, why they would agree to this. And it doesn't take that much work. I would have liked maybe a bit more back and forth, but honestly, they don't have that much reason to oppose this other than, like, that takes more work, like, we don't want to. So I think it's okay that they agree fairly
And I don't know, it's
quickly.
nice to have, like, a little Vox song, because I feel like this whole thing has been, like, a moment to, like, get to know Vox a little better.
Yeah,
like, you learn about
yeah.
his backstory, you learn about his new plans.
So
It
I'm
is
not
interesting
too-
that, like, in the first season, you don't really get a Vox I Want song.
Yeah,
which
because
is
he wants to
functionally what
beat
the show-
Alistair, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
But, like,
And he
this
wants
is
to
an
be in
extension
control.
of beating Alistair.
But like that,
in a
but you know,
way.
you were already in control. You didn't necessarily like it's you know, it's a matter of degrees. You have issues with this guy for non-specific reasons,
Right, because he rejected you,
involving
I guess.
your past. At least with this, it's like, oh no, we have a tangible goal that's very different from what we have been doing so far.
Well, that's what I'll say about Stayed Gone that I think I ranted to you about, and they would know if they watched the video, but let's run it back, do it again. So the problem with Stayed Gone is very similar to, I guess, a problem that we talked about in relation to the Disney villains in the All Is Fair video that I posted recently. A villain needs desperation, right? And we have to kind of root for them because they're the underdog. The problem is that Vox is so pathetic that there's no chance that he's gonna win. And so we already know that if he goes against Alistair, he's gonna lose, right? But then Alistair's not really doing anything interesting either, right? He's just reacting to Vox, so we're not really invested in Alistair winning. And that's not to say that villains always need to win, but the villains need to sort of feel like they at least have a chance, and that's what makes the song between Vox and Alistair really pointless, is because you already know when it starts that Vox is gonna lose. There's absolutely no chance, right? And so if every scene is an argument, you already lost the fight. You already lost the war, right? So that's, I think, why Stayed Gone is, you know, considerably worse, I guess you could say, than this song. Because in this song, there's two people to convince. You do have to convince them. But at the same time, we get to know more about your own, like, personal motivations and, like, everything else, right? And I think that,
Wait, no, they do have a little bit in the song when they're like, oh, I can make dresses out of wings and
oh, yeah, I meant, like,
yeah.
Maybe some people would want them to be like, Vox, that doesn't sound great. Like, we're lazy. We don't want to. I don't mind how,
they did it, which is just via the animation. At the beginning,
yeah.
they're sort of confused, and then by the end,
I don't
they're really
mind
into
them
it.
being easily, like, convinced, but yeah,
Yes.
Vox does that. Vox gives them, like, hey, this is why you would want to be a part of this, right? You know? But that's where Stayed Gone kind of goes wrong. It's like, okay, well, no one's winning here. There's really nothing to win. Vox is gonna lose. Alistair, why do we care that Vox and Alistair are fighting? You know what I mean? Like, they have this beef, and they act like it's this big territorial beef, but it didn't matter. Like, there weren't any consequences for Vox losing the argument against Alistair in the song. But here, like, this is a lot better. Just a lot better. I'm glad. And I like enable for my label. I'm like, okay. We have to go back a little bit. There we go. Or go forward, I should say, because we can't show that word. But yeah, I like the little, like, the dresses, right? Because it kind of, again, these are very simple things that they both want, but they fall in line with their characters. So I think that that's really, really good. Yes, people do say that he has mind control powers. I don't think he's using it on them, though. But I think, like, it's kind of like the voice amplification that we talked about. But I like this, like, little section, and it was pulled back, and it only had, like, a few instruments. Like, it was very, like, Broadway-y. Like, it was nice. Like, it was a nice contrast, and I like her little feather dress. Like, it's really cute. I don't know what this word means, so somebody may have to tell me.
Cabrons? I've heard cabrons before. It is, I mean, contextually, it's an insult, but for what it specifically is, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Or, like, yeah, I'm not sure. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, and their plan is a threat to Charlie's Hotel. That's very important, right? And that's my problem with Happy Day in Hell and then Stayed Gone and all of that other stuff, is like, none of this shit matters to Charlie, but now they're in direct opposition with each other, so we got the conflict. Yay! Yeah, this would have been what they did in season
Conflict.
1. Like, it's okay.
Yay!
Oh, it's a big no-no word? Okay.
Oh dear. Uh-oh.
What is it, like fucker or something? I don't know.
Let's do a quick
Yeah, maybe,
Google.
did you want to look that up? But yeah, I like the rhymes in this one. Again, I would have to check meter and stuff, but, like, these songs are really catchy and singable, which to me is a very good sign that they are structurally what they're supposed to be like, because I can remember all of the words, you know what I mean? It's all very natural, we know where we're going, whereas when I sing Whatever It Takes, Vaggie and Carmilla's verses are entirely different. And it's bad. It's not good. It's not good. You know how Alan Menken's like, I think songs should be hummable. Right? That's like kind of the same thing. But I like this. To everyone who doubted me, your doubting days are done. Right? Very nice little alliteration that I'm sure we'll talk about if I do a video on this song. You'll be cornered, trapped, and tortured. Then I'll end you just for fun. Did this can you guys guess what this reminded me of? Did you find the word?
Yes, it's bastards, basically.
Oh, that's not that guys, bad. That's not that big of a no-no word.
As far as I can tell.
I'm talking about, like, the see you next Tuesday word when we can't show that on the screen.
It's also, like, contextually, I guess, can be, like...
Haloed bastards, that's fine.
Or it's, like, it's not a direct translation, but it's, like, used to, like, be somewhat insulting.
Right.
Or it can be sort of, in some contexts, like, you can use it in a sort of bro-y way, from my understanding. And it literally, I think the translation is a male goat.
But yeah, I just love the instrumental. I thought it was so good. Guys, I'm like, Hazbin has good song, like, oh my god. But no, I thought it was good. I had no beef. I had no beef with this one, right? Maybe I'll find beef later, right, when I do my scan shit. But like, with, what am I trying to say? With whatever it takes, there was such an obvious problem. Like, I clocked it right away. So I'm assuming that, like, I'm not getting worse. Assuming that my ears are just as sharp as they were before. I feel like I would have heard something by now if it was, that problematic. Like, you know what I mean? In terms of, like, a structure thing. I think everything's good. Now, is everything very simple, rhyme scheme-wise? Yeah, but, like, do the simple thing well instead of trying to do a complicated thing poorly, you know? So I think that that's okay. Oh, nobody guessed. Do you know what this reminds me of? You probably won't guess either.
No.
It's another musical song. I need to find it, because it's so similar, I kind of wonder if they were actually trying to reference it.
I couldn't tell if you were referring to the music or the visuals of him going huge.
No.
I do like the visuals so far, like the rising on the pod as he's, like, playing his baby grand. Him eventually becoming a giant monster and wasting a city. That is, I feel like, on every level but physical, Vox is a giant monster wasting a city.
Yes, I do like the sort of, like, Godzilla, I don't know. But let me find this. Oh god, I can't even remember the name of the song now.
What is it from?
Oh, so this is not Be Prepared. No, I can guess it was from a musical, but not enough. So, in the Shrek musical, Farquaad has a song, and he says, yes, I can see my future, and so it shall be done. It's total domination with some torture just for fun, right? And so that's the exact same thing. I'm pretty sure it might be the exact same cadence, like, you'll be cornered, trapped, and tortured with some torture just for fun. Like, you can imagine it. Then I'll end you just for fun is the same amount of syllables. That's all I can think about with Farquaad. Anyway,
you got Farquaad on the brain.
I kill myself sometimes. No more petty squabbles with the dead as we stroll the golden promenade. Yeah. Wait, what happened? Oh, Kingdom of God Promenade. Oh, that's where it was. Yeah, what's an overlord to a deity? And they do, like, the little kick line. Awesome! I thought this was great! Guys, I was so happy!
It was a very, very good song.
And I liked this, too.
Just because, like, occasionally in Hazbin Hotel, they'd have, like, a good song, but then the other one wouldn't. I was genuinely shocked when it's like, oh, they're both quite good.
Yeah, I know. Guys, like, I'm genuinely,
what is
like,
the purpose
aghast.
of having, I know it's, like,
The
you know,
V's.
or I understand the V's.
The mouth is what you're saying? I think it's a ball
actually,
gag.
It is a ball gag. I just noticed that. No, I mean, they have the little, like, Dorito raise things. And
oh,
it's just
like,
funny.
what's the purpose for that usually, you're saying?
Yeah, like, otherwise, like, why would you need a lift all the way to the outside of your home?
Maybe they'll have a megaphone and they'll speak from up there one time, right? And this is why, so Vox has manipulation with his eyes, apparently. He has hypnotism. So
well, yeah, because
Charlie
one of them's a spiral.
unlocking her voice powers would be really good if she has voice powers. We don't know. We don't know. This topped Hell is Forever, I totally agree. I think Hell is Forever is so bad. Sorry if you like Hell is Forever. I guess I shouldn't say it has good subject matter. Like, I like how Adam's like, you know, when it's all said and done, I'm entertained by this. Like, you get a little bit of, like, what he gets out of it and what he wants. So that was actually, like, a nice, like, plot thing, if that makes sense. Like, they actually had, like, the sort of oomph that I keep talking about that I don't have the name for, the little twisty twist of, like, okay, well, it's not enough for the character to just say surface level, oh, the exterminations
formerly
are fun.
educated in musical
You know
theater,
what I mean?
by the way.
We need the little like,
twisty twist,
you know? That's what I call it. I don't know, man, right?
When they get up there.
I think she will have. Good. Maybe. But yeah, Vaggie being like, you're allowed to feel your feelings, like, let me help you. I'm like, okay, bestie, you said you were gonna help and you did nothing, but okay. That's fine. This was a sweet moment.
My girlfriend.
That was alright.
Lesbians and their cat.
No comment on the final note of the song means I'm just crazy? Why? What was it? What was it about? Like, guys, I have to admit, you know, I don't have an encyclopedic memory of the, well, there was a slide, wasn't there? I mean, I guess we could listen to it just a little bit. Calxiyn can have a little Hazbin Hotel as a treat. And hopefully we won't get copyright claimed.
It's not.
That was nice.
Yeah, it was a nice little crescendo.
Something? But, wait, that's not right. They say, but I and I cannot fail. That's not what they are saying. The
Unless
lyrics
that's
are
like
wrong.
an extended version for the song and not...
No, with a slice of ice, there'll be the price. That's who the sky is from up on high. Those are not the lyrics.
Well, yeah, it's probably because this is like an extended
No.
version. Okay.
With a splash of vice,
Vice.
they'll pay the price.
Okay.
We'll rule the sky from yeah, you were very generous. It
Oh,
sounded
dear.
wrong, like it didn't conclude right. I think it did.
Yeah, that feels okay.
But yeah, it might have concluded, what you're hearing might be that it concluded on sort of like a minor chord or something, so it was unfinished on like it sounded more evil, basically.
Also, I have a sneaking suspicion that, well, I mean, it's kind of known that Spotify uses
AI lyric?
for a lot of things.
Oh, I thought you manually put the lyrics in there. No?
No, I
Yeah,
think they're AI.
That's
so-
crazy.
which is unfortunate. I wish they didn't do
Sorry
that.
for wasting time. No, it's not a waste of time. It's interesting.
You should feel terrible about yourself.
I would have to, like, go into music theory weeds about it, which I don't know. I don't know about all that. But it may not be necessarily that it ended incorrectly, but instead of, like, it ended outside of the key signature. And so they probably did that on purpose, though, to make it sound, like, more evil, you know? But yeah, so not a demo version. The lyrics are just wrong. The lyrics are sung properly. They're wrong, though, in the text that we were looking at. Okay, so we already talked about Stop the Feelings. The titles for the next week's songs are released on Spotify. I don't want to look at the leaks. I know, I'm lame. I'm too cool. I should stop
Because I just
being
want to enjoy it
a
how
goody
it was
two-shoes.
intended, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I love how she's eating a giant sandwich with a...
I know. I'm like, I wish I had a giant sandwich right now. But yeah, reportedly she's gatekeeping killing the angels because...
I missed that. They have
did
the
you?
kissing meme.
That's
Over
why
her and
I've been
Maggie.
saying the V should be in charge. I want to just read, like, the text.
I love how Charlie's such a baby, but they're like...
Try to make her out into a monster.
Yeah, they're sort of fear-mongering about her, which is pretty great.
Yeah, it says, computer speech for the rest of my existence. Hey, but $20 was $20, am I right? So this person has an eternal contract. But yeah, I like the weird, like, you know, there's like little Timmy or, you know, the Oliver Twist man over here or whatever. And so I thought that was just funny. Like, what do you mean taken in by people affected by Charlie? Like, what do you mean by that? Like... These people didn't lose their homes because she didn't let them stay in the hotel, unless they don't have homes because of the angel attacks, but that's a whole other situation. But I think the only thing to really talk about here is how Emily comes in, but we also see that at the end of the next episode, and I'm sure that hunters like Callie, you took 2 hours to talk about the first episode.
No,
We had to move.
It's not like I'm brand new. I'm aware.
You were.
And
you
you're
were
skipping
prepared.
over, like, or not skipping over, obviously, we're just resetting the screenshots. But back to, like, this was the joke that I think got me the most so far is after they have their cute little couple talk, Emily pops in and just dumps everything on Charlie.
Yeah.
Everything about heaven and Pentious and the lockdown and how she actually works, and then disappears just as quickly after she's done having a panic attack, and she just screams. That killed me.
Yeah, I thought that this was great. And I love how, it, like, the framing of it, like, you have this portal, right? And then you have the picture of, the family in the background, right? And then you have Charlie, so it's kind of, like, almost like the in-between, because, like, Lucifer's an angel, and Lilith was a sinner, like, that sort of thing, right? And then those are just the credits, yay! But I thought that was hilarious. Yeah, so in regards to song titles, I'll mention this quickly. Here's the thing about that, right? The title is the thesis of the song. And the problem is, if you reveal a little of a song, say in a trailer or something, right? And you reveal
Gravity, though, that could have been anything.
Right. Well, hold on, let me cook. I'm saying in terms of they're talking about spoilers, right? So the problem is, and I mentioned this in All Is Fair, if you hear the title of All Is Fair, you start to imagine things. You start to imagine where it's gonna be in Snow White. You start to imagine what it's gonna be about. And imagining things can make you disappointed, because, I mean, obviously, the show can't cater to what every individual person will imagine. But more than that, like, the bigger problem is that if the song has a better title than the song actually is, people will get disappointed. So that's why I don't think looking at title spoilers is a good idea, because then people think, oh, the song's gonna be about this, and then they get sad when it's not gonna be about that. And so it's a good thing to think about, right? How your title may set expectations and then you disappoint people. It's not good to disappoint people, generally, right? Not advisable, but I don't want people to know about leaks. Does that make sense?
Oh,
I wish people didn't know. So let's start this episode now, but I need a snack. You got one, so Here you go. I'm comfortable with you taking this over, because I don't think that there's anything. I mean, obviously, we get to Pentious' backstory, but I'm pretty sure I'll be back by the time.
Oh, doesn't...
Hold on, it's not clicked in.
Oh,
there you go.
There we go. I love Pentious as such a fun character to go on trial, because he's just so terribly baby. It would be like if a very frightened chihuahua went to the Hague. Deeply amusing. Oh. I also like that we're sort of... I kind of assumed before this happened that we would see something of like a united front amongst those in heaven. That you would have Heaven and then maybe Charlie and the V's. But like it was interesting to see that they were sort of flexible, I guess. Ooh. Don't forget, Amazon released the music video, Gravity, before the show came out. I saw the song, then the promotion for the show. Actually, Lux, I noticed that as well, because we'll talk more about Gravity, I suppose. But I was looking it up, and I found people 2 weeks ago had released, like, metal covers of it, which seemed kind of superfluous, right? Like, the song's already... I mean, it's not Slipknot or whatever, but it's fairly heavy. I'm sorry. Hello, Hunter. Can you give a fast summary of the episode? Heaven is lovely, but a little bit lonely. Sera is feeling a little mixed about her previous endeavors. Lute wants to kill people. Profit. Anyways, yeah, anyways, the metal cover was sort of superfluous, I felt. But it did throw me off, because it was like 2 weeks beforehand. I don't know. It was an odd choice too, because like I guess people really like Gravity, but truthfully, I thought it was only okay. Really, I think we're gonna get the impression later on when we talk about it that we really dislike the song. I really don't dislike it. It just sort of feels very, gosh, like what came to mind was Imagine Dragons. It feels kind of Imagine Dragonsy, which is to say, not a terribly interesting version of rock, a kind of very sanded down version of rock. Anyways, we're arguing about people are afraid about the extermination. The denizens of heaven are very nervous. That's the thing that does kill me, is that like heaven obviously seems very nice, but other than sexualizing, the art I saw of Gravity made me feel a bit disgusted because everyone was sexualizing Lute and Atom. Really? That is interesting, because in the song, Lute kind of references having a thing for Adam, and then Adam being like, oh, that's like, well, because obviously it's a hallucination of Adam. I was sort of shocked by that, because Lute seemed like proper, like, all business military type, and then Adam was like a fuckboy. They just strike me as not a couple, or not a group of people with a terrible amount of like things in common, or with a great deal of chemistry. But I guess I just find it funny that Lute destroys most of Adam's stuff in the song. That's a good point, actually. Like, this is like the man's memories. Don't you want to go back and... Anyways, I don't know. I'm sure some...
You into talking about Gravity?
Yes, they started talking about it. What? That looks like peanut butter. What is...
No. It's sauce. Hold on, I gotta just warm this up.
Okay, that looked like peanut butter that was on... I guess it's gravy. It looked like peanut butter on sausages. I get the impression that Adam also didn't care for loot like that. Hey Hunter, Cal said that you wanted to make your own channel and we subscribed. I'm currently unemployed, so frankly everything sounds like a good idea to me right now, including starting a YouTube channel. I wouldn't know what I would do in a situation like that. Cal's like the proper YouTuber. I'm just mostly the hanger-on and sidekick. The Andy to her Conan O'Brien. That could never happen. We're fighting. How did you get here? We have... Oh goodness, is this the forced your way in Morningstar? No. I like that they have... That's what also killed me, that they have now not Adam, but it was Abel was the good, Cain was the bad son, Abel was the good son, and Abel's being played by the lead singer. I only noticed this after I think we did the video last time. It's being played by the lead singer of Fallout Boy. Not Pete Wentz. It was the other one. The lead singer. Patrick Stump. Thank you so much. It's remarkable that you remembered that.
Yeah, well, I had to edit our video painfully, so I knew.
Really? Painfully?
Not painfully. No, not you. It wasn't that you
I'm
were
always
painful.
worried that I'm fucking up.
No. It was the amount. So, okay, I didn't talk about this before, like when we started earlier, but like my first initial attempt to post the reaction got like big copyright claimed by Amazon. Not like, oh, a little copyright claim where you just take their money. Like, I blocked this and if you try to fight it, we're gonna give you a copyright strike. Like, it was a worldwide block and I was kind of depressed. Oh, you guys, thank you, Lux, for the other super chat. Yes, the music video. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, you guys tricked Hunter into talking about gravity. Not good.
I'm very susceptible.
Very bad. Do you want to try one of these?
Your peanut butter sausages?
It's not peanut butter.
Sure. Okay, we're just being fed on stream.
Why? That may not taste good with the chocolate that you just had, but my mom made this sauce and it's like really good. I don't know what's in it. I think it's just like ketchup and I don't know, probably vinegar. It feels
like a barbecue, sort of like, yeah.
Yeah, barbecue sauce.
I like that. I love how we're slowly becoming a mukbang.
Yeah,
mukbang.
Well, I know, guys. It's like 3:30, okay? Let me live. What were you talking about, this argument?
Yeah, I was trying to get to that. I was sort of hoping to, because the argument, like, it works in there. It's sort of difficult to discuss, because they really are just talking about how, like, we don't know how we got in. This is insane. It's sort of interesting to see on like an institutional level, people like not deal with the reality of the situation.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
Very
and
much
they're all
so,
like,
it
but
very
it, was,
much
it
so,
isn't my fault. I was given those beans. You traded away my cow for beans. Like just that into the woods, sort of arguing with each other.
But it also like that feels like politicians speaking, where they're just like, okay, clearly this is the reality of the situation, but no one wants it to be. So we're all sitting around twiddling our thumbs, sort of struggling with coming to terms with it. And we're seeing that with Sera. I also like how we're developing this contrast between Emily and Lute. And everyone else seems very like... Everyone in heaven seems like not particularly like they don't have very strong feelings one way or the other. They're all just sort of happy to be there. And like only a handful of people...
Like,
are seemingly
apathetic, basically?
Yeah, generally apathetic.
You know what I think, too? Is that there's not supposed to be any conflict in heaven, right? So I feel like, you know in WALL-E, when everybody's sitting on, and
just
I'm gonna try to do this
civilization.
while I eat, too.
It's a whole civilization full of people-pleasers.
Yeah. Exactly, right? Like in WALL-E, how they're fed everything from these tubes, and they have, thank you, Hunter, they have, this and that, right? And like everything's handed to them basically. Like I feel like that's kind of what heaven is that you gotten complacent. I mean, Emily and Sera were probably never human to begin with, and neither was Lute, but
I love how Pentious is just such a baby boy, such a cinnamon roll, because Lute's like, this man's a killer, and then it's just our sweet little snake man.
I did see something interesting where Visby was saying like they did want to debate about whether or not Pentious deserved to be in hell,
Mhm.
right? And so she was like, you know, if you don't agree, like, that's the point. We wanted you to not agree about it, which I thought was nice, right? Cal, what are you eating? I'm having leftovers. I have a sausage, and then I have potato wedges and a mysterious
peanut butter.
barbecue sauce that my mom made. But yeah, like, look at him.
Also, wouldn't you not want to admit that he killed Adam? I mean, one, he didn't, and two, like,
I think it was like they killed Adam,
like, yeah,
right?
demons
like,
in general. But
oh,
it's like,
he killed it. You're putting it all on. That's crazy. That he
because
did
it's
not
just like,
do that.
imagine if I was in the room, I'd be like, wait, Adam was killed by a little snake boy? Like, what the whomst?
Like, Nifty killed him. Wasn't Loot there? I guess she's. You know
No,
what? That made me interesting.
I think she was
to
knocked
think she's
out, wasn't
lying.
she? Or was
No,
she, like,
she wasn't, because
no.
she said Adam, and she was like grasping for him, and he died, right?
Oh. Poor baby.
That's really interesting. Do you guys think that she's just using like the royal we or like the royal you, or do you think that she's lying on purpose to try to sway the
I mean, here's the thing. It also maybe like he contributed to it, I guess is the idea. So to her, it doesn't really matter.
I kind of like the idea that she's just lying though. Like that's kind of funny.
That is compelling, yeah.
She's lying, Chad says. It'd be funny if Adam came back and he was Cain. Oh yeah, okay, so let's talk about this quickly, okay?
He seems really not to care that his dad is dead.
No, his dad was probably not very nice to him.
He's seemingly not very nice to anybody, which, and I mentioned this previously, it's weird that Lute liked him. Is that not kind of odd?
Well, sometimes you like shitty men, I guess.
But,
I'm just saying, right? But
it was, yeah.
you know what's weird, though? He made her. So there's kind of a weird, like,
Incest
incestuous, like, thing kind of
Yeah.
happening with that. Like, she has a crush on him, but he's her father. You know, he made her in the same way Pietro made Penny. I guess it depends on the relationship he has with them. If he's like, I made you and you're my servant, maybe that's different than you're my daughter. But do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, what? Do we have time to unpack all that right now? Daddy issues Loot, kinda.
Mm-hmm.
What I was gonna say, is that I had a theory that Adam was gonna reincarnate as a sinner. Now, somebody made a good point on our video. Well, people made good points, and then people also made confusing points. You guys were arguing, not you guys like you, but people are arguing about this, so what do you guys think, okay? So, the argument was, Adam was killed with angelic steel, and
Yes.
so he cannot reincarnate. But people are saying that angelic steel is only powerful because it's empowered by holy power. And so Adam zapped Pentious with holy power. And so Pentious, that was permadeath, Pentious shouldn't have been able to come back either. But then the problem is, everybody in hell died permanently because of the exorcist. So, like, what's all that about? You know what I mean? Because Pentious still came back. So somebody's argument, and I thought this did make sense in hindsight, I was like, oh, you know what? You might be right. So basically what the person was saying was that if people can reincarnate regardless of being killed by holy power, that would mean that all of those other sinners, like, oh, Sera, don't worry, all those other sinners weren't worthy anyway because they killed them and they didn't come here. So all of those sinners that you were sad that they died, you don't need to be sad because...
I think that's the idea, right? Like...
But is it? Because people are saying that Sera thinks that they had the potential and they'll never know.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. They had the potential and they never knew, but, like, they weren't there yet, so they didn't reincarnate.
But
yeah.
it would kind of be almost, not a plot hole, but it's a little bit of a plot hole, because is it the holy power or is it the angelic steel? Because people were saying that the angelic steel only works because it's empowered by holy power. So I don't know about all that, because that may be a bit problematic. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit problematic to say that literally no one in hell, except for Pentious, who died by holy steel, was worth redeeming, or like that this hasn't happened before now. Whereas if you said that Pentious died via Adam's powers and not angelic steel, that would make sense, because everyone else has been killed with angelic steel so far. So I don't know what to make about all this. My understanding is that the eyes on the building and stuff are sinners fusing. Okay, so this may not be a plot hole, this may be a mystery that is not addressed.
I mean, that, or it's just like she kind of didn't want to go that far into it. Like, it's sort of just accepted that, like, angels can be killed by their own weapons.
Yeah, maybe.
They have the weapons.
Holy
you know.
power is belief?
I don't know about that.
I don't know. But it was a weird sort of thing that I was like, oh, you guys are right. So, I guess sad trombone for, like, Adam's not gonna get reincarnated into hell, I guess. So that's unfortunate.
Oh, yes, and then we, Oh, that was the interesting part, I guess, as well, is that he quite literally, this is a surprise to him. He does not, like, know how he got here. He really can't meaningfully answer any of their questions.
I'm sure he just, like, woke up, you know?
And then we get the voice of God, Metatron.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very comforting.
Is voiced by Anastasia.
Oh!
Yeah, Liz Calloway, I think.
The original or Broadway?
Like the original, yeah.
Oh.
And Odette, and also Jasmine, I think? Okay. I'm gonna bring this plate upstairs because we have problems with flies, but Hunter can feel free to simp for, the speaker while I'm gone.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, I thought it would be cool. You guys are saying it was boring. I thought it would be interesting to see Adam born as a sinner and have to, like, live in the world that he helped destroy, but I guess maybe not, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, with Adam, like, him dying, it made for a very good ending, I guess? Miss, who are you? It's interesting, because the Speaker of God, like, I do believe, I think that is Metatron? Like, I think they have names. It's interesting, because with Seraphim, like, that, oh god, I can't remember if that comes from the Bible. So much of, like, the mythos that people use for, like, when describing, when, like, putting, like, you know, hell or heaven in media doesn't actually come from, like, religious texts, like Christian or Jewish or Islamic, of that whole general Abrahamic tradition. I think it mostly comes from the Divine Comedy, like Dante's Inferno, that sort of thing, which is interesting because that's, like, just religious fan fiction that was very, very popular back in the day. And it's become so broadly accepted. I don't know. So I maybe that's where Metatron comes from. I'm not entirely sure. I also love him without his little hat on. He looks like he has little hair. It's cute. I like Sir Pentious. Oh, there we go. His story at his time as being an adventure. I wonder if, like, that 1888, does that generally align with? I don't know if anyone here is a big Jack the Ripper head. Well, yeah, because, like, that sounds about right. I also love human version of Pentious, and I do love how they animate Earth, because it's just slightly, it's very much so, like, noticeably still the art style of Hazbin Hotel, but there's just something there. There's something slightly different.
Okay.
That leads it to, like, make you feel like, oh, no, this is still the same show, but it is a different place. It is a different world.
Yes.
I don't exactly know how to describe it. Yeah, exactly, when Jack was in his stride. Is that what you call it? His stride?
His stride!
Yeah, I was in my stride. I was killing prostitutes left and right.
Well, that's what, doesn't Fontaine, Fontaine's like, he took my childhood in his stride. And I'm just like, well, that's a weird thing to say, because she's basically saying, like, this grown man took her virginity, but that's another story in Les Mis.
Oh dear.
I'm saying.
I didn't come out of socialize.
Oh, are you reading the dialogue as
No, I'm
Pentious?
not. That was the one time. I just love his voice is so wonderful.
I love his hair. I love his whole, just everything he has going on.
My happy little autistic boy just wants to play with his machines.
It's crazy how, like, people were kind of coming for her on Twitter, okay? Or, like, just, like, oh, you know, it's amazing how Vivzi's art style looks when it's not, you know, every color is not saturated to hell. And I'm like, but that's the point. I like Hazbin being colorful.
I mean, here's the thing. You could if you want to make a critique of her art style, it's very maximalist.
Yeah.
Right? And, like, is that necessarily a bad thing? I don't know if that's what you're going for. It is interesting to see this show in a more minimalist setting.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting thing to experiment with, but I don't necessarily think it doesn't bother me, basically. Why can't we have colorful things? Why is it so bad, you know? I get it, though. Sometimes the backgrounds are, like, a lot, but But yeah, I liked, you know, all of this, like, finally getting Pentious backstory, like, that was great.
Well, it makes me curious about everyone else's, truthfully. Like, the
Well-
radio demon, we don't quite get that. We have vague notions of Vox. Pentious, though, this is a whole other thing.
Why does the Earth art style look different here? Maybe it's, like, in the eye of the beholder. It'd be kind of cool if, like, everyone had a different art style and, like, Angel Dust had, like, a weird, hyper-realistic, or, like, not realistic, it's not the right word, but, like, more of a less cartoony person. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but anyway.
It would be fun if it just weirdly was live action footage of
Yeah,
like a club.
something like that, you know? But yeah, I think that that's probably why. You know, Hazbin and Hell of a Boss are different shows, you know? But yeah, it's interesting how he, like, never closes his eyes in all of these shots either, right? Because people say, oh, snakes can't close their eyes, they don't have eyelids, but, like, Pentious can close his eyes, so I'm like, guys, I don't know if they were trying to go for all that, because he can have his eyes closed, but yeah, I just thought that this was great, and I'm like, man, I wish we got this for, I mean, I know we know what Angel Dust went through, but again, Angel Dust mob family, that was confirmed in, like, a fucking live stream or something, like, why does this always keep happening? Some people think this is Rosie. I don't know if that makes sense.
Who's Rosie again?
The cannibal? Because
Oh,
didn't
right.
Rosie know Alistair?
Hmm.
I thought that she knew Alistair when Alistair was alive, or was that just Mimsy? I thought they both did.
I think they both were familiar with him.
I don't know. So yeah, people are saying that's Rosie. I don't know if, like, I don't know if that's been confirmed, but anyway. Jack the Ripper. I kind of like that we brought a real world. So where's Jack the Ripper now? What's Jack the Ripper up to? He's in hell, right? Like, unless the Exorcist got
Presumably.
him. So what's all that about, right? I would love to, like... She did? She confirmed it, or what? She did confirm? Oh, no, she knew Alistair when he was alive. But Alistair was alive in, like, the roaring 20s, right? Okay, okay. So it's not Rosie. Let random people be random. Stop trying to make every character related.
I will say, though, like, America in the 1920s and London right now, that's only a 30-year difference.
Right, but she died.
Oh, right.
So, unless she
yeah.
knew Alistair as a kid and went to England, like, that would be the problematic part, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I think Jack killed Cherry Bomb? Are you sure? Cherry Bomb has an Australian accent. I don't know about that. I hope, let random people be that would be kind of like, I have to admit, that kind of does sound like a nice prophetical, full circle. Do you know what I mean? Because, oh, it's the girl that
He saved.
he couldn't save then and he saved her now. Like, that'd be nice.
But then again,
you
like,
know.
if this is meant to be Jack the Ripper, which they are kind of alluding to, those women were people, like...
Like prostitutes, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah,
They were people that existed.
Because you said
like,
they were people, and that's all you said.
Yeah, I should
Or do
say...
you mean they're real world people, so that would be insensitive?
Not even insensitive, but, like, they already sort of exist, you know? It's like if
I
they
see.
made a joke about someone in here having been a Nazi when they were...
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's like, okay, well, we know who those guys are.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's connected. No, stop connecting people. But I like this. I like this because, you know, people were saying that the speaker already knew the answer, but probably wanted everybody in the audience to hear it. I think it's that, like the audiences and the people gathering for that, for the trial. I think, though, it's not only that, but it's kind of a leaning into how Catholic confession works. Like, you have to explain to the priest what your sins were, right? So I think that that's sort of the point. But I think it was funny how she was just like, okay, great, but why are you here now, bestie? Like, she was like, we didn't need to know all that. Like, you know what I mean? So I thought that that was funny. She's like, okay, so why are you here now? Like, get to the point, right? And he doesn't know. But I really like this scene. I thought it was heartfelt. Again, it's that sort of thing of, like, letting the serious scenes be serious. They've been really good at this season, you know. So I think that this was really nice. Like, I just really like the whole scene. A lot of people did say they expected that a song would go here. I kind of expected that too.
It felt very, like, in the actual scene when you watch it, the way the dialogue is delivered, the way the music swells in the background, it feels kind of musical in a way that was very interesting.
Here's my theory about that. I have a suspicion they wanted to put a song here, And then what happened was they had Pentious start singing, like, you know, about being a peeping Tom, and it was weird. Like, it was just weird, because it would be weird, right? Like, if you think about, you know, why is Shrek on the brain today? But when Shrek, like, when Farquaad has a song of, like, my daddy was a miner, so he wasn't much around, and he has this but it's played for like, he's singing seriously, but it's supposed to be funny that he's talking about all of this and being so, like, sniff, my dwarf father was married to Snow White, and how could she pick a dwarf man, and, like, now I'm stuck like that. Like, he has resentment. I don't know. Is it racism, I guess, if dwarfs are a race of people?
I suppose
like, internalized racism, Farquaad. So, like, if he was like, I was a peeping Tom, and I saw a woman die in the night, and I regretted it ever since, like, it might be a little kind of, especially with the voice that he has, it might be a little, like, corny, so I think that it's better that they just said it. Not everything needs a musical number. Obviously, you know, Sweeney Todd and stuff is a serious musical. Serious musicals do exist, but, like, still, like, you know what I mean? We have to draw the line somewhere, so I think that it was good. I have a theory, though, that they were gonna put one here, and then they were like, actually, this is kind of wrong, and it's making it a little too funny, and we should just, you know, have it be serious. But I think Loot becoming more and more unhinged. I have to say, I just realized that this reminds me of Murder Drones, which is probably not intentional, but I just realized that. Are there times you think there should have been a song and weren't? Probably. Could I tell you all of them off the top of my head? No. I think that the song placements in general, like, they're pretty good most of the time. It's just that sometimes the songs themselves needed a little more
love.
A little more oomph, right? Starts with sorry reprise in this episode? Maybe. I feel like maybe okay, so here's the other thing I wanted to ask you guys. Do you think that Pentious is gonna do bad things on purpose to try to get sent back down to hell, right? Because on one hand, I could see him doing that, but on the other hand, I hope he doesn't do that, because that'll prove Charlie wrong, and he should know that he's, like, the poster boy for her plans, but I get it, because he's lonely and he's crashing out and whatever. So, I don't know. But if that's the case, it starts with sorry could be like, he's sorry for disappointing Charlie, but he wanted to come home so bad that he couldn't stay there anymore, right? But yeah, I love the Loot crash out. I thought that this was great. I love how the speaker's just like, anyway, like, you know, it's not bullshit. He acted selfless, right? Like, I thought that you know, all of this was really good, and I like the speaker a lot. I like how they show his moment and how he was able to atone. So this is kind of like some lore, and like we have theory juice now of this is how you have to do it. The question is, though, like, what does that mean for Angel Dust? Is it gonna be like, you were fake IRL and you never let anyone in because you were too afraid to love, so now you have to love somebody? Like, is it gonna be sort of like every character has that sort of twisty twist? You know what I mean? So I don't know about all that, but I guess now we understand, right? I don't know what Lou was trying to do here. I think she wanted to kill him. Like, I think she wanted this man dead. She wanted them to say he should be dead. I think that that's what. But I love this, like, one tear here from Sera. Like, I thought that it was great how, obviously I don't show it, but it's only one of her eyes.
Her mind is changing.
Right? And I like how everyone's kind of crying in the presence of God, speaker of
Pentious.
God, obviously. You still think they have to die? Yeah, but he tried to kill himself. The gun just had party popper juice in it, though. So
party popper juice?
Like, the sprinkles? Confetti, thank you.
Sprinkles.
Sprinkle, the sprinkle, paper sprinkles.
Ew, delicious.
But yeah, I really like the speaker. The speaker is based. She's the only voice of reason, hilariously, like in this entire situation. But yeah, I think Lute wanted, because she does actually say what she was trying to accomplish, right? She says, let me kill him. She basically says that, like, she's pointing the sword at him. So I feel like that's ultimately what she wanted. She wanted him dead. Look at him. He would never do anything to anybody. Look at him.
Poor Bambino.
And I also kind of like that they made Pentious' thing, again, a sort of morally ambiguous kind of crime instead of... Because I feel like if they went too hard and he, like, killed people... Because a lot of people thought, because of his character, that he, like, made weapons for a war, like World War II or something. And I'm like, that would kind of be a little crazy. Like, I don't know if we should do all that with a first character to get redeemed. Do you know what I mean? Like, have it be someone who's kind of, like, spineless, but not, like, you know, that bad as the first character, right? And I love her. She's like, I sense no lies, bestie. You're gonna disagree with me? You know? But
I'm good at that. I don't know what to tell you.
But yeah, I really like this whole conversation.
It's also interesting because, like, God presumably exists, but we do not see them. We just see people closer and closer and closer to their,
do you think we're ever gonna see God?
I mean, maybe at least by the end of the show, we're gonna see God.
I don't know, though, because that's such a... Like, did Supernatural ever show God? I don't know. I feel like that's off limits. Like, I feel like that it's just gonna be messengers for God, but they're gonna leave God kind of vague, you know? Also implies some people are unredeemable. Like, how does a serial killer atone? I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, but that kind of goes, like, if you weren't at the beginning of the stream, right? We talked about, like, we hope that hell is empty or whatever, right? What the Pope said. So Catholicism, I guess, believes that, or I guess the Pope said that. He said he hopes. It's not official necessarily.
I mean, in Christianity in general, the going understanding is that if you say sorry and you mean it, you're in.
Right.
Right?
But in terms of, like, how that functions in the show, maybe it's like you have to take care of 5 orphans or something. Like, you have to do something for other people because you took other people's lives. Like, you have to make their lives better. We already have an answer about God appearing. Why does everything have an answer, bestie? Tell me, though. Like, please let me know. But I think that's hilarious.
I feel like creators of shows should not answer these questions on streams.
No. Somebody asked me, it's funny, this is random, but somebody asked me questions for my VTuber project, and I was like, okay, these questions are fine, but like, give it a little mystery. I had a little fun with it. I was like, I don't know, what do you think? I won't answer until, yeah, you can tell us, it's fine.
I mean,
we're allowed to know.
my assumption is that, like, I mean, I don't know, both work. If you don't see God, that works. If you see God, that works.
Song Like You reminds me of Calypso. That's true. Okay, we have to talk about that. Lux, remind me, because I have something to say about that. And just, like, the music. I have, like, another pet theory that's probably not true. But yeah, I just, like, I would love to be like, you know, you guys are like, hey, Cal, Soliana and Eugene, and I'm like, I don't know. What do you think? Tell me. What do you think? Right? What do you think should happen? You know, whether or not I do it. Obviously, I have my own plans. I'm not going to listen to you guys, but it's interesting to know why people think the things they do. Head of the Exorcist, misogyny, question mark? You know, I think that this is interesting that the blood ties mean more than, like, the actual work you put in. I feel like, I don't know, man. Lute's definitely gonna go rogue here, but I wonder about, you know, her realizing that the system of heaven has is kind of bullshit.
That or, like, the argument, I guess, would be that, like, Lute's a little too bloodthirsty and you'd want someone a little more relaxed and a little more, like...
Yeah, but they said, well, they said, though, Adam's, like, it's Adam's son, right? Abel's Adam's son, so, like, that seems to matter. Like, did Adam not have daughters? Do you know?
Adam had 2 sons. Yeah,
Cain just the sons?
Yeah, I think he only had Cain and Abel.
He would, too. I don't know how he made that. Like, the Adam in this show, obviously, not the religion. Also, sorry if we're crinkling, you guys. It's just, it's fine. It's like 3:30. We gotta do it. I'm so hungry, even though I had my lunch. You know why? Oh, the clocks.
Oh, yeah.
The clocks went backward, right? So it's really 5 o'clock right now. Even though it's only 4, like, mentally. So that's why I was so hungry. I was like, I can usually last until 5 o'clock on a day like this. Like, I don't usually eat during the stream.
Oh, Viz said no, we won't see God, coward.
Okay, so no God.
You know what my favorite version of God in media is?
Yeah?
In the movie Dogma, which is a movie from the 90s. It has, like, George... It's a very good cast. It has Alan Rickman, like, Snape in it.
Yeah.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. And in the very end, you meet God, and God's played by Alanis Morissette.
Oh, that's fun.
The pop singer. And so ever since then, I've always imagined God as looking like Alanis Morissette.
God is a concept and has no physical body. That's fun. That's interesting. But I don't know. Again, I don't know if they would do Jesus. I think Noah's on the table, right? I think that, like, some characters are not on the table and some of them are. Does that make sense? Noah's okay. Moses is fine.
Jesus, you might get in trouble for. someone like, I feel like the older characters, so like the pre-Abrahamic characters, I think.
Yeah,
so,
basically.
Like, which I think Noah is one of them. Cain, Abel,
Jonah,
Adam, Eve.
Joseph.
Was Jonah after?
I
No,
don't
Jonah
know,
was
but
before.
I think
Jonah was
no one
before.
gives a fuck about. They care about Jesus. They care about Mary. That's who they're focused on right now. You know.
I don't know. I mean, he got eaten by a... Oh, that's the other thing. He was not eaten by a whale. He was just eaten by a big fish.
Oh well, I watch Ancient Aliens, and they said he was abducted into space.
Ancient Aliens sucks. That's not related.
I know.
But it sucks. Fucking hell.
I love Ancient Aliens. I'm
Oh
sorry.
my god.
I know it's bad. I know. I understand now that I'm an adult, but as a kid, I used to watch a lot
It's
of
a lot
Ancient
of fun,
Aliens,
yeah.
and it's fun. Anyway, that's where I got my love for theory crafting from. But yeah, just again, Luke becoming more and more unhinged. But I like how she says they hit back, so she's acknowledging that they hit for like you
Yeah,
know,
which
so,
was
like,
interesting.
And I love Sera opening up her eyes. Right? But yeah, I don't know if there's anything else that we can really say about this conversation, right? I like how she is trying to be sympathetic towards Luke, though. She's like, Luke, this changes it. Like, she's trying to touch her, put the hand on the shoulder, right? She is trying to comfort her, but, you know, I don't know if Luke is necessarily within Sera's jurisdiction, right? Like, I don't know how much interaction Sera has with them. Like, with the, do you know what I'm saying?
Sera has interactions with Luke?
With the angels, like, in general. You know what I mean?
I don't know. You mostly just see Lute around the other exorcists and Adam, so I guess not.
So I don't even know if she knows what to say. What other big fish can fit a grown human man? A big fish, I guess. I don't know.
All I'm saying is that
really
I'm not
big
saying that it
fish.
wasn't a whale. I'm just saying they didn't say whale. They just said big fish.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, I like that it means everything. Like, it changes nothing. It means everything. Like, I thought that this scene was just really good.
A megalodon, perhaps.
And I love how she says there won't be any more blood on my hands. So it's also a personal thing for Sera, right? It's like that she can't take the guilt anymore. But yeah, I liked 10 to him, was just funny. Yeah, I kind of like that Abel has a weird Adam-like mask. Like, it's kind of creepy. I like this Peter, shut up, nobody cares. But yeah, I like Emily abducting Pentious, sorry. And just, like, stealing this man. But here's where we get some intrigue, okay? This is interesting. Please don't. So they must have, like, conversations with each other because she says, I've already spoken to Lilith. And Sera seems to know about Lilith.
Yes.
So what's going on? I don't know. I kind of think maybe the deal was, hey, Lilith, if you stop using your voice to empower people, if we say that people's voices have magical powers, right? If you stop doing that, you can live in heaven, but like kind of off on your own little island and in paradise
Or seemingly
and whatever.
she is. She's just on a beach drinking wine by herself.
But they could have also threatened her, so maybe Lilith is more sympathetic than we think, and she didn't just like, fuck you, got mine.
Yes.
Because Lilith seemed to enjoy ruling hell at the same time, right?
Yes,
she
for
says
certainly
like that
for a
she,
while, yes.
you know, empowered the people and whatnot. So I can't see Lucifer. Yeah, like I could see Lucifer if he was given a deal like this, like, hey, leave and just, you know, stay here in heaven and don't do bad things or whatever, right? I could see Lucifer taking that deal because everybody in hell is shitty and he hates them. But Lilith seemed to be thriving. At least that's what Charlie says in the opening narration, right? So, I don't know why. I don't know why. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why Lilith would have left if it wasn't because of, like, they threatened Charlie or something, you know?
Yes.
Like, Charlie being born changed things. But it was also, like, she disappeared 8 years ago. Maybe they kept Charlie a secret from heaven, and then something happened 8 years ago when they found out, so she had to leave. Like,
I
it
don't
could be
know.
something like that, but...
Like, her motivations are very sort of secretive at this point.
Yeah, but it's interesting that Sera knows about Lilith. So why are they communicating with Lilith, you know? But, we're too big to go down the whale's throat. Oh, guys. You guys teach me things that I didn't even want to know, that the whale's gonna spit me back out. Okay, so this is kind of interesting interesting too, like to see what food she has, because she's
Macarons,
not, you know,
apple
she has
slices, tea.
little, tea things, I guess we should say. She has a little apple, you know.
Porridge? No, that's sugar, I guess, for the tea over there.
Yeah. We see her phone case, which we have seen before. You know, obviously
Her
she's
big,
wearing the
milky
glasses.
hat.
See, guys,
It's a
like,
good time.
they would not have her be wearing those glasses unless they were trying to hide her eyes. You know,
Yes.
that's like, you know, anime shots 101 in terms of like the hiding the eyes sorts of things. I feel like that's a
That,
sign
or you
that
just
maybe
you
it's
have
not
you
her.
have characters cover their eyes because you want to communicate that they're sort of mysterious.
That's true, but it's also like, oh, when the character's lying or not who they say they are. Like, this is a very common, like, anime thing to have. But yeah, it's interesting, though, because whoever it is has Lilith's phone, right? You think if it was Eve, she would just change her number or cancel, but it seems more like she's not allowed to communicate with her daughter, because why would she do this? Why would you torture yourself like this and, like, keep in contact with people if you hate them?
I love how
don't think she
Lucifer's
hates her
like,
family, you know?
hi, honey, so just...
But yeah, do you guys understand what I mean?
dear.
Like, I feel like that if you really hated someone and you were really fuck you got mine, why would you torture yourself with seeing their messages? Unless you think they're suffering and how much they wish that you could come back as funny.
Oh, I just noticed the palm trees are like angel wings.
Actually,
That's cute. I like
I think
that.
she's trapped.
Maybe?
Because, like, look at this. This is the
Yeah.
same sort of golden band thing that, I mean, obviously we see the outside of the planet at some point and there are, like, rings around it, but this looks more like when they were putting that golden barrier to protect everybody. I think, yeah, I didn't notice that. I think that this is supposed to, did anybody else have theories about that? I think that this is supposed to convey that she's stuck, like, in a snow globe.
Maybe?
You know what I mean? Because, like, what is this otherwise? Just, you know, star phenomena? Like,
I mean, it could be... Because we see the outside of heaven, and it has, like, the rings around it. So
yeah,
maybe she's just in heaven looking up at the ring.
But I don't know, man. We'll have to see if it's in one of these shots. I think you'll be right. If it's not, then maybe I'm right. I don't know. Okay, so in terms of this song, I will say that I don't think that this is the song that
Things are in the sky in the background.
oh man,
Sorry, champ.
no! Depression. I guess we know she's in heaven then?
Yep.
Sad. Depression. But Luke contacted Lilith. I don't know what that's in response to. Was that in response to it's not really Luke because it could, or sorry, it's not really Lilith because it could still, they could think it's Lilith. That doesn't mean it's actually her. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you guys.
You're really banking on the whole Lilith is not Lilith thing?
Yeah, well, I think
don't
it's
know,
just because
that
Eve's exists. Like, where is she? What happened? You know?
I guess that is a question. I don't know. It doesn't seem as, like, appealing to me, I suppose.
Well, what would be explain?
I don't know. Well, I think the Alistair Lilith connection is kind of compelling. As for Eve, I mean, who knows, honestly. Eve kind of doesn't get a lot of play in the Bible after she fucks everyone.
Oh, well.
Truthfully, I don't think you see as much of her afterwards.
She can go down when she wants. I don't know if that's true. Like, Luke contacted her on the phone, so I don't think that that's like so she can go down. Oh, you're saying Luke can go down. Right, because at the end of season 1, Luke flew down and talked to her. Oh, I see what you guys are saying. I don't think that that means that Lilith can leave, though. That just may mean that people can come visit her. I see what you guys are saying, though. I was confused. I didn't understand, but yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that Lilith can leave, though. She may have other, you know, why is she trapped in the Garden of Eden? Cooking! We're cooking. Good job. That's interesting. She was eating an apple. It did look garden-y. Like, it looked like what you would imagine a garden to be. It was kind of a jungle situation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Emily. Okay, this is the type of song that you're probably not gonna listen to on the soundtrack. Like,
Then
you're
again,
not gonna play this to start your maybe.
I've re-listened to it once or twice. I quite liked it. It's the type of song that it works better in the context of the episode and the show than it does sort of separate to it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, like, the oomph of this song is seeing Emily sing and all of Pentious' sad reactions in the back.
It reminded me of a kind of, oh god, I love Pentious so much.
I know, look at
it reminded
guys.
me of kind of the opposite of Loser Baby.
Yeah.
And that, like...
No one's like you.
Yeah, Loser Baby is a song, it's like, hey, things suck, but you have me, right? You're not alone in this. Whereas this, weirdly, is like, hey, things are great, but no one's like you, and you're kind of alone.
I like that. This song is Welcome to Heaven. If it was good, you're right. And you should say it. Welcome to Heaven should not have been sung by Peter. He shouldn't have been there. It should have just been Emily.
I love how in both heaven and hell people become furries.
Yeah, I know,
I love
right?
that for us.
What song's in the background? It's Fontaine. Hunter probably didn't even know there was music playing this whole time. You don't have your headphones on.
Oh yeah, no, because I see you readjust it every once in a while.
Yeah. But like, look at this. He took somebody's beach chair, I guess. He's like, I don't know how to lie on the beach. They don't have beaches in England, or at least they didn't when I was alive. Obviously, they do.
It was much stony and cold.
Right, but like, look at him. He's just, I don't know what he's doing there. I think he's stealing one of the lights to try to get home, like, for his, machine. But yeah, I liked, squad, crew, or clique. If you want some buddies, you'll have your pick. Like, I thought that was cute. And I like these random people that I guess are willing to be friends with Pentious. I do wonder, since you guys know everything, does anyone have any ideas about what the angel halos signify? Is it like heaven-born versus people that came here? Because Pentious and this guy have, yellow halos, but these ones are both, blue.
I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like it's probably just the aesthetics, right?
Maybe.
The classic Vizipop, like, design.
But there could be. We don't know. Oh, no, I guess these are different colors. Yeah. Okay, so it may be color scheme. Sad. Depression. Oh, he's stealing the chair to also build his machine. Okay, so all of these things, including the skateboard. Wow, it does look... Man, that, like, it's so transparent on your shirt, Hunter. I didn't notice.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
you see, like, I don't know why it's specifically the green that seems to be, like, disappearing. Yeah, it's the green on that,
Interesting.
That's weird. I don't know why. I thought I made the whole frame transparent, not a specific color. Anyway. Lilith isn't in any Bible. Okay. You guys are clarifying the theology? Good.
Lilith isn't in the Bible. Well, I was mentioning that earlier about how much of, like, Christian mythology that gets used in media is, like, fan fiction. It comes from whatchamacallit, like the Divine Comedy, etc., etc. Lilith is kind of in earlier Jewish texts. The stuff about the husband, I think that's like a little bit like of a later addition, but like Lilith is like described as one of the creatures that gets kicked out of the Garden of Eden by God. And like I think her name is like also you can translate it into like a night creature.
Yeah.
And it like in later editions of the Bible you will see like and then God vanquished the night creatures from Eden or what have you.
Right. And so that eventually like kind of turned into Lilith.
The stuff about Lilith being that's not like that comes about a little bit later in like a Jewish tradition, I believe. Which is a great story. I do like me some Lilith.
So you guys might have seen me go rah, 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 while Hunter was talking, but yeah, so Abel has a dent in his halo because he got his head bashed in. That's hilarious.
Abel?
I love that. Oh. Yeah, see? Because he was killed by Cain.
That's funny.
I thought that was so funny.
That is funny. I like that.
We got all you could want here, all you could need here. You guys are right, though. I love just endless candy shops. Like, raves. Like, is this what they do in heaven all day?
Is that why he's, like, not as competent? Because he took a rock to the head?
Maybe. Okay, so we have Santa Claus romance. You know, the Christmas movies all year. Poor Pentious is just like, really? Oh, man. Oh, but yeah, so
and
you
no
guys,
one is addicted to crack.
You guys are right. So he did take all of this to build his way home. Yes. Which, again, I'm like, Pentious, I get it, but also you make me sad because Charlie worked so hard for you to be here, and, like, she kind of needs this, bro. Like, I get it. Your character motivation is still great, and I'm not, you know, coming for you on that front, but... still. You know? Okay.
He's just so baby girl. I love him.
But yeah, I don't really have a lot to say about this song other than I was afraid that Pentious wasn't going to get an aside, but then they gave him one, and I was like, yeah, let's go. So again, this feels like more evidence that they're understanding where they went wrong with the first season in terms of how the songs
Yes.
matter and how there shouldn't just be one character sings a song and they just sing it all the way through by themselves, right? Like, Pentious gets, like, a little aside and then the others don't hear it. Like, that was something that they also really struggled with, was, like, having characters talk to themselves instead of just each other when there was a duet. So, like, okay, so here's the other thing, right? You're not able to leave. That's confusing, because if he's not able to leave now, why does Sera close off heaven? Is it because angels are going down to earth and doing miracles? Like, I don't understand that at this moment. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you call that, like a montage sequence of a song, with like the opening of Camp.
Yeah, where they, or like Phineas and Ferb.
Yeah, or like, yeah, Phineas and Ferb.
When you see all the stuff that they do in Innocent.
Yeah, I love when they do that in songs. I really enjoyed it here.
Archie?
You mean weird lonely snake guy? Oh, is Archibald?
I don't know. I thought I heard him, but we'll see. Yeah, Archie, do you want to come in here? I have bribery. Can you grab that?
Bribery, everyone.
No, really. He'll come running. Watch. Just watch. Can't
He
mention.
is. He is.
Hi,
Look at
Archie.
the little guy.
Hi. You want to come
Hi.
in here and let Hunter give you a treat?
Can people see Archie in the...
I'll turn everything off so they can see him.
Okay, Archie.
Archie, come here. Hunter will give you a treat.
Archie does like me weirdly. Oh, he left.
No, Archie, come back. Hunter has treats.
Ah.
Yeah, Hunter has treats. Okay, he can only have 10 of those a day, so
Okay.
don't give him too many. Archie, are you still here, buddy? I love how we're just talking to no one. Like, you guys can't even see him right now, so we're just like,
Sorry,
doing
I turned back
hallucination.
and I saw Pentious pointing a gun at his head, and just the contrast between like Archie, come.
Archie.
I love how this is a very chaotic.
Oh yeah, I know, right? We were having snacks. It's been like 3 hours.
I don't know.
Close enough. Welcome back, Ruby season.
This is pretty weird.
Hey, we did get some super chats though, which means I won't cry myself to sleep tonight. So that's
Let's get
good.
it. I'm
anyway.
putting the treat back.
Well, you can put them on his thing and see if he comes in here when he smells them. Like, he'll, if he feels like it, he'll come in. And if he doesn't feel like it, that's okay, because we respect boundaries.
I've slowly become more of a cat person.
I
'cause
know.
I'm surrounded by them now. Girlfriend has 2 cats. You have a cat. Like, cats everywhere.
What was I saying? Okay, yeah, the gun thing, hilarious. I thought that was such a good bit. I love a bit. And I love how they're like, oh, maybe that didn't help actually.
I didn't realize he was curled up in like the
Fetal position.
Yeah.
I know, it's so sad. I just, I get it though, but please don't wreck Charlie's plans. I'll be very, distressed.
Just
oh my
the
gosh.
best mukbang I've ever been a part
Yeah,
of.
I know, guys. We don't usually eat on stream, but you have to remember that the time changed, and so right now it's 5 o'clock. Like, even Hunter would probably be having dinner by now, so, like...
Oh,
But
yeah.
I figured that our discussion was gonna be about this long, right? We have a lot to get through. We have a lot of things to talk about. It's also the first one we've ever done, so next time I may have a better idea on how to condense things a little bit, because we be yapping, right? But yeah, I love the song. I've played this so many times. I think it's such a banger. Like, it's such a good place to have the song. It's such good insight into Sera's character. Like, I just thought that this was fantastic. I want chocolate. My mom bought a box of Halloween candy, like, just for us. Oh, hi, Archie. Hi. Oh, we noticed him, and now he's not interested. Archie, the treat's on the tree, buddy. Treat's on the tree. But yeah, so here's the interesting thing. Sera has some... Okay, so when you didn't know, some of Sera's dialogue, or some of Sera's lyrics just fall right off the cliff, where, like, it's supposed to be, like, a rhyming pair, but it doesn't, and it goes, whee, and it just, like, goes into the void, and it's not great. But somehow, they did similar things here, but they made it work.
Really?
And not feel that way, right? Because, like, are people but good and good and evil, like people and evil should be a rhyme, but instead it falls off. But in this case, the falling off is good because she's uncertain of herself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it kind of like it's adding so it doesn't feel like they made a mistake, which I think you didn't
like
know sort of
you're
felt
detecting
that way.
like the apprehension in a sort of not rhymed lyric that works with the apprehension that the character is experiencing in the moment.
Exactly. But and you didn't know, it was just weird. And like everybody did it, and like if everybody does it, it's not a choice, right? But this I think was a choice, and they did it much better, right? But I really love that, like depraved, saved, like how can I trust in a just, right? Justice, so cruel and depraved. I was like, yes. It's very tasty. Again, it's one of those things where, yes, guys, like, I gotta scan and I gotta do, right, like, you know, the colors, and I have to check everything, but as far as I can tell right now, after having a couple days to, like, marinate the songs to marinate and whatever, like, this is so good.
Even
and,
the
like,
moment, it felt very like the Prince of Egypt, and we mentioned this in our reaction.
Yeah.
It felt very Prince of Egypt. It felt very... like the plagues in particular, where like you have Ramses and Moses talking back and forth to each other.
Yeah.
This image got me because I kind of wondered, like, is this like foreshadowing? Is Lute gonna kill
the speaker of God? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, Hunter, you're cooking. That just gave me goosebumps. I think you're right. Yeah,
'cause, like, well,
that's a very suspicious framing.
I know, right? And she, like her knives are out and it's behind her back.
Oh.
And I'm just saying, like, what...
I think you're right.
Do you think it would be like, now I'm just making up stuff, but like, would she go down there and kill them? Would she kill the voice and then like just seize control? Or would she like make it like a false flag operation?
Yeah, like, oh, Pentious
like,
killed the speaker
or
of
like,
God.
oh, a demon was able to get in, like Charlie Morningstar got in and killed the speaker
of God.
Like, we need to go and make war with
Hunter,
hell.
that's almost too good for this show. Like, that may not happen just because it's too good of
Maybe,
an
I
idea.
don't know, there could be something there.
Oh, I just noticed you have new earrings. Those are nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
I also have this earring, the industrial.
Oh, well,
too.
yeah, but you had that. But it's a new one. I like that.
Yes.
I like it. Very nice. Oh,
but
yeah.
I don't know if they notice, because I feel like you don't really see it, because my hair's off and down.
And you have headphones in,
headphones in, yeah.
But yeah,
It was very
Hunter,
painful.
that would be great foreshadowing. That's really interesting. Can the speaker even die? Well, here's my question, right? You know, not to bring up Genshin Impact today, but in Genshin there's something called the Gnosis, and you can steal it, and that's basically the god's power, right? Ventus, oh my god. Venti's Gnosis gets stolen at the beginning of the game by Senora, and as you progress through the game, the Gnosises get stolen. Or as I like to call them, the Gnosis, because I don't respect the silent.
Or Gnostis?
Well, it's supposed to be like Genosicism or whatever.
Okay.
Like
Gnosticism?
Yeah.
Gnostis, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it's pulled from. Anyway, so like, what if you could kill the speaker of God and then take their power, right? Like, Vox seems to kind of want to do something like that. I don't know if that means it's possible, but could you just like collect halos like Gnosises, and if you put one on, you suddenly have the power that the last person had? It could... Oh. That was weird. Sorry, the voices are calling me. I heard some ghostly apparition in my headphones, I guess. Anyway, I think that that's a good theory, Hunter. That's really interesting.
Idiot Reacts is saying that they think that Lute might kill Mary. I don't know. Mary strikes me as a character that will like stick around.
Emily.
Sorry, Emily, not Mary. I'm dumb.
It's okay. You saw Mary Sue.
I don't know. I did.
Together.
I think I don't think Mary. I won't think Emily. Oh my god. I don't think Emily, because Emily's like kind of like the younger character that's actually doing things, where like the older, more established characters sort of react.
Right.
I feel like Emily will stick around.
But you could have Emily die so Sera takes a stronger, like, as an empowering Sera.
Actually, you know what? I could see that.
Right? Because it's like the innocent, you know? Oh yeah, I loved every transgression must serve as a lesson. I thought that was great. Even though I don't think this is a perfect rhyme just because the I's in there, I don't care. I thought that was awesome. I love that. Yesterday you drew sorrow, what will you do tomorrow? And the beat drop, like, that was nice. It was great. I loved how it happened. It was awesome. But I will say, you know, this is something that we were trying, oh, you guys have been able to see the screen the whole time. Hopefully we don't get copyrighted for that. Anyway, this is something that I have been thinking about, though, is that, and we kind of talked about this before the stream, so Hunter knows where I'm going with this. The thing is that I feel like Hazbin still struggles with the idea of what is Hazbin's own sound. You know? Because I listened to this, and I'm not gonna lie, yeah, we were thinking about Prince of Egypt, but also kind of sounded like Epic the Musical to me a little bit, with some of these, like, rhyming choice. Like, then when I commanded the slaughter of those sons and daughters, like, that's a very, like, I can't really articulate how, but there's a lot going on that's kind of, like, epicness in terms of how Jorge rhymes, right? Mistaken conceit. What is that?
A conceit is just basically like
Mistaken
a belief
plan?
or a proposition.
Oh, okay. Because I heard...
And so if it's a mistaken, you're wrong, basically.
Right. Because I heard mistake and conceit, and like while I was listening, and I was like, I don't think that's, like, are you trying to say conceited? That's not grammatically right, but no, mistaken is right. Okay.
Yes.
Yay! More
Also, this
massacre
scene,
mistaken
it just
is
gets
really
that,
nice
this
too.
scene, when it cuts to, like, the blood and the gore, that's when I was like, oh, immediately Prince of Egypt.
Oh,
it
yeah.
gets so heavy so quickly.
I thought it was great, but yeah, that's the thing that I'm like, that's an interesting conversation about Hazbin, that Hazbin doesn't really have its own sound. Like, obviously it does, but it's a hard thing to explain. Like, I said this earlier, but, like, Hamilton sounds like Hamilton, right? Hadestown sounds like Hadestown. You know, even Disney musicals, though they were most of them were composed by Alan Menken, all sound like Aladdin is different than Beauty and the Beast and, like, all that stuff. Hazbin, though, sometimes I feel like they just listen to other musical theater songs and they're like, we want our own thing of that, which is fine, but I'm also like, you know, it makes me go, sometimes, because I'm like, is that really a good idea? Because obviously you want to be inspired by people, but sometimes I feel like they are so inspired. No, it's okay. Hunter's not gonna get you, kitty.
Archie has come.
Just pretend that he's not
Okay.
there. And
He immediately left.
Oh, did he? He's gone again?
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, no, he's right at the door.
He's right. Archie.
Hi.
Come on, you know Hunter. Hunter's no different sitting down in this chair than sitting down on the couch, kitty.
I don't like it when Hunter's
Hunter's not any different.
just standing right
Look, you
outside
guys
the
can see him.
frame. There he is. There we go.
Oh,
You wanna
look,
come up
yeah.
here?
Wow,
Come up here. Oh, no, it's not
wow.
there. It's not. It's up here. Look, it's up here. Right there.
The
Can-
other day
can I
when that
see him?
happened, he
Okay.
looked at both.
Right.
He looked on either side of the flower petal, but not where the tree was.
There we go.
I feel like he can't
Why
see.
did you swat it first? That's so odd.
He was trying to kill it. He has to make sure it's dead.
Oh. Oh, no.
Oh,
you
bye.
Okay, bye. Hi. Hello. Hello.
I love seeing you guys try to bribe him. I know. It's so... You guys can see his face, right? Ah!
What?
Nothing. I heard a doo-doo-doo, like the keyboard.
Uh-oh. Are we...
Oh, we're still streaming.
Yeah, we're still
We're good.
connected.
I don't know what that was, though. It might have been another cord on my desk.
That was the
somewhere.
cat resetting, I would see.
Okay, guys.
Oh,
We gotta
okay.
focus. We're almost done today. We gotta focus. I'm sure Hunter would like to go home, and I am also tired.
Can you tell that we're diagnosed with, well, one of us is diagnosed with ADHD?
I know. Oh man, can you do you mind grabbing that down there? I just don't like that I don't like those by the cords. Anyway, okay. Something about Epic the Musical. You know, I don't know. I think it's, like, it's okay. I just sort of wonder about, like, how would you develop Hazbin Hotel sound? You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of it's a hard sort of thing. The sound is low. Like us?
Hello?
Uh-oh.
Once...
Or do you mean the sound of the show? Because there wasn't any. Hello? Testing. Doesn't sound low to us. Are you guys okay?
Once I called you brother.
Question mark? Let us know, guys. Let us know if we're alright. Yes? I don't know what that means. I don't know when you guys say yes. What are you talking about? It's like suddenly? It sounds fine to us. Or do you guys mean the music? Our voice or the music? Oops. You're good?
You're good, okay.
Gaslighting. Gaslighting has happened here. Chat.
Gatekeeping, girl bossing.
It sounds fine to me. Something might have happened to you guys then. I don't know.
Skill issue.
Skill issue? That's not nice. Your voice? Okay, well, hold on. The voice is fine? I don't know. Okay. So that seems to be like a personal problem for some of you guys, and we just got one guide. Please refresh your browser, maybe. I don't think that we're responsible for that. But yeah, I don't know if the writers, right? Because sometimes it's so obvious that they are like the living tombstone people, and then sometimes it's just kind of like, you know, like sometimes it's like they mimic other things, and I like the sounds that they mimic, but I don't know if they found their own, like this is definitively Hazbin Hotel. I don't know what that looks like either. I just know that like Epic sounds like Epic and Hamilton sounds like Hamilton, and I don't know, and maybe it's just like that there's not that many different ways to make music now, right? Like everything's kind of been done or something, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, let me just check one more thing, and then I will stop letting myself get one guide by the chat. Just to make sure we're, yeah, okay, we're down mixed. Are you saying Hazbin needs its own Just a Man? No, I'm talking about more like style, I guess. It's not even like composition, it's just like the idea of like, oh, but what's the style? Like the style that there's a through line with the style in all of the songs, like an art style, right? All of these characters look like they're drawn in the same art style, but what is the music equivalent of that? You know what I mean? Because it feels more like a mashup of like different musical types, you know? Not like a pastiche, but like kinda. But yeah, either way, this is a good song. I think the question, you know?
I think the idea with Hazbin Hotel is that, like, it's meant to be like musical theater, not necessarily for people that are that into musicals, right? Oh
no, the goal, guys, the goal for Hunter to react to Wish is like counting down because the stream's been so wrong. The stream's been so long.
Oh dear.
But yeah, I really liked this. Like, you can't know. See, that's the thing. Though time flows on, I think but would have made more sense here. You can't know, but time flows on, so you must bear the cross. That's a very, like, if I had a nitpick, that was the thing I noticed. Though time flows on, so doesn't really make any sense, and I feel like that they just wanted the sounds, like, no, though, so, like, they wanted rhymes. They should have said but. Because the real meaning of this phrase is, however, time flows on, so you have to make the choice. You can't just, like, be indecisive forever. So that was my one thing where I was like, okay, guys, I love your little rhyming, but please don't sacrifice things making sense just to rhyme. But otherwise, like, this is a banger, right? And, like, Bestie, she's giving you a sign. What more do you want? You know what I'm saying? Like...
Oh, and sorry, what I was trying to say about, like, it not really having its own unique style.
Oh, you remembered.
Or that, I don't know, my brain's mush. I feel like Hazbin Hotel is it's a musical, but it's sort of not necessarily pitching itself to your typical musical crowd.
Yeah.
And I think if you were in that position, you kind of don't want to stick to, like, one genre or one type, right? Because people who are already into musicals are like, oh yes, this is this, right. That is that. When you're trying to cast a much like wider net, you kind of want to maybe encompass more types of music. Yeah, I suppose.
I agree with you.
Which strikes me as like I don't know.
But I don't think it's a music thing necessarily. But I don't know what I'd call it either, so I have to think about it, because you're right. I like that, like, Adam has rock, but Charlie has kind of Disney, and, like, I like the variety, but it's more just sound consistency. And I don't know how to explain that, because it's a hard thing to explain, right? Like, every composer has their own sort of style, and that comes through in ways that are really difficult to articulate sometimes, right?
Yes.
So... I wouldn't want them to stop doing what they're doing, because I like that they have genre variety, right? Like, I like that some of the songs are musical theater, but then some of the songs are more pop style, especially for, like, Poison and stuff. That all makes sense. But, like, if you listen to Alan Menken composing for Tangled, and knowing that that was a more hybrid, like, pop, like, they were inspired by Alanis Morissette, which is funny, because that's The second time I think that we mentioned,
Yep.
or was it? Oh, yeah, I think it was her. Yeah, Alanis Morissette.
That's
so,
crazy because you think about Tangled. I don't think.
Well,
of
they wanted
Alanis
her to have a free sort of like
Sure,
flower
okay.
child sound. I don't know. Anyway, maybe it wasn't her. Maybe it was somebody else. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? Hi, Nathan.
I don't know.
How's it
I don't know.
going?
You ought to know Disney. That just doesn't
I
feel.
should, but it was
No,
like
I mean,
a singer like that.
there's an Alanis Morissette song called "You Oughta Know." Is what I mean by that. You oughta know and Disney, they don't really feel congruent with each
you said
other.
you ought to know your Disney, so yeah, you should
Both
know.
of those things are technically true. So
Anyway, so like, but there's still Alan Menken compositional signatures in there, and again, it's a hard sort of thing to explain, but. Maybe I would fall on that would fall under musical theater reaction. Like he tends to end his compositions with a da 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 bum, like a lot of Disney songs end like that. I think Whole New World does, and also some of the songs in Hercules do, right? So it's just like that sort of stuff. So I don't know how exactly, like at this point you would develop Hazbin Hotel sound, you know. Maybe you would do that instrumentally by, by doing kind of what Epic does and every character having their own instrument. But even that is not Epic the musical sound. Like, Epic the musical sound to me is kind of more the inspiration that they're taking from anime and a kind of like maximalist, right? Like in how Jorge uses the instruments a lot like Kingdom Hearts does and stuff like that, right? So yeah, I don't know. But I still like these songs anyway, but it's just been something on my mind lately. But I like the you speak of choices made by other voices. I thought that this was great. Like, she's like, tell me how to do it, but you have to figure it out for yourself. Also, she told you, once you speak with your own voice, you'll figure it out. She literally told you. But obviously, harder, easier said than done. But I love this. If souls from damnation can earn their salvation. Nice. It was very nice. I really like the lyrics here. And find their forgiveness on high. How do I, right? So she's basically kind of equating herself with the sinners now. Even the sinners are doing better than I am right now in terms of figuring out how to atone, right? I thought it was great.
I legitimately a very, very, very good song.
Yeah.
Very poignant emotions. It was like, this is the type of song I thought they would play during Pentious' trial.
Yeah.
So I feel like we kind of get to have it both ways.
Yeah, I agree.
You have the like high emotions of the music, but you still have that sort of more direct sort of world building and character moments of the actual dialogue.
Yeah, I totally agree. I have to go, but I enjoyed the stream. See you next time, hopefully. Well, thank you for staying so long. Don't worry, if you want to hear our thoughts about Gravity, the stream will be archived, so we'll still be here. We're actually getting there now,
I'm about to
right?
say, yeah.
We're almost done.
I did not realize there was 3 songs basically back to back.
Yeah. 3?
Yeah,
yeah,
there's 3 songs
right,
this
Sarah's
episode.
confession, and then there was also Like Us, yeah. Yeah, I guess now we're getting into Gravity territory.
Why does
Adam being
he
a
just
dick.
is so expressive.
A
He
mysterious
looks like a
dick.
dick, even when that long ass neck. You just can't trust it.
But yeah, I knew they weren't gonna, because you had this theory, oh, they gotta bring Adam back, because his voice actor is, like, so iconic, right? So they kind of did, in a sense,
It just struck
right?
me as, like, a very significant part of the show, right?
Yeah.
Like, it would be hard to have it without him.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Oh, that's interesting.
She's
She has,
wearing
like,
his halo.
Yeah.
Adam's
See,
halo.
so that's what I was saying. I was like, what if you can, like, take these halos and stack them on top of each other? Also, thank you, Nathan. I had to change it back for work. It's very sad. Maybe next time I'll be in the Calxiyn Cares Too Much wig, but I was like, we're gonna stream for 4 hours. I'm not doing all that. Sarah's Confession is the best song of the season. I agree. I think that it's the best song. I think it's one of the best songs that they've ever wrote. And see, unlike that comment from the beginning of the stream that I was talking about, I can explain why. Oh, man. Anyway. But yeah, I like how even at the meeting, Sarah's trying to get their opinions because she's still kind of scared.
And it's so funny
right?
because I think St. Peter's just like, look, I'm just here. I'm a mascot. I don't
Yeah.
actually do anything and make decisions, and then Kane is completely useless.
I think what's interesting about, like, oh, they have the numbers to rise up against us and they have cause is like, well, what would you do to kind of ease, like, a show of good faith of, like, hey, we understand we made your reparation. Like, what would you give them?
We nuke hell.
What?
We
No.
kill them all.
I'm saying, like, what do you think that the like, Sera would do, you know?
I mean, that's the thing that's tricky about her, is that she kind of is, like, merciful. And so suddenly it's like, well, if these people were irredeemable, it's fine to kill them, I guess. She
Right.
can, like, wash her hands of it. But now she realizes that's not the case.
Yeah.
Like she is conflicted, which I think is sort of interesting. Abel, not Cain Hunter, I apologize.
But basically, I'm asking, like, if you guys had reparations for hell, what would you give them? Like, what would you give them? You know, because I feel like that, you know, she's right. They have cause to rise against you, but aren't you also, like, you realize that you did this to them first, right? So how are you gonna make up for it? How are you going to atone? You know what I mean?
Be like, hey, no more mass genocide, no more
Well, you
killing.
can start with that, but, like, what else do they get for all their suffering? You know what I mean? Like, what are they going to, you know, they could do, you can talk with your loved ones. Like, now we've put in a phone, so now you can talk to the people that you love. Like, what magical reparation? Not real world stuff, magical reparation.
Let's take a page out of the CIA government transfer book. What we gotta do is you gotta find a group within that nation that you agree with, that you fund in order to bring about, like, a color change or, like, a revolution within that country.
Oh.
So what they do is they go to Charlie and they, like, fund and support Charlie.
Oh, okay, sure. That's
Right.
good. I was afraid. I was like, where's Hunter going with this? I don't understand.
And then you nuke hell.
No, stop. No more.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
Aggies, sorry guys, I'm trying to reload the screenshot.
I really like that they didn't just, I don't know, she's like not, like, it's a real issue for her, and she is actually like, she does have morals, and she does have her code of ethics that she needs to stand by, right?
But yeah, what do you think that she can offer, basically?
I think honestly it would be like that. You'd work with Charlie if I was her, and I, like, actually wanted to be like, okay, this is the official thing. Maybe you stop wiping people out.
Right.
Mind you, if you think that anyone is going to come and, like, try to, like, if I were her, I would kill the V's. Probably.
Right.
I'd kill the V's and I would kill Alistair.
Oh, damn. Alistair's getting...
Right?
No.
You'd whack the people that are honest to God, like, threats to you.
Right, I guess. Okay, well that's interesting. I'm thinking more in terms of, like, in the show's
That
universe.
one's also out of the CIA cookbook.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I think that maybe the
Ah, I see you have a little democracy there, South America. It'd be a
family-
shame if someone overthrew your government.
Oh no. I feel like that the talk to your family and, like, more heaven communication might be something that they could do, because then we could get into, like, Molly, and that's how we get Angel's family and stuff. But yeah, otherwise, I really don't know, because here's the thing. We thought when the show started that this was going to be, like, kind of a capitalism metaphor, and, like, heaven is the literal gated community where all the rich people are, and
I mean,
then
that kind of is
the poor,
case, though.
sad people are in hell, right? And, like, I still think that, but then in that case, what do? Do you give hell some of your resources in terms of, like, the marshmallows and the pendulins and, like, all the comforts? Like, do you give people the but, like, what do they have in heaven that they don't have in hell is, like, the other question, right? I don't know. Obviously they have marshmallows and stuff, but Charlie doesn't seem like that she's deprived of sweets, you know? Like, it seems like they have food and stuff. Like, people are obviously eating. I don't know. Maybe that goes back to what that person said earlier, like, in hell they don't suffer enough, and so, like, it just seems like it's our world, but with people going around and putting barbed wire up your hole or whatever. But I'm like,
I mean, it's
what?
a little
Like, what
bit
can they
worse.
offer? I guess it would have to be the family stuff, right? Or, like, yeah, I don't really know. Like, otherwise, right?
I don't know. I think the funding, I think the
Lots
helping
of
Charlie
chocolate.
thing.
Like, maybe they don't have sweets.
How
I don't
many
know.
penguins do you guys need in order not to kill each other?
Yeah, I mean, because they have cats and dogs, but the cats and dogs are even a little bit fucked up. So maybe that is going to be something like
I don't
that.
know, Charlie's cat
Emotional
looks quite
support
nice.
animal.
Exactly. Everyone just needs a golden retriever.
But yeah, I really like Emily using her powers to make the eggs. I like Pentious questioning why they aren't in heaven, but I'm assuming it's because he made them, right? So I don't think they had souls,
Or they're also,
right?
like, not dead, right? Like, they're still
Well,
around.
some of them, but the ones
Yeah.
that perished in the Zeppelin, they said. Wait a minute. Maybe, wait, was that supposed to be like a clue? Because he says they all perished in the Zeppelin, but we see some. So did they just respawn because they weren't... Wait, what?
Maybe?
Yeah, because they weren't killed by Holy Steel, so they respawned? Because that's how it works, right?
Or maybe he just thought they did, but he was mistaken?
Maybe. But that's kind of an interesting thing of like, oh, wait, maybe that was supposed to be the clue, because if you don't die by angelic steel, you just respawn, and that's why some of the people in hell kill each other for fun, because it's not that serious. They just die and they come back like Salem, I guess, right?
Yes.
But I do like her making the little egg boys. I thought that that was cute, you know, because it's her power to keep everybody happy, so I thought that that was a nice usage of her powers, and we're able to see, like, how her powers work and stuff. Heaven has sugar and rom-coms, and they have drugs. Yeah, maybe they send in the rom-coms, right? They, like, so
send in the rom-coms?
It may be a matter of, like, resources or the things Heaven has, they, like, share them. Like, maybe it'll be like that. I don't know.
The worst day in hell is when Meg Ryan invaded.
What?
Meg Ryan, an actress that appeared in a lot of rom-coms
I'm like the
in the 90s.
Fire Nation attack. Emily's strained face is the cutest thing ever. I know. I really liked that scene. So we have Adam and something that I can't show you guys. Okay, let's talk about gravity. I knew you guys wanted it. Okay, I'm gonna. Do you guys? I will. Let's do this because it's not gonna happen. I doubt it's gonna take this long. Gravity song analysis video.
Oh man.
Okay. 10 super chats? Yeah, that's $100. That's good enough for me. I won't see that $100. It'll probably be like, say, I will do a song for $60. Okay.
That's
Song analysis.
idea,
I set
anyways.
another goal, which obviously we did not hit the last one, but maybe one day. I don't know. Okay. So let's talk about gravity. I really like Freaky in the Dark Time. I thought that that was funny. But yeah, he wants one of Adam's guitars, so I guess they're all sort of like, because Adam was in a band, right? And he talks about the drummer. Don't know who the drummer was. It'd be kind of funny if that was Cain.
That would be funny.
Right? Because obviously he smacked Abel's head in with the rock, right? So you guys see where I'm going with this, right? But yeah. I need to throw a yapping about Hazbin and Helva, boss, in relation to the hell punishment thing. Go ahead. I mean, we kind of talked about it earlier, this idea that maybe hell's neutral, and it's the people there that make it suck. But, you know, when we talk about what can heaven offer hell, the lack of suffering does get, like, we're in the weeds a bit, because we can say, oh, we're not going to kill you anymore, but that doesn't really help comfort the people that have been affected. So, like, you know, we're going to go build houses in hell, like, or something. I don't know, right? Anyway, Abel disappears. I have, to answer to him, he's nothing like you, right? So, I think that this was pretty funny.
The scene where she's like, I love you.
Yeah, oh, the yellow is chroma key too. That's so strange. I don't know why. I mean, it might help with copyright, so I guess it's fine. But yeah, I really like this scene because you think that they might have a heartfelt moment, even though he is in their imagination, but they're not, because he doesn't know. But yeah, I really like this. I feel like that this is gonna come back somehow, guys. But yeah, like, it's not his ghost. It's in her imagination. Okay. Yeah. So, now we can start talking about gravity, okay? Best song in Hazbin Hotel, I think, is a big exaggeration that some people may be
really like. Here's the thing, I don't dislike this song.
Oh,
I just kind of think it's I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I think it's like kind of down the middle, right?
Yeah, and here's my reasoning in terms of like, I have a problem with the word best in general, okay? So let me, you know, get on my soapbox on that for a minute. I don't know if best is a good word to describe songs in a musical in the first place, because every song has their own function. Like, is Sentimental Man the best song in Wicked? No, but if every song was defying gravity, no song would be. So first of all, on the premise of the idea of best, and I've probably been guilty of it, of like, this is the best Disney song you've never heard, or whatever, like in terms of YouTube titles, but those are titles, it's exaggeration. But I don't like saying best in terms of musical theater because every song has their own function. So when we start to get into best, it's like, okay, yeah, but of course the lame reprise that was in last season is not going to be gravity, but that doesn't mean like everything has its own function, right? That's why I try to stay to like stronger or weaker choices.
Yeah.
And that sort of thing. Because I don't like best. Sometimes we can say worst. We can say something is the worst song in something because that's not on the metric of how enjoyable it was. It's on the metric of how badly written it is, right? But best is like we're kind of getting into the weeds, you know what I mean, about best. Here's the other thing. Here's what I want to talk about with you. People, other than it's popular so it's decisively good, which we know is bullshit.
Which is
right?
silly and probably pitched by a child, if I had to guess.
I did want to talk about enjoyment, though, because how much do you think enjoyment matters in conversations like this?
Look, I honestly think that there is no, like, it's kind of hard to really say, like, there's an objective appraisal of art.
Yeah.
In general. I think it's like, what do you like? Why do you like it? How strong is your argument?
Exactly.
The closest you can come to, like, truth, I guess, is general consensus.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the Beatles are a good band because most people agree that they're a good band.
Sure.
Right? With that said, though, like, it's, you know, there's only, like, you're no closer to, like, the objective truth. It's just a way
Right.
it's just the one, I guess, so,
like, if a lot of music critics come together and make their arguments and say, this song is good,
yes.
we can kind of
Sure.
have, you know, be like semi-confident that a bunch of people at least got together and made some strong arguments.
And even
for the
if
thing.
like, and even if that's like close to the truth, it's never gonna be perfect, and you would still be able to like make an argument
Yeah.
about it. At the end of the day, we're all just trying to find ways that we can measure
Yeah.
to determine like how good a thing that its subjective value is.
Yeah.
You know, it's only ever going to be subjective. So we struggle to do that, and that's the closest thing we have. At the end of the day, it's just not there.
Yeah.
We're never gonna find it. People seemingly do like Gravity.
Yes.
That is the case, it would seem.
Yes.
We appear
not,
to be
not us too, apparently.
we appear to be on the outside of that. And I can accept that. And I don't think it's that bad. I just think that, like, I don't know why it is.
I don't think it's that bad either. Well, you didn't quite answer my question, but that was a
Sorry.
good answer to the other thing. But like, here's my thing. This is why I don't like enjoyment as a metric either.
Yes.
Because it turns art into something that only exists to give you the warm, fuzzy feelings inside of your heart. You know what I mean? Like, when we talk about enjoyment, or like, entertainment and enjoyment aren't the same thing, but when people say, oh, but I enjoyed it and that's what makes it good, you should enjoy songs in a musical, I hope. Like, I want you to enjoy yourself, of course, but at the same time, there's a lot of songs which I would never say are enjoyable. So, like, Joanna from Sweeney Todd, where the judge is beating himself for jerking off to his, like, adoptive daughter.
Yes.
That's not an enjoyable song. Is it a well-written song? Yes. Like, does it serve the story and the characters? Yes. But is it an enjoyable, like, am I sitting there like, oh yes, like, this is the song that I've been, you know, that gets me up in the morning? No.
To
right?
go and beat kids.
We're gonna pick Let It Go, or Part of Your World, or Out
Yes.
There, or something a bit
Yes.
more, like,
Yes.
happy and gives you the nice feelings inside. So that's the other reason why I don't like the idea of metric of enjoyment as a total metric. You know, if you're making your own personal, like, system or something, should enjoyment be a category? Sure, I can't tell you what to do, but, like, the song is just enjoyable. Like, I don't know if we can, I don't think that that's good for dealing with, like, musicals especially, because not all songs are meant to be enjoyable. Some of them are meant to be uncomfortable.
And this is a musical song, but it's also a rock song.
Yeah.
And I feel like, I don't know, someone here mentioned butt rock. Butt rock generally refers to, like, early 2000s, something like Nickelback or Theory of a Dead Man, right? Those, or Three Doors Down, those kind of groups where people
Yeah.
sing like this. And it's kind of like, what happens if, like, grunge got boring?
Yeah.
I don't think this is, like, quite butt rock, though. It reminds me of, I was listening to this song, and, like, it was interesting. It felt very, like, at first it sort of felt like Imagine Dragons. Which is not
really
necessarily
funny.
a compliment, because Imagine Dragons is sort of like mono-genre, right?
Right.
So, like, yeah, Imagine Dragons song, it's going to be kind of rock, but it's also going to be kind of alternative, and it's also going to be a little bit like, you know, maybe hip hop, and then it's going to be a little electronic, and it's going to be some pop, and it might even be a little bit like stomp clap hey country, and it all kind of comes together, and it sort of becomes kind of nothing. This is a less bad version of that, right? Because once again, I don't dislike necessarily Gravity. It strikes me as a song that wants to be kind of rock and maybe even like a little bit metal, and then it has like the orchestra stuff and the Christian like choir, and then it also has a lot of aspects of musical theater that you tend not to see in rock music, like how she sort of does like the talk singing to herself. You generally don't get that. It was and it kind of it sort of feels not generic, but a little bit generic, I guess.
Yeah, I feel the
issue.
generic too. Sorry, to read the super chat, I don't think that Emily lied. I think it's about sending him back permanently is probably not allowed. She's different. She's like an envoy, so just to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Here's what I would have done, and I've had time to think about this. I think that what we sort of, again, needed relative, but here's what I would have done to make some stronger choices. I think that we could have used kind of like your idol from K-pop Demon Hunters, how they have the more traditional choir instruments when they're doing the Latin parts, but then they switch to the K-pop. I could have used when we were singing like Sanctus and stuff.
It's like hidden in the background there, yeah.
Yeah, like I could have used more violin, more organ, more like church musical thing, more Sweeney Todd. I don't know, but I'm okay with the rock being her sound, you know? But I think that, like, if you're gonna bring in Latin, that's where I kind of have beef, because you're bringing in this element, but you're not backing up that element with, like, I call it musical theater reactions. Apparently, other people say prosody, which is also, like, in poetry, which is... I don't know what it would mean in poetry exactly, but in the musical context, it's the lyrics and the composition matching each other, like meshing well together. So that's my beef with, like, why are we bringing in Latin as if this is Hellfire and you're not going to back it up with, like, the traditional
I will say at the end, when they kind of go a little bit harder in the last chorus, it approaches there. Yeah, I don't know. It feels a lot like... There was, like, so the two songs that it reminded me of were weirdly Bet On It from High School Musical 2.
Which I think's hilarious, because somehow you're right. Like, I hear it.
I don't know what it is, because I don't actually think that that's that good a comparison. I think my other comparison that I'll get to in a moment is better, but, like, when I was listening to it, somehow it, like gravity... Like, gravity, bet on it, like, it does...
Does no one know who they're dealing with, like, kind of like the beginning of...
Because maybe that's what it is, because I think it's trying to have, like, a kind of pop rock intensity, but it's also a musical theater song, so maybe that's what it is. Like, the way the lyrics are delivered, it just feels a little bit, to my ear, as someone who's listened to a lot of rock music, maybe that's why I compare those two songs, because they both seem incongruent in that way.
But here's the thing, so, like, the Death Note musical... is kind of in a more rock style, and like we didn't have all these problems, so like, you know, we needed Frank Wildhorn. That's what we needed. Even Wonderland, you know, I Will Prevail from Wonderland has like a kind of like power ballad, you know, in a more pop music sort of way sound. It needed to be a bit longer. I agree with that too.
I actually don't agree with that.
I want a bridge. I want like a change in...
Okay, maybe like an abridge would have been good, but it's also just like, I feel like this song was kind of anemic for ideas. Right?
But if we had a bridge, we could get more ideas.
I guess so. I don't know.
I kind of get what you mean, though. You're like, we want to make it longer when they have so little to work with in the first place.
Anyways, the other song that I think it really reminds me of, and Cal, you were not familiar with it, but I played it for you. It's by a band called Skillet.
Yeah.
And the song is called Hero. And it is it was a song that I remember from my youth in the early 2000s, or like, I guess, late 2000s when that song came out. And the thing about Skillet is they suck. They're like a butt rock band. They're not very good.
Oh, man.
They skate by
Skillet fans are gonna get us.
Here's the thing. Skillet fans skate, like, there's just more interesting stuff out there. There was more interesting stuff being written and made at that time. Skillet fans are either, like, Christian rock heads, where, like, this is the closest to, like, a more interesting band you're going to get. or just people who are very nostalgic for that period.
Right,
People
right.
roughly my age and a little bit older. But the thing about it being like a Christian band is I think it's significant is that famously a lot of contemporary Christian music is not very like revolutionary.
Right.
It generally doesn't do interesting things. It's meant to be a kind of oftentimes not as good, sort of somewhat generic and easily accessible version of more interesting secular music that is exclusively kind of pitched to like Christians and the American Christian like culture industry that is very cloistered and like very separated from the rest of mainstream culture.
Like, we want the illusion of stick it to the man, but we can't stick it to the man.
We can't actually stick it to the man. So we have like, you want like hard rock about like fighting power, etc., but you're not allowed to listen to System of a Down. And it's the 2000s, and I know you really want to listen to System of a Down in Linkin Park. So what if instead of listening to System of a Down in Linkin Park, you listen to Skillet? And it's kind of like, that's the same thing with the Imagine Dragons thing, where you're just trying to being vague and you're not really going places. It reminds me of that. It is better than that. Gravity is better than that.
Right.
But it just feels like you're like, oh, it's like kind of metal, but it's sort of like a kind of standard version of metal with like a little bit of musical theater, so it comes off as like not quite as like it doesn't attack you enough. Also, I think the lyrics are sort of not that, they're kind of generic.
Yeah, which we should get to now. But that's why earlier I brought up that thing of like, but is Hazbin Hotel, like what is Hazbin Hotel sound? Because I know the Living Tombstone guy writes the songs or whatever, but like sometimes it feels like that he just looks at other songs and he's like, I'm gonna copy that thing, but then make it for the show, which like, yeah, like it's valid. It, you know, what is it? Good artist copy, great artist steal or whatever, right? So I get it, but I'm like, again, what they could have done was when you have the Latin, have more church instruments and then let it get taken over by purely the modern day rock
have
instrument,
it be,
right?
so it sounds more like Ghost, it sounds more like Hellfire, or it sounds like you get more of a sting in there, and it would make it seem more distinct.
Or like
and
at
not
least have some depth to it instead of hearing the same, because when everything's at level 100, it's just noise, you know? So at least having a couple more instruments, even if they fall away, would have helped. I hate Adam going, yeah, like, okay, fine. For the show, I get it, right? Because it's a musical number.
Yes.
Sure. Soundtrack, delete him. We don't need all that. It's so bad. Like, I hate hearing his voice go, yeah, and all I hear is, like, Beetlejuice and, like, Fran from The Nanny. Like, I don't need that. Let her just sing by herself, right? This is the problem, okay? Not enough musicals make soundtrack, only version. Like, you know, it's a twofold problem, because Snow White, for example, cut all of the dialogue out. Don't do that. The audience needs the dialogue, right? That's why Poor Unfortunate Souls, they keep the dialogue section. Don't fucking do that, but at the same time, don't feel beholden to the stuff that needs to be communicated to the musical theater audience either. I don't need Adam singing in there.
I don't think that was the intention for the yeah, Adam. I think they just added that to the song because they liked it.
I don't want it. I don't want him here.
I don't want it.
Well, I'm saying, I think it was so he's egging her on, right?
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was supposed to be the idea. I don't need all that. We don't need him. Just let her sing by herself on the soundtrack. You know? It's kind of like, I mean, Snow White's a great example. They cut all the dialogue out, and I'm like, bestie, but that dialogue is important. That dialogue in the middle of a song is part of the song, right? It's not a separate scene unto itself. At that point, it's all part of the same. Anyway.
Also, someone in the audience does like Skillet. I apologize. I don't need to insult your band.
They're gone now.
I'm not to suggest that everyone who likes Skillet is X, Y, or Z. Plenty of people enjoyed Skillet for what it was, especially in the late 2000s when they were at their peak of their relevancy. You're great, but Skillet isn't. Anyways.
This is a lyric that I think should have been replaced. The rage in me is terminal. There's no remedy but to burn them all, okay? Terminal and burn them all, I think, is our first case of an egregious slant rhyme attempt. Because terminal is so bad, right? I know what terminal means, but you're gonna think terminal like an airport. You're not gonna think terminal as in like it's gonna end.
I got it. Like,
well, I mean in terms of your imagery. right?
Sure.
More of us are, like, most of us are thinking about Tron computer terminal than we're thinking of. That doesn't evoke imagery, you know what I mean? Like, rage being poison, right? Because that's in the Bible too, isn't it? Like, that, like, you know, you're poisoning yourself with your anger, like if you, what is it? Like your hatred will end up poisoning you more. Like I don't know what the phrase is.
It's
Do you
like
understand what I mean?
revenge is like drinking poison and hoping someone
else
dies.
will die. Yeah, so they could have done something like that, right? I know they use poison for angel
I don't know.
dust,
That's
but...
the thing though, is that like you don't. Because I think when we talked about it previously, I think we were like, why don't they do flood or like the biblical stuff? That would make sense. You are an angel. I'm like, that would make sense. You don't want it to be, you don't want to just repeat idioms. You don't want it to be so cliche, but in trying to like not be cliche, you get stuff like hard rain's gonna fall and it'll feel like gravity.
Yeah.
And like, I get what you mean by that, like the gravity of the situation, like it is always there. Gravity is inevitable. It's like, you know, it's the Joker line from The Dark Knight. It's like, like gravity. It brings us all down. I get it, but how it's delivered here is I just don't think it has the punch. It'll be rain and it feels like gravity. Yeah, rain is a function of gravity. I understand that.
Or rain is affected by gravity, but it's not like well, I'll get to that in a minute. But, okay, this is the first line that I'd want to rewrite. I don't know how yet. I'll think about it again if you guys want to find Calxiyn gravity. Well, I've done that before. I rewrote Carmilla's lyrics. Like, that's what I don't know if you watch all my videos, Hunter, but I rewrite occasionally, right?
I've watched a couple of them. I've not seen all of them.
That's where I would be like, I don't want terminal. I don't know what I do instead of terminal, but I don't want it in here. I think that that's cringe. That was my first, like, wow, you're such an edgy teenager and you're scrawling in your diary, like, in big black, like, Sharpie marker. In fairness,
though, I feel like Hazbin Hotel is a show for edgy teenagers.
I know, but I'm like, but that's the problem. I'm sure the living tombstone guy is, like, a reformed edgy teenager, but Loot is... Like, you shouldn't, and this is what Glenn Slater says, right?
The living tombstone guy used to make, like, My Little Pony music.
Oh, well, I don't know about all that, but, like, Glenn Slater says that the writer should disappear. You shouldn't be able to see Glenn Slater, right? You shouldn't be able to see, this is how Calxiyn talks, it should be how the character talks. Obviously, very hard to do. This is so random, and you guys won't know what I'm talking about. I have to write a Tyrion fan song as a favor, like, you know, to help out a friend. Like, you know, it's just a fun little thing. It's not like, you know, super serious, but I'm just like, Tyrion wouldn't talk like this, and I'm so frustrated with myself because Tyrion doesn't have a lot of dialogue to start with, and so I'm like, you know, like grasping at straws for how to make it sound more like Tyrion. But here's the thing, when you make your own original character, it shouldn't be this hard, and I know that the songwriter didn't make her, but I'm just saying, she doesn't really talk like this, and so I would have appreciated, I don't know what would go there, but I don't like I don't like terminal, I guess. We can make another rhyme with burn them all if we really have to. Mission incomplete, peace is fine, that's all fine. The princess has to pay, that was nice. I like a little P, you know, for what she did that day and what she took away, like, again,
I will say the
rhyming,
visuals are great. I love it.
Yeah.
I love the contrast between, like, her, like, pale dark and the glow of the gold.
Yeah, that was, I
love the low angles. I love how wide and tall the room is, so you get these really dramatic shadows. It's beautifully animated.
Yeah, I really quite liked it. A better song would be great, but...
And here's the thing, it is catchy. Storms coming, gonna see the
I can't remember anything before that. Like, I only remember this part, but...
The chorus is very catchy. Not a bad song, right?
But yeah, like, the other thing about storms coming, like, if they fit that more with the flood, but otherwise it's like, this is what everyone says, like, oh, you got a big storm coming.
I know, but it's cliched, and then when it's not cliched, it's weird.
That's the problem,
but like the stomp, there's a bit of a stomp with the drums, like storms coming. I can see
more at the end, I think.
And you know, it's cliched, but it's cliched for a reason, right?
Yeah.
It works.
I think the thing about cliches is like, sometimes you
them
should use them because they're there for a reason. But I remember like reading this musical theater book, and the guy that wrote the book was very like, if you describe love like that and don't say it's like a summer in July, and like he had this whole entire list of like cliches that he think you should avoid because they're so overdone, right? So comparing someone to summer, the moon, temperature, like just all of these other, like basic temperature,
It
right?
would be really fun. You should write, like, there should be a song where you just look at all those suggestions and you do, like, the anti-version.
Right.
It's like, you remind me of July because you make me sticky and uncomfortable. You remind me of the moon because several men visited you a long time ago and they never came back.
Oh my god!
Like, I think that would be good.
Kind of funny.
I think that would be really good. That's a song. I'd listen to that song.
Oh my god. But yeah, so
you should show me that list.
cliches are not automatically bad. Cliches are not automatically bad, but sometimes I would rather have a cliche done well than, again, like Gravity. And you know what? It was so easy to. This is what bothers me, right? Because they could have done strike you down like Gravity. They could have done by it's the usage of the like. We can't be doing this.
No, here's
This
the thing.
doesn't make sense.
I would prefer like Gravity and not by Gravity, because it's like, yeah, I know when I fall down, it's
not
by Gravity.
That's not my best suggestion. I think strike you down like Gravity is a little bit a little better. I had other ideas, but yeah, I don't think by Gravity is the grammatically incorrect, but I would still clock them for that. Whereas if we work with strike you down, at least you have the idea of down like you're falling, but also to strike someone down is to kill them.
I'm gonna look up other, what's that, conjunctions? I'm gonna look up.
You're finding it hard to write a song about a sociopath who's smarter than he appears with a penchant for poison? Well, the instrumental's already been made for me, so it's more about like the lyrics of the song. Smarter than he appears, would you describe Tyrion that way? I suppose he is, right? What's wrong with the simile? Well, in this case, we're conflating two things, which is gravity and weather. You know what I mean? And so that's my problem with it. It's a mixed, it's like throw caution to every warning sign. You can say throw caution to the wind, or you can say that you're ignoring every warning sign, but you can't conflate the gravity and the weather, or at least I don't think it's a good idea to be doing all this. So yeah, I don't know what, I had ideas like around strike you down or like something of that nature instead of going with the weather, because this doesn't matter. Like, in terms of, like, storms coming, I can see the clouds. It doesn't really, like, add, you know what I mean? Like, it's not giving imagery of what she's gonna do to Charlie specifically, right? Whereas with the plagues, I guess you could say that they do, right? It's just sort of a generic, oh, you got a big storm coming, bestie. So I would axe the rain and keep gravity, or change gravity as the thesis. But I think we can make gravity work. It's just that you have to, you know, have it be relevant to gravity and not suddenly be bringing in the weather into it. You know what I mean? Because gravity is the force that affects all other things. It has nothing to do with the rain. This is not exactly, like, I don't like says you owe me a debt. They clearly only did one for the other. I can't decide which one came first, though. You know? I can't decide which one of these lyrics they thought was the good one, and so they tried to put wet
like
in there.
hands wet. I gotta be honest with you, blood demands blood, gonna get my hands wet. I don't know, man, like, wet is just not, like, wet has different connotations, you know?
Yeah, like, we say get my hands dirty. Here's the problem with wet, right? And this is maybe me being too picky. Here's the problem with wet. Wetness has been used in this show to describe other things. So we can't suddenly be using it in this kind of intense context right now when every other instance that we have heard something like this has been about sex. I don't think that's a good idea.
I guess it stands out.
Badly. I don't like it. It makes me sad.
I don't know, because like I don't know. I feel like you could have incorporated the word wet in a way, gonna get my hands wet. I don't know. I feel like you could use the term wet in a kind of violent capacity and it would work.
I don't know what capacity that is, though.
I don't know, like if it wasn't her hands, if it was a sword, if it was something else, I don't know.
Sword wet? I don't know. That sounds even worse!
Oh, that is worse!
What are you talking about?
That is worse. I don't know, or like wet with blood, or like if you just said what it was wet with. So we know for certain what bodily fluid we're dealing with here.
I feel like the easier thing would have been, like, just changing debt to something else. right? They killed him time choking soak.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Ugh.
obviously, I need some time to think about this, guys, because I can't just songwrite live on stream right now. But, you know, they could have done Life, right? Life has a lot of rhymes to work with. They could have even done, like, eye for an eye at the end of the sentence somehow, and then that way they could rhyme I with die, right? That seems to be maybe the more, like, that maybe the better solution. Like, a kill for a kill, eye for an eye. Like, they could have done something like that. And then if you have I be the end of this phrase, suddenly the rhyme pool opens up to you. Because Death's not doing a lot for us right now, right? So that would be my suggestion. Fine, keep it, but move I to an I at the end. All right, this was not a Ruby kill for kill, eye for eye, blood for blood, but low-key, that makes a bit more sense than what's going on right now. Anyway, yeah, don't, like, get my hands wet. Please don't do that to me again. Flood's coming now, you can bet on tragedy. Okay, like, that's not helping
Tragedy,
me.
inevitable, like gravity, I don't know.
Like, that's fine, I guess, but I'm not a fan of that. You can bet on tragedy, I guess, like you can bet on gravity, but again, I'm not happy with this. I feel like this needed just a little bit of a revision and it would have been okay, but I feel like that this is just, like, kind of the generic hook of the song. You know what I mean? Like, it's just too generic. The hook of the song should represent the character's heart and soul, and this is just not, it's not good, especially if you look up how many other songs that your song title that you want to use, like, has already been in you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if you want to look up Gravity in Google, I bet you money that there are 10 songs that are titled Gravity. Don't do it. At least not for a musical theater song, right? Like, if you're writing for yourself, do whatever you want. But I don't think it's a good idea in terms of a musical theater number, because that's a really bad sign, right? When you think about, you know, like, even, like, stuff that's not Disney, right? Like Sweeney Todd and stuff, and, you know, things like that. One of Sweeney's songs, I'm pretty sure, is They All Deserve to Die, and that's the title. Maybe there's another song with that title, I don't know, right? But, like, when you think about, you know, like, Friend on the Other Side, Be Prepared, right? Like, these are titles that you don't really see overused as a cliche. Eye for an Eye calls for revenge, blood demands blood for a bloody event. Oh, no.
A lot of blood. I would cut down on the blood.
There's a lot of blood in there. But, yeah, I think moving Eye for an Eye, defying gravity was good. Well, that's because you're defying gravity. That's why because see, here's the other thing. Somebody told me that they wrote this to reference how she played Elphaba on Broadway. But you missed the point. Defying gravity. I think I'll try defy in gravity, right? First of all, these things all rhyme. And second of all, it's like Elphaba, you're defying gravity.
If only Elphaba got her hands wet.
Like, you know, they're not using... Oh my god, they're not using weather. Like, Elphaba's not like, and the storm's gonna come, like, defying gravity. Like, they should have, if that's what they were inspired by, they took they didn't interpret it.
Gonna give them a cavity. Macavity?
And that's
It'll
the
become
other
the
problem
cat.
too. Gravity doesn't have that many good rhymes, bestie. You can slant rhyme and that's okay, but like, I don't know, man. I don't think that this was the best idea. Okay, you think you're Hell's great savior. Will you still, when I return the favor, which I'm like, okay, I know what you wanted to say, right? When I get you back, when I kill Vaggie, are you still gonna, but I don't like return the favor because I don't, anyway. Take the one you need, make you watch him bleed. Will you break thinking how you couldn't save her? That's all fine. I approve of that, except for kind of the return the favor. I don't know if I love that, right? Because it's not like Charlie was like, I killed Adam, I did you a favor. She didn't even kill Adam in the first place. She didn't even want him. She extended mercy and Adam didn't take it, which I understand that she would not care, like she doesn't care, but like, it's not like Charlie was smug about it anyway, so I'm kinda, anyway. This is fine. Wishing you were there when they needed you. The only soul who's ever completed you. I actually like that. That's a slant rhyme. I'm pretty sure, man. But that's okay.
Like,
that's
them
fine.
banking on the whole, like, Lute secretly loved Adam thing, I don't know. I feel like that's, like, been shoehorned in.
I kind of thought that was apparent in season 1, though.
Really? Did I miss that? Listen, I could have totally just missed that. I kind of don't.
I mean, I know what you mean though, because it's such a, like, how do I explain this? We tend to assume if the people are heterosexual that there has to be feelings there, so there's an inherent sort of bias in terms of like, oh, it was so obvious, because clearly these feelings were like that, like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I do wonder if Lute was a man, would people still kind of think that it's as obvious, or would they think that they just, oh, I admire you like a father, like that
Yeah,
sort of
I
thing,
don't
right?
know. Like, I feel like the motivation, I guess maybe it works better if she's motivated by like a personal tragedy than just her like pure hatred for the denizens of hell.
Yeah.
Like, I understand that, but I don't know. It does feel a little out of left field. But
I
then again,
honestly-
maybe I missed some stuff.
I wonder, because here's the thing. So they did set up beef with her and Vaggie, right?
Yes.
At the end of last season.
If this whole song was about, I want to go find that like sellout and like put her in the dirt.
Well, it kind of is, but it's to punish Charlie, not the other way around.
But also,
You-
yeah, that's
That's
a good
what
point.
you
Yeah.
be doing.
They should,
Wait a second.
there should be a song about how she wants to go down and like
Punish
open.
Vaggie.
Yeah.
This should be about how she wants to kill Charlie, not kill Vaggie.
Or other way around.
No, I think, because right now she's saying that she wants to see Charlie suffer.
Yeah.
So she's going to kill Vaggie as to punish Charlie.
Yeah.
They should be killing Charlie to punish Vaggie, I think.
I
Because
don't-
Vaggie's the one
Here's
who
the thing.
betrayed them.
I feel like
right?
she's not all that specific, right?
Doesn't she say? Because she says, you think you're Hell's great savior. That's
Yeah.
talking about Charlie,
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
princess has to pay for what she did that day.
Right, sorry, yeah. I feel like no, it's like I feel like your beef should kind of be with Vaggie as well, because that's who
I
you have more of a
agree.
personal connection with.
Yeah, that's true. I think that honestly, Hunter, I think that would have fixed the song. Because when we think about a parallel, right, she has a parallel with Vaggie, right, serving Charlie, who is an angel, right, the princess of hell. She shouldn't be killing Vaggie to punish Charlie. She should be killing she should be killing Charlie because Charlie is to Vaggie what Adam is to her. So I think that may be the problem. I think that we just figured it out, live on stream, brain firing. Do you guys understand what we're saying? What do you guys think about that? Because I think that now in hindsight, like, I'm like, oh, yeah, that makes sense, because she, obviously, killing Vaggie would still mean she has beef with her, but she's doing all this to punish Charlie, but all of her interactions last season were with Vaggie. Their love is blasphemous, right? It was about Vaggie betraying the angels, like, you were one of us, right? And now you're, sucking up to Charlie and you're serving them. How could you, right? So in terms of, like, this idea that they're both characters who serve an angel, right? How she serves Adam and now Vaggie has changed sides and now she serves Charlie. It makes a lot more sense for her to go down there and kill Charlie and go to Vaggie. See, you took Adam away from me, so this was what I'm gonna do to you. Yeah, I think that's what it should have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are saying that you don't think it was obvious at all. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I feel like maybe the idea is that like Lute's like something of a tsundere, but they really didn't like communicate that very well, I felt.
yeah, I mean, obviously she was loyal to Adam, but like and here's the other thing, the only soul who's ever completed you, I kind of am wondering in hindsight if they should have went for father-daughter, because that would have been a bit easier to understand,
yeah,
like
maybe.
the person that gave birth to you, basically, but I think we're cooking. I think that makes a lot more sense. And maybe, again, it is ambiguous, so we could be wrong, but if this is to convey her motivations, it shouldn't be this up for debate. I do think that what they mean is that she's gonna go kill Vaggie to punish Charlie. So I think that that's what they should. Maybe then you'll get a little heated. Bestie, like, I know you're probably saying that ironically, like, I'm just a little heated right now, I say with the knife in my hand as I keep stabbing someone, but like, no, don't minimize your feeling. Like, just for the rhyme, which isn't even rhyming, because needed, completed, and heated all don't perfectly rhyme. We didn't need that. Fix that. That's just a nothing line
Viv confirmed
either.
that the Exorcists were not created by Adam.
But he said he made them!
He said he named them,
Oh!
which is kind of, I guess, different, but a little
I
bit weird.
guess?
I don't know.
Who made them then? That's confusing. I thought he made them.
But then again, you name them. I don't know. That seems very personal.
But still, right? Half and half. It takes two to tango, right? So that could still be parental, personal. Yeah, heated to axe doesn't tell me anything, right? That could have been a line that actually helped us, and it didn't. We already know she's heated. We don't need all of that, right? And like, also, why would she want Charlie to be heated? Like, see, that would have been interesting if she was like, I'm gonna push Charlie to the limit so she's not a good person anymore, and we'll see if she's all like, oh, we want to make peace, hee, right? That would have been interesting, but like, this is nothing. This isn't doing anything. And understand why this is what I need to do. She's not gonna understand. Like, she's not, bestie. She's not. Like, we don't need, that's not what you should, these lines are not what she should be singing about here. Because it's not about making Charlie understand why she needed to do this. It's about punishing her. She doesn't care if Charlie understands or not, she just wants to make her suffer. So that's
I think in the Bible, Adam named all of the creatures on Earth. So, like, maybe that's part of his just job description? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. We need more information about that, but I think, though, the beat drop here would have tricked some people into like getting emotional, because that's a very easy emotional thing to do, is have the beat drop and then you feel, you know, that feeling, right? But yeah, again, why did the Latin matter? You didn't do anything instrumentally with the Latin, bestie. Also, we're just singing the same thing that we did before, right? The lyrics didn't change here, which is another pet peeve.
I mean,
that
it's
I have
a little
with
more
Hazbin
aggressive.
Songs.
Like,
yeah, but I like a little like twisty twist. Like, I like when the lyrics come back, but they're slightly different, right? You know, loser baby, it's like, you're a loser, we're a loser. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they sort of have that progression. So I feel like, again, we don't need to sing this again. We don't need to do that, right? We can change it. Give me a little bit of a get your hands wet. Like, I hate them yelling at each other. Why did Adam have to be here? I hate him. That's a personal thing, by the way. That's not me saying that that's like an objective thing. These other things that I'm talking about, I would categorize them as like doing a thorough analysis. If I was consulting, that's what I would have recommended. Isn't that just a course, not a verse? Most musical theater courses will change some of the words and keep the hook, basically. I know in pop music, courses tend to just copy, paste, repeat, but I would say for musical theater, it's very rare to just reuse the exact same, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. They definitely did, like, crank up the, like, musically. What was going on?
I have big beef with this Latin just to make it sound cool. I think that, like, that was a missed opportunity to layer some instruments. In terms of a bridge, here's what I'm really missing in terms of this song. Adam completing her is one thing, but I feel like what is more interesting is, I was made as a killing machine. I was made for this explicit, like, this one purpose, right? And if we don't kill people in hell anymore, who am I? What am I made for? Are they gonna get rid of me, right? And have it talk about more about her personal purpose. And I get the idea that she sees part of her purpose in Adam, but like, forgive me, but somebody made this comparison and I was like, how fucking dare you? Because I was like, Neo would never do this. Somebody said that this reminded them of Neo and Roman, right, in Ruby. How Neo reacts after Roman dies.
I see.
But here's the thing. Neo had a personal thesis, and we get more of this in the book, but basically she says, I want to do whatever I want, right? And you say that in Ruby Volume 9 as well. And this is probably, we're gonna wrap up in a couple minutes, don't worry. Yeah, so in Ruby Volume 9, we get that and whatever. But in the book, that's how the book ends. Neo says, I want to be free, right? The ultimate freedom, doing whatever I want. Right now, I want to help Roman take over the world. Like, that's kind of... So she slots in, when we're talking about super objectives and stuff, Roman slots into something she already wanted. Roman helps to facilitate something she already wanted in the first place, right? So I understand the idea of like, oh, but she's depending on Adam for what her purpose is. But that's not really, like, an excuse, you know what I mean? Because Adam should kind of slot into whatever she thinks her purpose is, not be her sole purpose. Do you know what I'm saying? Because characters, I guess they can work that way, but usually you're gonna run into a roadblock somewhere. It's like, for example, I use this in another video. If Rapunzel's motivation is to get her mother to take her to see the floating lights, that's a non-starter. Like how in improv we always say, oh, you never say no. no one's getting anywhere with that. She's never, ever, ever going to do it. So that's why Disney made a strategic, right? The storytellers made a strategic choice not to make it tied to Mother Gothel saying yes or no, but just to have the dream all-encompassing. If Mother Gothel took her, that would be great, but if that doesn't happen, right, we can't have an instant no. So when you make stuff just about Adam, you're eventually gonna run into a problem, whereas, you know, this would be like if they made Neo's only motivation killing Ruby, and the whole point was that, like, she killed Ruby, and she realized that it didn't help with her main purpose, which was that she wanted to do whatever she wanted with Roman, and she's never gonna get that back. So now she has to figure out a new definition of freedom, right? Could they do that with her? Like, loot, maybe, but I don't think that they're going to, so I'm a little scared. So I would have liked a bridge of, like, and it's not just about you, Adam, but who am I, right? Because that's the bigger, more interesting question here. It's kind of like when we talked about Carmilla. Like, your motivation is not you are afraid that heaven's gonna rise to war. What you're afraid of is that heaven is gonna find out that Carmilla Carmine killed an angel, and they're gonna torture your daughters personally. It's the personal thing. So my struggle with this is, again, I think it's a C- song. It's not like the end of the world, right? You know, somebody also said, do you think that that ruins the song? And I don't like that word either, for the same reason I don't like best, worst, and all of those things, because a song cannot be ruined. It's not like you had a cake and it fell on the floor and now it has, like, dust on it, or, you know, and germs and whatever. To say that something is ruined, you need a before state and you need the after state.
Yeah.
If we got a different version of this song that was a draft and the draft was better, I would then say, yes, they ruined the song, right? But to say that something is ruined, you need, like, it ruined Lute's character, it ruined the pacing, it ruined something that happens later in the story, even potential. We can't make that call. It's too early in the season to make that call right now. What I will say is that for a character arc, do I think that this lends itself to the strongest possible choices? I'm a little concerned. I think a bridge would have helped. Again, not irredeemable, but I question because the other songs were so much better.
I think that there was more interesting choices, but I feel like this doesn't, I think, ruin anything for Lute's character. Lute is still who she is.
Like, not yet. Like, it might later.
She's still going to be who she's going to be.
Depending on, like, because a song can ruin a character later, like,
sure.
You know what I mean? In hindsight, like, I talk about that with All Is Fair, like, oh, we made the evil queen out to be a joke and she's supposed to be menacing, right? But, like, the consequences of that, there aren't any immediate consequences other than I found it cringy, I didn't like her way of speaking in the song because it didn't feel true to her, and I'm annoyed. That is not ruining, right? What would be ruining is if something happens later that is built from the foundation of this song and that thing is bad. Right? I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but that's what I would say ruin. Like, if Lute has irrational behavior that clearly stemmed from the choices they made in the song that they were beholden to, right?
Oh my god.
And, of course, we see,
Poor Patrick Stump.
Yes, we see Abel. But yeah, I don't think, again, C-. I don't think it's, like, the most horrible thing that has ever graced my ears.
I don't love it. I don't think it's great, but it's okay.
You know what, though? I feel like I wouldn't be this heated about it if people hadn't been yelling at me in our reactions. So this is kind of you guys' fault.
When we watched it, before we knew it, we were like, okay, this was fine, but like, maybe as good.
It's really because people accosted us that I wanted to kind of get on my soapbox and, like, pick a fight back, you know what I mean? So that's my only thing. It's not the most horrible song that has ever graced the earth or whatever, but I do think they could have done better, and I'm a little bit annoyed with people's refusal to understand, again, just because, well, everyone else enjoys it. I don't give a fuck, right? Again, if nobody liked the song, would you still like it? Probably, because you have some personal reason inside of your heart. You know, you don't need the validation of other people. The majority opinion doesn't matter to me when I'm trying to do an analysis like this. You know what I mean? Because the lyrics and the songwriting stuff, like, that's like something technical that we can look at and we can judge it regardless of if anybody else is walking on the planet. You know what I mean? But yeah, I wouldn't be as mad about it if people didn't, were like, oh, but it's the best song and you're wrong and whatever. And I do feel like, because see, somebody mentioned it earlier that it was released 2 weeks before the show. Yes. And that's what makes me think that it was, like normie bait. And someone got really offended that I said that in the same
Normie
reaction
bait.
that we called it normie bait. But you guys have to understand that this is a indisputable fact that there's two things, normie bait and Oscar bait, right? There's songs that are crafted to win the Oscar because, you know, Disney or whoever, they want the Oscar award-winning whatever the fuck. And then there's also the normie bait, which is something that, like, it just happens. I don't know what to tell you. It's not to insult you guys as normies, but it's just the best way that I can explain it is something to get the attention of the masses. And so somebody got really heated with me and they were like, oh, well, you know, just because it's popular with the, like, the masses doesn't mean it's bad. And I'm like, I didn't say that. But what I will say is that usually, you cannot plan for that. And if you try to plan for that, you're gonna run into problems. Because think about Encanto, right? They made, I think, Isabella's song to kind of be, they thought she would be as popular as Elsa, basically, right? And they were wrong because they didn't learn the lesson from the first Frozen. So Isabella was normie bait, apparently. And then the song that Lynn wrote is the one that they nominated for the Oscar. Now, I think that that song was written from its heart. I'm not saying that it was, like, manufactured in a lab, but that's the one they thought would win the Oscar. What is the most popular song of Encanto? It's We Don't Talk About Bruno. It's not the one they made for the masses, and it's not the one they made for the Oscars. So what tends to happen is that when you manufacture something to be like, yes, this is gonna do numbers on TikTok, yes, this is gonna win the award, you start to get a less heartfelt, soul-filled sort of product, right? So I'm not saying that all popular music is bad or that, like, the general public has terrible taste. It's just that when you try to do stuff to make money, right? Or, like, you have not an agenda, that's not the right word, but when you have that sort of soulless motivation to try to win at something instead of trying to tell your story in the best way possible, right? Art is not a game where you're supposed to win. Like, this isn't baseball. So I think that it's just you're gonna end up most of the time with a worse
Don't
thing.
say baseball.
I know. That's why I said baseball. We lost so bad, apparently. Like, it was embarrassing.
It wasn't bad.
The other night, not the
yeah.
16-inning game where everyone was up until 3 in the morning.
Oh, that one was bad. But, like, no, we put up a good fight the entire time.
Oh, yeah,
it was
last night
down to the wire.
I think it was
But
like,
in general,
better. But in general,
good job.
yeah. Last night, though, last night was okay. That other game that people were awake for.
I feel bad for them.
I really liked the
frankly.
mural. This was really nice. Kind of like what happened with Moana 2. Exactly. How they were like, this is the one that all the kids will be singing. And then none of the kids were singing anything. It was K-pop Demon Hunters, right? But yeah, this is kind of where we're ending off here because not a lot happens in terms of the end. They say winners, which I think is a biblical reference, right? Like, all the winners will reside, whatever. Winners, angels, and all who reside, we're gonna close down, right, heaven.
Yeah.
Now, this is confusing because Pentious already can't leave. This person, are they on, like, lockdown or something? Is that what's happening, that they have to go inside of their homes?
Or
Because that person left the ball pit.
Well, I
Are
mean,
they
there
just
was a
really
giant
sad?
shield that they put over it, so I think people are nervous, I guess, that something bad might happen.
Maybe. But yeah, this was a little confusing because I'm like, no one gets in or out. Where are you guys going? I feel like this needs to be explained or it's gonna start to bother me. I'm assuming that they're talking about exorcists and, like, envoys, right? So angels that go down and give,
Or if angels
you
could
know,
go to
Saint
Earth,
Anthony
I guess,
visions
right?
and whatever, right? Like, Joan of Arc, you know, and
Yeah,
all that
yeah.
stuff. Like, I'm assuming that it's those people, but she said Pentious can't leave. So I don't know why they're like, oh, they're making this like a heaven-wide announcement. Wouldn't you just have to tell the people that usually leave? Why panic everyone? You know what I mean? Why only tell the exorcists and the angels? Why are you saying this over the mega speaker? So I'm a little confused about the logic of this. I know somebody said earlier if he's never been good at world building, that was a little shady. You have other seraphims, I guess?
Yes, presumably.
That this person just looks like the guy from Hell of a Boss. But yeah, we don't know
Koisha?
them.
Yeah.
We don't know why. We don't know who they are, you know, so that's another mystery. But yeah, so unfortunately this ring thing seems to be in the sky. So there goes our, like, no one can get in or out theories.
And then Emily's
about
like, oh no, I need to talk to
Charlie, right?
so she escapes. Presumably she won't be able to get back in. She'll be
I
like
don't think
trapped
so,
out of heaven.
though. I think that she did leave in time.
Okay.
That's my, well, do you guys want to have another
Or she'll
poll
be
in the
like
chat?
trapped outside of heaven, I guess is the idea.
Is Emily stuck? I thought that
hell,
she
outside of
returned in
heaven.
time.
Outside of heaven.
They'll understand.
Okay.
Yeah, is Emily trapped? Because I thought, she said be right back, right? So I thought the idea was that she popped in and then she popped back in time. But that's interesting if she were to get stuck. Like, I think that's a fun idea. I do agree with you. Like, that's sort of an interesting
If she was stuck
thing.
in hell and they'd have to hide her, and then, you know,
Yeah,
that
like,
would
that
move the
could be
plot
fun.
along interestingly, I think.
But I don't know. Well, I guess she does say bye, but we don't know if her saying bye means that she made it back, right? I do feel like, I guess now we should talk about theories quickly, which I don't feel like we have that many that we haven't discussed, but
all the
Luke
other stuff
flying out under their nose is something that we had a theory for.
I think there's gonna be something with Emily, and like she gets trapped in hell, and that like that assists, or that, I don't know, affects the story in some interesting way. I like the idea of maybe like Luke going after like Metatron.
Oh, the speaker?
and the
I think
speaker?
that was actually like, that may be your Jinn is in the lamp moment.
Nothing will be the Jinn is in the lamp moment, because like that was like, it was like 8 months later, you're like, oh my god, or a year later it's like, oh my god, Cal was right.
But I think though I think that's so interesting. Maybe she'll go after the speaker, but then Sera will step between them, will be the idea. Like they could do something like that. I think that the Halos are gonna be kind of like Gnosis Genshin power-ups. Like I could definitely see that happening. In terms of like that is, you know, where their power stored, so if you take them, you can use it. I don't know if we're gonna get into like anime power scaling, right? I don't think that we are, but it would be an interesting idea, right? But yeah, so Hunter should probably go home soon. However, I'm gonna give you guys 7 minutes to say, like, speak now or forever hold your peace in terms of what questions you have for us before we go, because it has been a long day. 4 hours, not my best, not gonna lie. We have to go a bit faster next time, but I had beef. I think next
That's
time
fair.
I will put in a bit more of an effort to have the lyrics in a slideshow format like I usually do on Calxiyn Cares Too Much, just so I don't need to explain line by line why stuff is a problem and you guys can see it a little bit better, right? That way I'll have everything color-coded and outlined
I will
and
say,
whatever. But
unrelated, I guess, to like the theories, I'm starting to, if this is like the quality that Hazbin Hotel will stay at, then Hazbin Hotel Season 2 will be exponentially better than the first season, I think. Significantly better.
I agree. I think that's what I kind of want to make sure that you guys understand is like, we always enjoyed the show, but we were kind of like, this is the thing we enjoy that we're ashamed of. It's like Ruby Volume 1. You know
not even
what
ashamed of it. Like, I like it for what it is, but what it is not like brilliant. And it's not necessarily the creative's fault. They had like pressures on them. Like, obviously the songs had to be written in 8 weeks. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's not anything against their talent. They were given, they did very well when you look at the Herculean cast.
I agree with you. I do. Okay. Quickly, what's the whole issue with loose rhyming? I probably talked about this in a video before, but that's okay. So, I'm assuming you mean slant rhymes, right?
Yes.
So here's the thing, and Sondheim said this. When you rhyme perfectly, jokes are funnier, everything's easier to understand, like in a live theater setting, and it punctuates the point better. It feels like you snap in, it's like clicking two puzzle pieces that are supposed to go together. They fit perfectly together, and to the audience, that's satisfying. The problem with slant rhymes is that sometimes they're not, and most of the time they're not satisfying, but that's okay, right? You can do that if you want the audience uneasy, if you want slant rhyme, perfect rhyme, like you're trying to build towards that click and you want that suspense. But that's generally why we say it's a problem, because most people aren't doing that on purpose, they're doing it because they're lazy, right? And so that's a problem with a lot of musical theater songwriters that be slant rhyming, is that they aren't doing it on purpose, they're doing it, it's a craft thing where they're like, who cares, right? When you do it with a purpose, I think that it's really good. You know, and slant rhymes can also be more interesting because you like the dissonance. You like that these two things don't perfectly fit together, you know? But the problem is when you're just doing it to do it because you can't think of a rhyme, and that's just like, you know, it'd be like, what's a good comparison, like, for this?
Slant rhyme.
Like, in terms of, like, other art.
Like, like if you're cooking and it's like, oh, we need buttermilk. It's like, okay, well, we don't have that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let's substitute. Let's use regular milk and lemon juice. It probably does, like, an okay job, but
yeah.
it's like we're making an omelet. Well, we don't have eggs, but we do have egg whites. It's like, okay, that won't be as good.
Yeah.
It'll function.
I
It
think
won't
that
be
that's
as
a good analogy for it. Like cooking.
Substitutions in cooking.
Yeah, exactly. Or, in terms of art, like, let's just say a stamp tool, right? Is a stamp tool a perfectly acceptable thing to do, right? You don't want to draw that? Of course it is, right? But you're gonna lose something compared to hand drawing it yourself. It's just the choices you need to make that are suited towards the things you're doing. If you're doing a webcomic where you need to draw 20 desks every week, yeah, you're gonna want to live 2D. You're gonna want to Clip Studio paint that shit and like have 3D models of the desks so you're not hand drawing every one, right? But if you're doing something in more fairy tale art style, you don't want that overly manufactured, like this was clearly a stamp and Clip Studio sort of vibe. You want something that feels like authentic. So it depends on the feeling that you're trying to go for, but a lot of people don't do it on purpose, which is bad. At least try to do it on purpose, right? Hazbin Hotel, junk food is bad for you, but it's fun to eat. Yeah, and I think that, like, that's how I would feel about season 1, but if season 2 continues, I see this as, like, a legitimate contender for something that has something to say, right? Something important to say, especially with Sera's song, and it's not just about, we're having a little tee-hee and escapism, and it's just supposed to be a fun show about demons swearing,
I never like the thing about, like, empty calories or turn your brain off. Like, I understand it, but it's like, no, I don't know. I feel like you should be able to at least push back a little bit with the things it shouldn't be like a deck of cards.
Yeah.
That, like, if you blow slightly on it's all going to come down. It should be slightly robust. It should hold up to a certain amount of scrutiny and a certain amount of, like, I don't know, cognition when you're enjoying it.
And, like,
unless I am, like, drunk or stoned.
Yeah.
Or, like, I'm going to be who I am when I watch this.
Yeah.
There's no escaping that.
And I understand
I can't turn my brain off.
Chat saying you like it because it makes you happy, which is good, right?
Oh, of course, enjoy it. Oh my god, I'm not saying that it's bad to like.
If to turn your brain off, if to be happy you have to turn your brain off, that is something worth analyzing. Like that is something worth at least scrutinizing in yourself, right? Because that would be like, wow, I love this video game, but I hate replaying this specific part. I'll just turn my brain off. Well, maybe you should think about, well, why do you hate that specific part? Is it the game mechanics are bad? Is it they switch something up and it's lame? Is it the mechanics are like something's too overpowered or something's unfair, right? Like, yes, be happy, but please also put some time after your happy hour, basically, to like think about the thing too, right? Because, I like some songs that aren't shocker, I like some songs that aren't perfect, like, a lot of people will say that liking Calliope Mori is like the gravest sin I could commit as a musical theater channel.
The kids are saying it's cringe.
Right? But at least I can have my little happy time, but then I also analyze Calliope's songs, right?
Yes.
So, I think that things can coexist, but so often we don't want them to. But what I heard was interesting? This is what I'll end the stream off. I heard something interesting, or I guess I read something interesting, because I was reading Tolkien's essay on, like, fairy tales and, like, what makes a fairy tale, and he said something interesting that we misuse escapism as a phrase, and he doesn't like turn your brain off. He didn't say it like that, but basically he said that saying fairy tales are escapism, or that people are only reading fantasy to escape, is wrong, and he said something like, would you blame the prisoner for thinking of a life outside of their jail? And so he basically likened that to us. Like, we're not escaping our miserable lives, right? To think about something better. We're still the person in that prison, right? Like, he basically said, like, fairy tales aren't about, like, oh, the hero slays the dragon. It's how we, in our own life, can go on to slay the dragon. Like, it's not supposed to be a fun fantasy, turn your brain off. It's like, you're imparting to us how the dragon should be slayed. You're giving us the tools, basically. And so that's kind of, I've been thinking about that more recently, and I think that's really interesting when we talk about escapism, because he had this sort of innate faith in people that they weren't being turn your brain off, right? And that, like, that's not what was happening, and it was harsh to judge fantasy and fairy tales that way. And I think now, in our modern time, I'd like to know what he thinks, because I'm like, people are literally turning their brains off. I don't know what to tell you, but I think it's an interesting sort of premise in general, that, like, nothing is escaping. Everything is imparting something onto you to hopefully on how to live better, you know? I hope, right? Not every story needs to be hopeful, but just giving you something for your life, right? So you can use that in some way. I don't know. But that's what I've been thinking about lately. Like, even something, you know, that ends sadly like Hades Town, they say, oh, we're gonna sing it again.
Yeah.
You know, there's something in there that you can apply.
There's a point to be made.
Yeah. And so it's not just, oh, you know, fun Greek mythology, wee, right? Like,
You know,
because
like also,
right?
like, I don't know, you could say that about, like, Coco Melon, I guess. Like, you turn your brain off and you watch it, but...
I don't think that anyone really turns their brain off. I think that they try to. I think that's the difference.
Yeah.
Right? Actually turning your brain off is not something possible, I don't think.
Or just
It's
like you
people
have...
ignore the
Or it's like you
signal.
have... I think when people say that, they mean to say, like, I have lower expectations for this thing.
Yeah, maybe.
I demand less of it, which is valid. It's
Yeah.
fair.
But at least you know that,
Yeah.
right? Whereas when I hear people say turn your brain off, it's usually in the context of like, I just want to enjoy this thing and I don't want to... This is a whole other conversation, but people have been saying that about Genshin recently. If you're updated on Genshin, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like, oh, I don't want politics in my game. I just want to play my little game and turn my brain off. And I'm like, okay, but like, this game has always been about fighting God. So like, where did you think the turn your brain off? It's like how all JRPGs end with fighting God. There's a reason for that, right? So like, you weren't gonna find, I don't know what you were doing, but you weren't gonna find it here. If you want to turn your brain off, I don't know, go play Overwatch or something, like, you know, a team, kind of a sport game, right? Where you're just in a match and has no story. But like, Genshin has
like
a story,
NBA
right?
2K.
Clearly they have a message they want to impart onto people. So to say, oh, I just want to play my little game, like, is stupid, right? You just want to go ooga booga damage and, like, kill everything. I don't know, play a different type of game, bro.
Tetris,
but, like,
perhaps?
it's always been about Celestia and fighting the gods and the oppressors and all of that fun stuff. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, on that cheerful note, we will end the 4-hour stream. However, this stream, you guys win because the stream here was more successful than on regular Calxiyn, despite less subscribers. So that means we will be back, because we made money. That's the only reason.
Go team.
Go team. We will be back because I do have to pay Hunter for her time. And I'd like money too. So good job, everybody, for hanging out. Even if you didn't send a super chat, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about you guys like being here in the stream. I really appreciate it. Hopefully some people will find value in watching this back, but we are going to go. I'm gonna let Hunter out of the dungeon. Archie's probably like, what in the world are they doing down there? So we will see you guys next time. Hope you guys have a good night. You guys were pretty civil, I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting arguments. I was expecting fights. Maybe
Everyone's pretty, like, behaves well in these here
See,
chats.
it's because they can see me. They don't want to see my reaction. People get brave when they're just leaving comments and they don't think you're gonna see it. But I see everything. So just make sure